Section 1 of G.K. Chesterton's Newspaper Columns, The New Witness, 1921. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by A&B Suite 13. G.K. Chesterton's Newspaper Columns, The New Witness, 1921, by G.K. Chesterton. The Storm-Glass of Superstition. Somewhere towards the end of the 19th century, something snapped in the human brain. Too many heavy and shapeless things had been piled on top of it. Big and bewildering machinery, and the materialistic system of the universe, and indigestible realistic fiction, and fatiguing fashions in art and science, all piled up in one tower of rubbish to the stars, until the bridge of the brain broke under it. Large numbers of naturally intelligent people simply cease to think at all about anything. They are wandering about to this day with open minds, not to mention open mouths. The natural result of that is that they are ready to swallow anything, including germs, when there is anything like the seed of a superstition blowing about. They are simply so much dead soil for it to grow in. They have no principles of thought to protect them. On the appearance of any new thing, they have no way of criticizing it clearly, or even accepting it intelligently. They simply absorb the superstition, and the superstition does the rest. Now, the worst of this tame superstition is that it is exactly what turns at any moment into wild superstition. When the general mentality is thus hollowed and eaten away, it may sometime suddenly subside into very ancient abysses. Even those who still behave like sensible men have no notion of how near the others are to behaving like savages. So the sensible men in America woke up one fine morning to find their free republic under a taboo more fit for the cannibal islands. For instance, there is something like a thin sheet of paper between us and the revival of witch-smelling. Sometimes it is literally a thin sheet of paper, a sheet of newspaper. A popular Sunday paper has lately been filled with stupendous articles on spiritualism by Dr. Ellis Powell, a gentleman who has done the world good service in the past, better service, in my opinion, than he is doing now. Anyhow, after suggesting the spiritual atmosphere of Christmas, of all things in the world, he calmly passes on to ask why psychic powers are not used to investigate murders, or in other words, to hang men. He mentions mildly and almost apologetically the reasons that at present restrain us from following up this cheerful prospect. They are merely the facts that ghosts are not now legal witnesses, but that could soon be altered, and that ghosts sometimes disapprove of vindictiveness and capital punishment. For the really exalted spirits beyond the veil have all become nonconformists. But I am not reassured by this assurance. For however it may be with the dead, my experience among the living is that those who shrink from condemning men to death are often eager to condemn them to a medical captivity worse than death. It is called curative treatment, and it consists in first locking a man up because he is incurable, and then subjecting him to any tortures by which anybody will pretend to cure him. I would rather be responsible for giving a man up to the gallows, for a man can only have his head cut off once, but he can have his head cut up any number of times, with every change in the ever-advancing progress of cerebral science. I have a horrible feeling that the new ghosts would approve of such experiments for the progress of cerebral science, and I therefore greatly prefer the old ghosts who confine themselves to crying to God for blood. The old ghost was only interested in the blood of some particular assassin or tyrant, but the curative scientist is interested in the brains of everybody, innocent and criminal alike. But I should certainly be surprised, and even annoyed, if the cry of one of the old ghosts for blood could be gravely taken down as evidence against a modern man in a modern dock. I should be roused, and even roused to resistance, if someone proposed to identify a murderer according to the ordeal of the Dark Ages, of making him touch the body to see whether it would bleed. But that ordeal seems to me as natural as the circulation of the blood, and as human as the touch of the hand, compared with such a paragraph as this, with which the spiritualistic article ends. In fact, I was once told from the other side that before long we should have an instrument invented, something like a large storm-glass, which will be fixed on every witness box, in full view of judge and jury. As long as the witness is telling the truth, the contents of the instrument will remain white, but as soon as he diverges into perjury, they will turn red. That is what I mean when I say that men may suddenly turn into savages. That is what I mean when I say that we have come within measurable distance of witch-smelling. In fact, it would be far more sensible to say that a particular man has an extra faculty of smelling a real witch with his real nose. There is something much nearer to a reality we all vaguely recognize, in the metaphor about a savor of evil or an odor of sanctity. We might imagine men who had the second smell, like the second sight. But whatever supernatural properties I might claim for my nose, they would be more imaginable, for instance, than if I claimed them for my necktie. It would seem to mark a shade more of barbarism to believe that while I am talking to a truthful person, my necktie remains its usual color, a vivid emerald green with purple spots, but that when he begins to tell a few taradiddles, my necktie turns scarlet on the spot. And even my necktie is nearer to my soul than an instrument, apparently a sort of barometer, stuck up in a law court. Obviously, that barometer is like the magic mirror or talismanic rock in some archaic fairy tale. We are back in a world of winged horses and castles carried away by dragons, in a forest of wizard lances and wandering bells, of the sword that none but the hero could draw, of the girdle that none but the pure woman could put on. I do not primarily object to all that. Personally, I like it. But it is a serious business if we are really to act on these fancies as if they were facts. If we are to put our shirt on the winged horse, and let the dragon carry off all the cottages and house property to dispose of as he chooses. It is worse still if the new magic is to go into partnership with our brutal bureaucratic and materialistic science and our servile and snobbish police system. It is worse if the wizard lance is to be used for black and not white magic, or the hero's sword is drawn to serve the dragon and not slay him. For the whole trick of the thing is in the word instrument, that is, in the typically modern appeal, first to our reverence for science, and second to our ignorance of science. When modern people hear of instruments, they vaguely think of something like instruments of surgery. They forget all about instruments of torture. Just as the magician's wand had to turn into a lance in feudal times, it has to turn into an instrument in our own times. They forget that the magician's wand sometimes turned men to stone, or turned them to swine. Mythical and material things might alike warn them of their danger. They might read the peril of abuse alike in all that science really does, and all that magic was supposed to do. Magic produced poisonous dragons, and science produced poisoned gases. And still they believe that all is gas and gaiters. The optimists can still believe in nothing but their own laughing gas. But this is because, like other people under laughing gas, their minds have become a sort of blank. For spirits going into such a swoon, nothing remains but the last thing that they have seen. Souls falling into such a sleep go on dreaming about the last thing that they remember. So in the Dark Ages, men went on dreaming of Virgil and the romance of Rome, though in their dream the figure of the poet turned to the figure of a wizard. And just as the same word, grammar, came by all sorts of complications and confusions to mean grammar and magic and the Latin language, so in our own time the word science has come to have exactly the same meaningless mystery and power. As it increases in confusion, it increases in control. Science may mean anything, even the denial of science, as can be seen in the title of Christian Science. But though a modern fad can do without the elements of a science, it cannot do without the terminology, nor, above all, without the title. The thing must be an instrument and not a tool, still less a weapon like the wizard lance. As our fathers in the forest could believe most easily in a sacred spear, we can believe most easily in a sacred barometer. But even for them, grammar had its grammatical convulsions. Their charms and incantations also were full of long, unintelligible words. Abracadabra is quite as intelligent as anthropology. The interesting point is that when the new superstitions spread, they will have the savor of decaying Darwinism, as those of the 7th century had the savor of decaying Virgilism. But the thing which adds to all these truths a cold touch of fear is the almost creepy and uncanny innocence with which sincere men like Dr. Powell talk of trusting to such omens in matters of life and death, and turning the ghost into the tribal avenger of blood. That brings the question of the spiritual organ of spiritual messages to a sharp and deadly issue. And I, for one, before I use spirits as bloodhounds, wish to know that they are not hellhounds. End of section 1.
Section 2 of G.K. Chesterton's Newspaper Columns, The New Witness, 1921. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Matthew Ferris from Santa Maria, California. G.K. Chesterton's Newspaper Columns, The New Witness, 1921, by G.K. Chesterton, Section 2. At the Sign of the World's End, The Beard of the Bolshevist, by G.K. Chesterton. Perhaps the deepest and wisest word of social criticism uttered in the 19th century was uttered by Artemus Ward. It ran something like this: "It ain't so much people's ignorance that does the harm, it's their knowing so many things that ain't so." This can obviously be applied to 1,000 things in science, politics, journalism, or theology. But the application of it to Bolshevism is the first result of reading again, in book form, Mr. H.G. Wells's pointed and picturesque sketches from Russia. Ever since the culture of Christendom was broken up, we have suffered from a succession of intellectual bullies. They all of them knew for certain, and they all of them knew wrong. From the Calvinist to the Bolshevist, through the utilitarian and the Fabian, they were all marked by the double feature that they put things to people with an air of ruthless science akin to brute force, that they were all in theory final and in all fact fugitive. But it is when we apply this to Bolshevism that the fine detachment of Mr. Wells's mind can best be felt. The Marxian may have many fine qualities, but he is the latest of these intellectual bullies. But Mr. Wells is not bullied by Bolshevism, not even bullied into being against it. I fancy this fine shade has been lost by those who think he lets Bolshevists off too lightly. There is a great deal of contempt in his clemency, more contempt than there really was in the humanitarian horror of Mrs. Snowdon, or the icy disappointment of Mr. Bertrand Russell. He is more full of the wisdom of Artemus Ward. Indeed, Wells among the Bolshevists remind me of Ward among the Shakers. I quote again from memory. You err honest, you err sincere, for all this I give you credit. But Mr. Wells is among the Shakers. But it is not he who is shaken, and any humorist, American or other, might be proud of the delightful passage about Karl Marx and his monotonous beard. This is the true implication of his concession to the Bolshevists of sincerity and a single eye. I suppose Polyphemus may be said to have had a single eye, but he was a one-eyed ogre, and the other is a one-eyed monomaniac. And this false simplicity is the very opposite of the full simplicity of the peasant. The greatest of all Mr. Wells' concessions is the one which he is possibly not conscious. He admits that the peasant is practically untouched by the change. Now the peasant mind has its faults, but it is simple in the real sense. Real simplicity accepts complexity. A child is glad that there are a great many strange animals in the world. A peasant marries, but he does not say everything is sex. Like a psychoanalyst. He saves money, but he does not say everything is economic, like a Marxian. Mr. Wells does not deal with this universal simplicity in the peasant, which explains his hold on the earth, but he does make vivid the narrow simplicity of the Marxian, and it is perhaps the strongest point in his book. Occasionally, I think Mr. Wells weakens his criticism with an old nominalistic notion of his, that the denial of generalization, or in other words, not seeing the wood for the hollow trees, to vary the metaphor, it is doubtless well to undeceive an old lady who has only seen the sea at Brighton, and imagines that a hard, high-embanked parade with lamp-posts and bandstands runs all around Great Britain in one continuous sea-wall. It is well to color and excite the mind of the old lady with visions of quicksands of archipelagos, or semi-sunken rocks of sad salt fens, or hills of silver sand and sea holly, or every other variety of British foreshore calculated to enrich and enlarge her aged mind. But it would be better for her to believe that the whole coast was like Brighton parade, than to lose her sense that the sea in bulk is something quite different from the land. She would but suffer from her enlightenment if she were found next day walking over the edge of Brighton cliff, and happily trusting herself in a rapture of relativity to the waste of waters below, or even devoting her aged activities to the attempt to swim or to sail boats on land. The relativist always narrows his mind by looking at the narrow seashore, and forgetting the overwhelming proportion of pure salt water, the breadth and supremacy of the sea. In short, oddly enough, the one thing the relativist always misses is relativity. He is so much caught with the fancy that the bearded woman is a link between woman and man that he tends to forget how very few bearded women there are to link our lives together. Twice I felt a touch of this old heresy in the new volume, and yet in each case it is in connection with something about which Mr. Wells is entirely and even admirably right. Curiously enough, both connect themselves with the beautiful passage about Karl Marx, the majestic boor with the majestic beard. Nothing could be sounder than Mr. Wells's satire against the mechanical Marxian classifications of bourgeois and proletarian, and as if a bourgeois were nothing else except a bourgeois and employed and exploited in his dreams, or as if a proletarian was nothing else but a proletarian, and could not be a paterfamilias or a patriot. But even here I feel the shadow of the disproportionate relativity. I feel that Mr. Wells's readers, if not Mr. Wells himself, might read into this too irresponsible a denial of the reality of our economic divisions. Capitalism does exist, and the proletariat does exist, as the sea does exist, and the land does exist. No wet sand or wavering title marks, no complexities in particular economic relations alter the fact that we are cursed with capitalism, and therefore with proletarianism. Where the Marxian is wrong is that he proves these things exist by proving that nothing else exists, whereas we prove these things exist by pointing to other places where they do not exist, and giving them a geographical outline and a historical origin. It is worthy of remark in passing that Mr. Wells tells us that the Bolshevists are in one respect a little bewildered at their own success in Russia, for according to the Marxian program they ought not to have had their first success in an agricultural country like Russia, but in an industrial country like America. This seems to me very interesting and suggests something about the psychology of industrialism, which some will find reassuring and some depressing. Anyhow, it is true to say that in spite of all we hear about the industrial unrest, there has never been yet such a thing as industrial revolution. There have been hundreds and hundreds of agricultural revolutions ever since the beginning of the world. The only other place where I feel this touch of an unreal relativity concerns the Jewish element in Bolshevism. Mr. Wells admits the returned exiles from Russia worked the revolt, and it was so far Jewish, as he put it, because most of the Russian exiles are Jews, or, as I should put it, because there are next to no real Russian exiles. But he hastens to add that there are some who are not Jews, that Lenin is not a Jew. Indeed, I always thought he had, like Tolstoy, all the marks of a mad Russian gentleman. But to talk like this is again to lose the common sense of things in bulk, and of the size of the sea and land. It is not necessary to have every man a Jew to make things a Jewish movement. It is at least clear that there are quite enough Jews to prevent it from being a Russian movement. But the best test is to take a type in a less ambiguous position. Suppose he found as many Japs as he found Jews. Would he have not felt that the Japanese influence was rather unduly extended? Suppose he came on exactly the same number of young Turks working for Sinn Fein in the town of Cork. Would he not be rather surprised? Suppose every German exile in America was invariably found on closer examination to be a Chinaman, and all these hordes of yellow men returned to Germany to wreck the German government. Would it be less a Chinese movement because some German faddists might be converted to the philosophy of Confucius? And indeed the question brings us back, with a sigh of satisfaction, to that big bushy beard of Karl Marx. Who is a Confucius of the Russian yellow peril? Mr. Wells complains very justly that the book of Marx is proclaimed everywhere as a Bible, when it is neither more nor less a bore. Not only is it a piece of thin and third-rate philosophy, but there have been numbers of far finer books explaining the same philosophy. The French socialists were in the field before him and made it much more of a battlefield. If Mr. Wells wants to know why Marx has been allowed to parade his beard and his books all over the world, it is as if he had invented socialism. The very simple explanation is that in the very half-conscious conspiracy which he hesitates or refuses to credit, it is simply because Marx was a Jew, and the Jews are in every nation, to advertise him as an international prophet. In short, the ubiquity of the Jews and their temptation to unrest is a big, broad fact like the books or beard, and is no more affected by the fact that Lenin has a Kalmuck face than the bulk of Das Kapital would be affected if Mr. Wells lovingly made a sale out of the title page, or than the bulk of the prophetic beard would be abolished merely because Mr. Wells took away and tenderly treasured a lock of the hair. End of Section 2. Recording by Matthew Ferris from Santa Maria, California. Section 3 of G.K. Chesterton's Newspaper Columns, The New Witness. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Matthew Ferris from Santa Maria, California. G.K. Chesterton's Newspaper Columns, The New Witness, 1921, by G.K. Chesterton, Section 3. At the Sign of the World's End, Street Cries in Arcady, by G.K. Chesterton. I was recently walking in front of a row of rich, respectable houses, rather like tall tombs. There was a sort of park railings in front of them, and on the railings was a little notice which tempted the wrath of God by saying that hawkers and street criers were forbidden. It certainly stimulated the wrath of men, or at any rate of one man. It is when I see such things in such streets, much more than when I see the slums, that I feel we are ready for the revolution. Perhaps after all some of the people living in that street will live to see a revolution. They will live to hear some street cries then. The more innocent and beautiful sort of street cries, which these snobs were so anxious to shut their ears, are perhaps the last faint echoes of merry England. Nothing could be more civilized in the highest sense than introducing a touch of rhythm and melody into the advertisement of common wares. The old musical advertisement was much more truly worthy of a cultured people than the coarser appeal of the new pictorial advertisement. Our fathers, like poets, bought and sold by means of songs, and we, like savages, are reduced to signaling to each other by picture writing. The street cries that survive have doubtless degenerated like the streets. We can form from such fragments only a very faint idea of the ancient custom and culture from which they come. But we know by independent historical evidence that they come from a remote period when a popular culture was rather specially a vocal and melodic culture. For in medieval opinion witnesses to the fact that Merry England was especially musical England. If even the modern rich were really merry, the solicitors and stockbrokers living in that street would certainly have their own street cries. I like to think of a banker publicly recommending his bank in a sort of ballad, and that every merchant wandering about is a minstrel. The lawyer should have a lyrical cry about law like the one about lavender, and a sort of ululation from the doctor announce his medicine as if it were milk. The Bolshevists are said to have forced people like bankers to sell bootlaces, but I am a very moderate Bolshevist, and I should be content with forcing them to sing about bootlaces, or even about banks. Yet even in this fancy we can see the fallacy, for such a song would be futile if it were forced. The little bankers who can sing and won't sing may be made to sing, but their song will hardly be of a hearty and rousing sort, and this train of idle reflection naturally led my mind back to the people who still occasionally sing, and even dance, such as the peasants in some of the southern countries. We have been accused of idealizing such peasants, but indeed there is a curious paradox in the current version of the ideal and the reality. The real prejudice against peasants is very like the real prejudice against street cries. It is an irritation at once against the ritual and the rude self-expression of poor people. The vivacity of the southern village is faintly annoying, because the village consists of street in which no mere motive could forbid street cries. Just as it is the coercionist and not the nationalist who believes in the stage Irishman, so it is the capitalist or collectivist and not the distributionist who believes in a stage peasant. It is exactly the materialists who profess to find our ideal an impossibility, whose picture of the material facts is itself impossible. They represent us as romantically praising the peasant for being a happy Arcadian, but they themselves have actually blamed him for being a happy Arcadian. I do not mean merely that they have blamed him for being Arcadian, they have actually blamed him for being happy. They describe us as describing him as if he were Tityrus, perpetually lying idle under the shadow of a beech tree, with scarcely the energy to pipe to a few dancing lambs. But as a fact they themselves have only described him as lying idle under the beech tree, but they have actually reviled him for his idleness. Up to a little time ago, at least all our commercial culture referred, for instance, to the southern peasant, the idle southern peasant. Now the mere phrase, the idle peasant, is very near a contradiction in terms. It is as if we had habitually used the phrase, the motionless acrobat. It is as if every other newspaper writer had habitually mentioned the deaf and dumb elocutionist. It is as if all our current conversation were full of blind sightseers, earless eavesdroppers, and legless dancers. A peasant means a man who manages to make his own field pay by his own labor, often an exceedingly difficult thing for any man to do, and a perfect impossible thing for a persistently lazy man to do. There are infinite complexities of human immorality, and they doubtless include the most extreme complexities of human inconsistency. But it is almost as easy for a miser to be a drunkard, or for a pirate to be a poltroon, as for a true peasant to be a true idler. Yet we all know that the Victorian literature and journalism were full of these fancy pictures of the smiling and sunburnt rascal of Italy, or Gascony lounging his life away between the sun and the shadow of his vine. How he came to have any vine, or how the vine came to grow on his particular plot of land, the Victorians did not inquire. The Victorians had never experimented in growing vines. In their rugged, strenuous northern fashion, they confined themselves to drinking wines. They drank their port after dinner and discussed the indolence of the Portuguese. With mighty muscular efforts, the Victorian Vikings poured out the juice of the vine and drank it, laughing at the loitering and impotent dreamers who had done nothing but dig it, grow it, train it, tread it, ferment it, store it, and stack it in carts. I have a great deal of respect and sympathy for these Victorian visions. I am only pointing out that it was they who were the visionaries. It is we who are the realists. Peasant work and peasant wealth are two great realities. There are all sorts of things connected with them that people may not like. There are all sorts of things that I should not like. But the realities are there whether we like them or not. It is not we who imagine an Arcadia and then call it Utopia. It is they who first imagine the Arcadia and then actually abuse it for being as happy as in Utopia. They insist that there is no real peasant except the ideal peasant, and then abuse him for being ideal. Now behind this mistake, as behind many mistakes, there is another idea that is not entirely mistaken. These Victorian critics did not really condemn the Arcadian shepherds, because there are no Arcadian shepherds to condemn. They were not really disgusted with the idleness of the southern peasants, because the southern peasants are not idle, but they were disgusted with something, and something which produced on their minds something like a sincere impression of idleness. There was something with which their capitalist conception of society was really unfamiliar, and towards which it was really unfavorable. It was part of that conception of life to have a certain contempt for foreign conceptions of life, which prevented anything like a patient study of them. They wished to express their vague impression in a short phrase, and the shorthand of it was laziness. It stood to them for something which they honestly felt to be horrible, misshapen, unnatural, and almost obscene. It was not laziness. It was not even leisure. It was liberty. What really puzzled them was not that the peasant never worked, but that he worked as they were accustomed to, seeing the poet work or the politician work. It was not that he never worked, but rather in a sense that he never stopped working. It was in truth the terrible fact that he was never out of work. He had not to be harassed perpetually in order to get work, as if it were a fugitive wild beast to be hunted on the mountains, or to keep work, like a ferocious wild beast to be kept and fed in a cage. Work was a tame creature, and would come, when it was whistled for, at any time of the day or night, and sometimes there seemed to be more whistling than working. Work was a domesticated animal, and, like all domesticated things, was sometimes a nuisance. The man would often gratify the impulse to leave off working and go back to whistling, or possibly to singing. It is that sudden burst of song that really horrifies the critics from the commercial towns. It is that horrid human noise that can be swept from the streets but can never be swept from the small fields. A man may stop working to sing, or he may sing while he is working, or his song may even grow more loud when his work is more lively, but the very fact of having in his head another rhythm besides the rhythm of the wheel of work will inevitably involve changes and variations of pace, pauses, exaggerations, and special effects. On one day his labor may be like an epic, on another he will attend to a few trifles, like a few triolets. The 8-hour day of the socialists and the 12-hour day of the capitalists will be equally meaningless to him. No plutocrat can make him work, and no bureaucrat can prevent him from working. Thus we find among peasants something which we never find among proletarians. Though the peasants may be more thrifty and the proletarians more pleasure-loving, we find positive and creative crafts and imaginative institutions of their own invention, not borrowed from anybody. Of that sort of popular culture, the street cries are but stray echoes, not now, perhaps, so much worth listening to in themselves. The great houses are shut against them, and by this time the great houses may not lose very much. But I have a feeling their doors and windows would remain sealed if a blind beggar came singing down the road, telling in tremendous words of the slaughter by Scamander, or the tomb of Hector the horse-tamer. End of Section 3. Recording by Matthew Ferris, from Santa Maria, California.
Section 4 of G.K. Chesterton's Newspaper Columns, The New Witness, 1921. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sophia Moonlight. G.K. Chesterton's Newspaper Columns, The New Witness, 1921, by G.K. Chesterton. Section 4. At the Sign of the World's End, The Statue and the Irishman. This article is the first of a series in which Mr. G.K. Chesterton will write on his first impressions of America. It is often asked what should be the first thing that a man sees when he lands in a foreign country, but I think it should be the vision of his own country. At least, when I came into New York Harbor, a sort of gray and green cloud came between me and the towers with multitudinous windows, white in the winter sunlight, and I saw an old brown house standing back among the beech trees at home, the house of only one of many friends and neighbors, but one somehow so sunken in the very heart of England as to be unconscious of her imperial or international position, and out of the sound of her perilous seas. But what made most clear the vision that revisited me was something else. Before we touched land, the men of my own guild, the journalists and reporters, had already boarded the ship like pirates, and one of them spoke to me in an accent that I knew, and thanked me for all I had done for Ireland. And it was at that moment that I knew most vividly that what I wanted was to do something for England. Then, as it chanced, I looked across at the Statue of Liberty, and saw that the great bronze was gleaming green in the morning light. I had made all the obvious jokes about the Statue of Liberty. I found it had a soothing effect on earnest prohibitionists on the boat to urge, as a point of dignity and delicacy, that it ought to be given back to the French, a vicious race abandoned to the culture of the vine. I proposed that the last liquors on board should be poured out in a pagan libation before it. And then I suddenly remembered that this liberty was still in some sense enlightening the world, or one part of the world, was a lamp for one sort of wanderer, a star for one sort of seafarer. To one persecuted people, at least this land had really been an asylum, even if recent legislation had made them think it a lunatic asylum. They had made it so much their home that the very color of the country seemed to change with the infusion, as the bronze of the great statue took on the semblance of the wearing of the green. It is a commonplace that the Englishman had been stupid in his relations with the Irish, but he had been far more stupid in his relations with the Americans on the subject of the Irish. His propaganda had been worse than his practice, and his defense more ill-considered than the most indefensible things that it was intended to defend. There is in it this matter a curious tangle of cross-purposes, which only a parallel example can make at all clear. I will take an imaginary instance from another controversy, in order to show how the apology can be worse than the actions. The best we can say for ourselves is worse than the worst we can do. There was a time when English poets and other publicists could always be inspired with instantaneous indignation about the persecuted Jews in Russia. We have heard less about them since we heard more about the persecuted Jews in Russia. I fear there are a great many middle-class Englishmen already who wish that Trotsky had been persecuted a little more. But even in those days, Englishmen divided their minds in a curious fashion, and unconsciously distinguished between the Jews whom they had never seen in Warsaw and the Jews whom they had already seen in Whitechapel. It seemed to be assumed that, by a curious coincidence, Russia possessed not only the very worst anti-Semites, but the very best Semites. A moneylender in London might be like Judas Iscariot, but a moneylender in Moscow must be like Judas Maccabeus. Nevertheless, there remained in our common sense an unconscious but fundamental comprehension of the unity of Israel, a sense that some things could be said and some things could not be said about the Jews as a whole. Suppose that even in those days, to say nothing of these, an English protest against Russian anti-Semites had been answered by the Russian anti-Semites, and suppose the answer had been somewhat as follows. It is all very well for foreigners to complain of our denying civil rights to our Jewish subjects, but we know the Jews better than they do. They are a barbarous people, entirely primitive, and very like the simple savages who cannot count beyond 5 on their fingers. It is quite impossible to make them understand ordinary numbers, to say nothing of simple economics. They do not realize the meaning or the value of money. No Jew anywhere in the world can get into his stupid head the notion of a bargain, or of exchanging one thing for another. Their hopeless incapacity for commerce or finance would retard the progress of our people, would prevent the spread of any sort of economic education, would keep the whole country on a level lower than that of the most prehistoric methods of barter. What Russia needs most is a mercantile middle class, and it is unjust to ask us to stop at small beginnings in thousands of these rude tribesmen who cannot do a sum of simple addition, or understand the symbolic character of a threepenny bit. We might as well be asked to give civic rights to cows and pigs as to this unhappy, half-witted race who can no more count than the beasts of the field. In every intellectual exercise, they are hopelessly incompetent. No Jew can play chess. No Jew can learn languages. No Jew has ever appeared in the smallest part in any theatrical performance. No Jew can give or take any pleasure connected with any musical instrument. These people are our subjects, and we understand them. We accept full responsibility for treating such troglodytes on our own terms. It would not be entirely convincing. It would sound a little far-fetched and unreal, but it would sound exactly like our utterance about the Irish, as they sound to all Americans, and rather especially to anti-Irish Americans. That is exactly the impression we produce on the people of the United States when we say, as we do say in substance, something like this: we mean no harm to the poor dear Irish, so dreamy, so irresponsible, so incapable of order or organization. If we were to withdraw from their country, they would only fight among themselves. They have no notion of how to rule themselves. There is something charming about their unpracticability, about their very incapacity of the coarse business of politics. But for their own sakes, it is impossible to leave these emotional visionaries to ruin themselves in the attempt to rule themselves. They are like children. They are our own children, and we understand them. We accept full responsibility for acting as their parents and guardians. Now the point is not only that this view of the Irish is false, but that it is the particular view that the Americans know to be false. We are saying that the Irish could not organize. The Americans are complaining, often very bitterly, of the power of Irish organization. While we say that the Irishman could not rule himself, the Americans are saying, more or less humorously, that the Irishman rules them. A highly intelligent Englishman said to me in Boston, "We have solved the Irish problem here. We have an entirely independent Irish government." While we are complaining in an almost passionate manner of the impotence of mere cliques of idealists and dreamers, they are complaining, often in a very indignant manner, of the power of the great gang of bosses and bullies. There are a great many Americans who pity the Irish, very naturally and very rightly, for the historic martyrdom which their patriotism has endured. But there are a great many Americans who do not pity the Irish in the least. They would be much more likely to pity the English. Only this particular way of talking tends rather to make them despise the English. Thus, both the friends of Ireland and the foes of Ireland tend to be the foes of England. We make one set of enemies by our action, and another by our apology. It is a thing that can from time to time be found in history, a misunderstanding that really has a moral. The English excuse would carry much more weight if it had more sincerity and more humility. There are a considerable number of people in the United States who could sympathize with us if we would say frankly that we feared the Irish. Those who thus despise our pity might possibly even respect our fear. The argument I have used in these columns comes back with prodigious and redoubled force, after hearing anything of American opinion. The argument that the only reasonable or reputable excuse for the English is the excuse of a patriotic sense of peril, and that the Unionist, if he must be a Unionist, should use that and no other. When the Unionists have said that he dare not let loose against himself a captive he has so cruelly wronged? He has said all that he has to say, all that he has ever had to say, all that he will ever have to say. He is like a man who has sent a virile and rather vindictive rival unjustly to penal servitude, and who connives at the continuance of the sentence, not because he himself is particularly vindictive, but because he is afraid of what the convict will do when he comes out of prison. This is not exactly a moral strength, but it is a very human weakness, and that is the most that can be said of it. All other talk of Celtic frenzy or Catholic superstition is cant invented to deceive himself or to deceive the world. But the vital point to realize that it is cant that cannot possibly deceive the American world. In the matter of the Irishman and American is not to be deceived. It is not merely true to say that he knows better. It is equally true to say that he knows worse. He knows vices and evils in the Irishman that are entirely hidden in the hazy vision of the Englishman. He knows our unreal slander are inconsistent even with the real sins. To us, Ireland is a shadowy isle of sunset, like Atlantis, about which we can make up legends. To him it is a positive ward or parish in the heart of his huge cities, like Whitechapel, but which even we cannot make legends, but only lies. And as I have said, there are some lies we do not tell, even about Whitechapel. We do not say it is inhabited by Jews too stupid to count or know the value of a coin. The first thing for any honest Englishman to send across the sea is this, that the English have not the shadow of a notion of what they are up against in America. They have never even heard of the batteries of almost brutal energy, of which I have thus touched a live wire even before I landed. People talk about the hypocrisy of England in dealing with a small nationality. What strikes me is the stupidity of England in supposing that she is dealing with a small nationality, when she is really dealing with a very large nationality. She is dealing with a nationality that often threatens, even numerically, to dominate all the other nationalities of the United States. The Irish are not decaying. They are not unpractical. They are scarcely even scattered. They are not even poor. They are the most powerful and practical world domination with whom we can decide to be friends or foes. And that is why I thought first of that still and solid brown house in Buckinghamshire, standing back in the shadow of the trees. End of section 4.
Section 5 of G.K. Chesterton's Newspaper Columns, The New Witness, 1921. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Matthew Ferris, from Santa Maria, California. G.K. Chesterton's Newspaper Columns, The New Witness, 1921, by G.K. Chesterton. Section 5. At the Sign of the World's End, A Defense of Interviewers, by G.K. Chesterton. Among my impressions of America, I have deliberately put first the figure of the Irish-American interviewer, standing on the shore more symbolic than the Statue of Liberty. The Irish interviewer's importance for the English lay in the fact of his being an Irishman. But there was also considerable interest in the circumstance of his being an interviewer, and as certain wild birds sometimes wing their way far out to sea and are the first signal to the shore, so the first Americans the traveler meets are often American interviewers. And they are generally birds of a feather, and they certainly flock together. In this respect there is a slight difference in the etiquette of the craft in the two countries which I was delighted to discuss with my fellow craftsmen. If I could at this moment fly back to Fleet Street, I wish I could. I am happy to reflect that nobody in the world would in the least wish to interview me. I should attract no more attention than the stone griffin opposite the law courts, both monsters being grotesque but also familiar, But supposing, for the sake of argument, that anybody did want to interview me, it is fairly certain that the fact of one paper publishing such an interview would rather prevent the other papers from doing so. The repetition of the same views of the same individual in two places would be considered rather bad journalism. It would have an air of stolen thunder, not to say stage thunder. But in America, the fact of my landing and lecturing was evidently regarded in the same light as a murder or a great fire or any other terrible but incurable catastrophe. A matter of interest to all pressmen concerned with practical events, one of the first questions I was asked was how I should be disposed to explain the wave of crime in New York. Naturally, I replied that it might possibly be due to the number of English lecturers who had recently landed. In the mood of the moment it seemed possible that, if they had all been interviewed, regrettable incidents might possibly have taken place. But this was not only the mood of the moment, and even as a mood did not last more than a moment. And since it has reference to a rather common and a rather unjust conception of American journalism, I think it well to take it first as a fallacy to be refuted, though the refutation may require a rather longer approach. I have generally found that the traveler fails to understand a foreign country, though treating it as a tendency and not as a balance. But if a thing were always tending in one direction, it would soon tend to destruction. Everything that merely progresses finally perishes. Every nation, like every family, exists upon a compromise, and commonly a rather eccentric compromise, using the word eccentric in the sense of something that is somehow at once crazy and healthy. Now the foreigner commonly sees some feature that he thinks fantastic without seeing the feature that balances it. The ordinary examples are obvious enough. An Englishman dining inside a hotel on the boulevards thinks that the French eccentric in refusing to open a window, but he does not think the English eccentric in refusing to carry their chairs and tables out onto the pavement in Ludgate Circus. An Englishman will go poking about in little Swiss or Italian villages, in wild mountains or in remote islands, demanding tea, and never reflects that he is like a Chinaman who should enter all the wayside public houses in Kent and Sussex and demand opium. But the point is not merely that he demands what he cannot expect to enjoy, it is that he ignores even what he does enjoy. He does not realize the sublime and starry paradox of the phrase vin ordinaire, which to him should be a glorious jest, like the phrase common gold or daily diamonds. These are the simple and self-evident cases, but there are many more subtle cases of the same thing, of the tendency to see that the nation fills up its own gap with its own substitute, or corrects its own extravagance with its own precaution. The national antidote generally grows wild in the woods side by side with the national poison. If it did not, all the natives would be dead, for it is so, as I have said, that nations necessarily die of the undiluted poison called progress. It is so in this much abused and over-abused example of the American journalist. The American interviewers really have exceedingly good manners for the purpose of their trade. Granted that it is necessary to pursue their trade, and even what is called by their hustling method can truly be said to cut both ways, or hustle both ways, for if they hustle in, they also hustle out. It may not at first sight seem the very warmest compliment to a gentleman to congratulate him on the fact that he soon goes away, but it really is a tribute to his perfection in a very delicate social art, and I am quite serious when I say that in this respect the interviewers are artists. It might be more difficult for an Englishman to come to the point, particularly the sort of point which American journalists are supposed, with some exaggeration, to aim at. It might be more difficult for an Englishman to ask a total stranger on the spur of the moment for the exact inscription on his mother's grave. But I really think that if an Englishman once got so far as that, he would go very much further, and certainly go on very much longer. The Englishman would approach the churchyard by a rather more wandering woodland path, but once he had got to the grave, I think he would have much more disposition, so to speak, to sit down on it. Our own national temperament would find it decidedly more difficult to disconnect when connections had really been established. Possibly that is the reason why our national temperament does not establish them. I suspect that the real reason that an Englishman does not talk is that he cannot leave off talking. I suspect that my solitary countrymen, hiding in separate railway compartments, are not so much retiring as a race of Trappists as escaping from a race of talkers. However this may be, there is obviously something of practical advantage in the ease with which the American butterfly flits from flower to flower. He may in a sense force his acquaintance on us, but he does not force himself on us. Even when to our prejudices he seems to insist on knowing us, at least he does not insist on our knowing him. It may be, to some sensibilities, a bad thing that a total stranger should talk as if he were a friend, but it might possibly be worse if he insisted on being a friend before he would talk like one. And I am here, for sake of argument, taking American journalism at its worst, and showing that it might well be worse. To a great deal of the interviewing, indeed, much of the greater part of it, even this criticism does not apply. There is nothing which even an Englishman of extreme sensibility could regard as particularly private. The questions involved are generally entirely public, and treated with not a little public spirit. But my only reason for saying here what can be said even for the worst exceptions is to point out this general and neglected principle, that the very thing that we complain of in a foreigner generally carries with it its own foreign cure. American interviewing is generally very reasonable, and it is always very rapid, and even those whom talking to an intelligent fellow creature is as horrible as having a tooth out may still admit that American interviewing has many of the qualities of American dentistry. Another effect that has given rise to this fallacy, this exaggeration of the vulgarity and curiosity of the press, is the distinction between the articles and the headlines, or rather the tendency to ignore that distinction. The few really untrue and unscrupulous things I have seen in American stories have always been in the headlines, and the headlines are written by somebody else. Some solitary and savage cynic locked up in the office, hating all mankind and raging and revenging himself at random, while the neat, polite, and rational pressman can safely be let loose to wander about the town. For instance, I talked to two decidedly thoughtful fellow journalists immediately on my arrival at a town in which there had been some labor troubles. I told them my general view of labor in the very largest and perhaps the vaguest historical outline, pointing out that the one great truth to be taught to the middle classes was that capitalism was itself a crisis, and a passing crisis, that it was not so much that it was breaking down as that it had never really stood up. Slaveries could last, and peasantries could last, but wage-earning communities could hardly even live, and were already dying. All this moral and even metaphysical generalization are most fairly and most faithfully reproduced by the interviewer, who had actually heard it and casually and idly spoken. But on the top of this column of political philosophy was the extraordinary announcement in enormous letters, "Chesterton takes sides in trolley strike." This was inaccurate. When I spoke, I not only did not know that there was any trolley strike, but I did not know what a trolley strike was. I should have had an indistinct idea that a large number of citizens earned their living by carrying things about in wheelbarrows, and that they had desisted from their beneficent activities. Anyone who did not happen to be a journalist or know a little about journalism, American and English, would have supposed that the same man who wrote the article had suddenly gone mad and written the title, but I know that we have here to deal with two different types of journalists, and the man who writes the headlines I will not dare to describe, for I have not seen him except in dreams. End of section 5.
Section 6 of G.K. Chesterton's Newspaper Columns, The New Witness, 1921. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. G.K. Chesterton's Newspaper Columns, The New Witness, 1921, by G.K. Chesterton. Section 6. A world of wood. The sharpest pleasure of a traveler is in finding the things which he did not expect, but which he might have expected to expect. I mean the things that are at once so strange and so obvious that they must have been noticed, yet somehow they have not been noted. Thus I had heard 1,000 things about Jerusalem before I ever saw it. I had heard rhapsodies and disparagements of every description. Modern rationalistic critics, with characteristic consistency, had blamed it for its accumulated rubbish and its modern restoration, for its antiquated superstition and its up-to-date vulgarity. But somehow the one impression that had never pierced through their description was the simple and single impression of a city on a hill, with walls coming to the very edge of slopes that were almost as steep as walls. The turreted city which crowns a cone-shaped hill in so many medieval landscapes. One would suppose that this was at once the plainest and most picturesque of all the facts. Yet somehow in my reading I had always lost it amid a mass of minor facts that were merely details. We know that a city that is set upon a hill cannot be hid, and yet it would seem that it is exactly the hill that is hid, though perhaps it is only hid from the wise and the understanding. I had a similar and simple impression when I discovered America. I cannot avoid the phrase, for it would really seem that each man discovers it for himself. Thus I had heard a great deal, before I saw them, about the tall and dominant buildings of New York. I agree that they have an instant effect on the imagination, which I think is increased by the situation in which they stand, and out of which they arose. They are all the more impressive because the building, while it is vertically so vast, is horizontally almost narrow. New York is an island, and has all the intensive romance of an island. It is a thing of almost infinite height, upon very finite foundations. It is almost like a lofty lighthouse upon a lonely rock. But this story of the skyscrapers, which I had often heard, would by itself give a curiously false impression of the freshest and most curious characteristic of American architecture. Told only in terms of these great towers of stone and brick in the big industrial cities, the story would tend too much to an impression of something cold and colossal, like the monuments of Asia. It would suggest a modern Babylon altogether too Babylonian. It would imply that a man of the New World was a sort of new pharaoh, who built not so much a pyramid as a pagoda of pyramids. It would suggest houses built by mammoths out of mountains, the cities reared by elephants in their own elephantine school of architecture. And New York does recall the most famous of all skyscrapers, the Tower of Babel. She recalls it none the less because there is no doubt about the confusion of tongues. But in truth, the very reverse is true of most of the buildings in America. I had no sooner passed out into the suburbs of New York on the way to Boston than I began to see something else quite contrary and far more curious. I saw forests upon forests of small houses stretching away to the horizon, as literal forests do, villages and towns and cities. And they were, in another sense, literally like forests. They were all made of wood. It was almost as fantastic to an English eye as if they had all been made of cardboard. I had long outlived the silly joke that referred to Americans as if they all lived in the backwoods. But in a sense, if they do not live in the woods, they are not yet out of the wood. I do not say this in any sense as a criticism. As it happens, I am particularly fond of wood. Of all the superstitions which our fathers took lightly enough to love, the most natural seems to me the notion it is lucky to touch wood. Some of them affect me the less as superstitions because I feel them as symbols. If humanity had really thought Friday unlucky, it would have talked about Bad Friday instead of Good Friday. And while I feel the thrill of 13 at a table, I am not so sure that it is the most miserable of all human fates to fill the places of the 12 apostles. But the idea that there was something cleansing or wholesome about the touching of wood seems to me one of those ideas which are truly popular because they are truly poetic. It is probable enough that the conception came originally from the healing of the wood of the cross, but that only clinches the divine coincidence. It is like that other divine coincidence that the victim was a carpenter, who might almost have made his own cross. Whether we take the mystical or the mythical explanation, there is obviously a very deep connection between the human working in wood and such plain and pathetic mysticism. It gives something like a touch of the holy childishness to the tale, as if that terrible engine could be a toy. In the same fashion, a child fancies that mysterious and sinister horse which was the downfall of Troy as something plain and staring, and perhaps spotted, like his own rocking horse in the nursery. It might be said symbolically that Americans have a taste for rocking horses, as they certainly have a taste for rocking chairs. A flippant critic might suggest that they select rocking chairs so that, even when they are sitting down, they need not be sitting still. Something of this restlessness in the race may really be involved in the matter. But I think the deeper significance of the rocking chair may still be found in the deeper symbolism of the rocking horse. I think there is behind all this fresh and facile use of wood a certain spirit that is childish in the good sense of the word, something that is innocent and easily pleased. It is not altogether untrue, still less is it unfriendly, to say that the landscape seems to be dotted with dolls' houses. It is the true tragedy of every fallen son of Adam that he has grown too big to live in a doll's house. These things seem somehow to escape the irony of time by not even challenging it. They are too temporary even to be merely temporal. These people are not building tombs. They are not, as in the fine image of Mrs. Meynell's poem, merely building ruins. It is not easy to imagine the ruins of a doll's house, and that is why a doll's house is an everlasting habitation. How far it promises a political permanence is a matter for further discussion. I am only describing the mood of discovery, in which all these cottages built of lath, like the palaces of a pantomime, really seemed coloured like the clouds of morning, which are both fugitive and eternal. There is also in all this an atmosphere that comes in another sense from the nursery. We hear much of Americans being educated on English literature, but I think few Americans realize how much English children have been educated on American literature. It is true, and it is inevitable, that they can only be educated on rather old-fashioned American literature. Mr. Bernard Shaw, in one of his plays, noted truly the limitations of the young American millionaire, and especially the staleness of his English culture. But there is necessarily a Emerson, then Ezra Pound. Whether this staleness is necessarily a disadvantage is, of course, a different question. But in any case, it is true that the old American books were often the books of our childhood, even in the literal sense of the books of our nursery. I know few men in England who have not left their boyhood to some extent, lost and entangled in the forests of Huckleberry Finn. I know few women in England, from the most revolutionary suffragette to the most carefully preserved early Victorian, who will not confess to having passed a happy childhood with the Little Women of Miss Alcott. Helen's Babies was the first and by far the best book in the modern scriptures of baby worship. And about all this old-fashioned American literature there was an undefinable savour that satisfied and even pleased our growing minds. Perhaps it was the smell of growing things, but I am far from certain that it was not simply the smell of wood. Now that all the memory comes back to me, it seems to come back heavy in 100 forms with the fragrance and the touch of timber. There was the perpetual reference to the wood pile, the perpetual background of the woods. There was something crude and clean about everything, something fresh and strange about those far-off houses, to which I could not then have put a name. Indeed, many things become clear in this wilderness of wood, which could only be expressed in symbol and even in fantasy. I will not go so far as to say that it shortened the transition from log cabin to White House, as if the White House were itself made of white wood, as Oliver Wendell Holmes said, that cuts like cheese, but lasts like iron for things like these. But I will say that the experience illuminates some other lines by Holmes himself. Little I ask, my wants are few, I only ask a hut of stone. I should not have realized in England that he was already asking for a good deal, even in asking for that. In the presence of this wooden world, the very combination of words seems almost a contradiction, like a hut of marble or a hovel of gold. It was therefore with an almost infantile pleasure that I looked at all this promising expansion of fresh-cut timber, and thought of the housing shortage at home. It was as if the logs were still living, and I might see a paling or a door grow larger before my eyes. I know not by what incongruous movement of the mind there swept across me at the same moment the thought of things ancestral and hoary with the light of ancient dawns. The last war brought back body armor. The next war may bring back bows and arrows. And I suddenly had a memory of old wooden houses in London, and a model of Shakespeare's town. End of section 6.
Section 7 of G.K. Chesterton's Newspaper Columns, The New Witness, 1921. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kristen Hand. G.K. Chesterton's Newspaper Columns, The New Witness, 1921, by G.K. Chesterton. At the sign of the world's end, a caution about coats and canes. It is a commonplace that men are all agreed in using symbols, and all differ about the meaning of the symbols. It is obvious that a Russian Republican might come to identify the eagle as a bird of empire, and therefore a bird of prey. But when he ultimately escaped to the land of the free, he might find the same bird on the American coinage figuring as a bird of freedom. Doubtless he might find many other things to surprise him in the land of the free, and many calculated to make him think that the bird, if not imperial, was at least rather imperious. But I am not discussing those exceptional details here. It is equally obvious that a Russian reactionary might cross the world with a vow of vengeance against the red flag. But that authoritarian might have some difficulties with the authorities if he shot a man for using the red flag on the railway between Williston and Clapham Junction. But of course, the difficulty about symbols is generally much more subtle than in these simple cases. I have remarked elsewhere that the first thing which a traveler should write about is the thing which he has not read about. It may be a small or secondary thing, but it is a thing that he has seen and not merely expected to see. I gave the example of the great multitude of wooden houses in America. We might say of wooden towns and wooden cities. But after he has seen such things, his next duty is to see the meaning of them, and here a great deal of complication and controversy is possible. The thing probably does not mean what he first supposes it to mean on the face of it, but even on the face of it, it might mean many different and even opposite things. For instance, a wooden house might suggest an almost savage solitude, a rude shanty put together by a pioneer in a forest. Or it might mean a very recent and rapid solution of the housing problem, conducted cheaply and therefore on a very large scale. A wooden house might suggest the very newest thing in America or one of the very oldest things in England. It might mean a grey ruin at Stratford or a white exhibition at Earl's Court. It is when we come to this interpretation of international symbols that we make most of the international mistakes. Without the smallest error of detail, I will promise to prove that Oriental women are independent because they wear trousers, or Oriental men subject because they wear skirts. Merely to apply it to this case, I will take the example of two very commonplace and trivial objects of the modern life, a walking stick and a fur coat. As it happened, I traveled about America with two sticks, like a Japanese nobleman with his two swords. I fear the simile is too stately. I bore more resemblance to a cripple with two crutches, or a highly ineffectual version of the devil on two sticks. I carried them both because I valued them both and did not wish to risk losing either of them in my erratic travels. One is a very plain grey stick from the woods of Buckinghamshire, but as I took it with me to Palestine, it partakes of the character of a pilgrim's staff. When I can say that I have taken the same stick to Jerusalem and to Chicago, I think the stick and I may both have a rest. The other, which I value even more, was given me by the Knights of Columbus at Yale, and I wish I could think that their chivalric title allowed me to regard it as a sword. Now, I do not know whether the Americans I meet, struck by the fastidious foppery of my dress and appearance, conclude that it is the custom of elegant English dandies to carry two walking sticks. But I do know that it is much less common among Americans than among Englishmen to carry even one. The point, however, is not merely that more sticks are carried by Englishmen than by Americans. It is that the sticks which are carried by Americans stand for something entirely different. In America, a stick is commonly called a cane, and it has about it something of the atmosphere which the poet described as the nice conduct of the clouded king. It would be an exaggeration to say that when the citizens of the United States see a man carrying a light stick, they deduce that if he does that, he does nothing else. But there is about it a faint flavor of luxury and lounging, and most of the energetic citizens of this energetic society avoid it by instinct. Now, in an Englishman like myself, carrying a stick may imply lounging, but it does not imply luxury, and I can say with some firmness that it does not imply dandyism. In a great many Englishmen it means the very opposite even of lounging. By one of those fantastic paradoxes which are the mystery of nationality, a walking stick often actually means walking. It frequently suggests the very reverse of the beau with his clouded cane. It does not suggest a town type, but rather specially a country type. It rather implies the kind of Englishman who tramps about in lanes and meadows and knocks the tops off thistles. It suggests the sort of man who has carried the stick through his native woods, and perhaps even cut it in his native woods. Now, there are plenty of these vigorous loungers, no doubt, in the rural parts of America, but the idea of a walking stick would not especially suggest them to Americans. It would not call up such figures like a fairy wand. It would be easy to trace back the difference to many English origins, possibly to aristocratic origins, to the idea of the old squire, a man vigorous and even rustic, but trained to hold a useless staff rather than a useful tool. It might be suggested that American citizens do at least so far love freedom as to like to have their hands free. It might be suggested, on the other hand, that they keep their hands for the handles of many machines, and that the hand on a handle is less free than the hand on a stick or even a tool. But these, again, are controversial questions, and I am only noting a fact. If an Englishman wished to imagine more or less exactly what the impression is, and how misleading it is, he could find something like a parallel in what he himself feels about a fur coat. When I first found myself among the crowds on the main floor of a New York hotel, my rather exaggerated impression of the luxury of the place was largely produced by the number of men in fur coats, and what we should consider rather ostentatious fur coats, with all the fur outside. Now, an Englishman has a number of atmosphero, but largely accidental associations in connection with a fur coat. I will not say that he thinks a man in a fur coat must be a wealthy and wicked man, but I do say that in his own ideal and perfect version, a wealthy and wicked man would wear a fur coat. Thus I had the sensation of standing in a surging mob of American millionaires, or even African millionaires, for the millionaires of Chicago must be like the Knights of the Round Table compared with the millionaires of Johannesburg. But as a matter of fact, the man in the fur coat was not even an American millionaire, but simply an American. It did not signify luxury, but rather necessity, and even a harsh and almost heroic necessity. Orson probably wore a fur coat, and he was brought up by bears, but not the bears of Wall Street. Eskimos are generally represented as a furry folk, but they are not necessarily engaged in delicate financial operations, even in the typical and appropriate occupation called freezing out. And if the American is not exactly an Arctic traveler rushing from pole to pole, At least he is often literally fleeing from ice to ice. He has to make a very extreme distinction between outdoor and indoor clothing. He has to live in an ice house outside and a hothouse inside, so hot that he may be said to construct an ice house inside that. He turns himself into an ice house and warms himself against the cold until he is warm enough to eat ices. But the point is that the same coat of fur which in England would indicate the sybarite life may here very well indicate the strenuous life, just as the same walking stick which would here suggest a lounger would in England suggest a plodder and almost a pilgrim. Now these two trifles are types which I should like to put, by way of proviso and apology, at the very beginning of any attempt at a record of any impression of a foreign society. They serve merely to illustrate the most important impression of all, the impression of how false all impressions may be. I suspect that most of the very false impressions have come from the careful record of very true facts. They have come from the fatal power of observing the facts without being able to observe the truth. They came from seeing the symbol with the most vivid clarity and being blind to all that it symbolizes. It is as if a man who knew no Greek should manage that he could read a Greek inscription because he took the Greek R for an English P or the Greek long E for an English H. I do not mention this merely as a criticism on other people's impressions of America, but as a criticism on my own. I wish it to be understood that I am well aware that all my views are subject to this sort of potential criticism, and that even when I am certain of the facts, I do not profess to be certain of the deductions. In an ensuing article, I hope to point out how a misunderstanding of this kind affects the common impression, not altogether unfounded, that the Americans talk about dollars. But for the moment I am merely anxious to avoid a similar misunderstanding when I talk about Americans. About the dogmas of democracy, about the right of a people to its own symbols, whether they be coins or customs, I am convinced, and no longer to be shaken. But about the meaning of those symbols, in silver or other substance, I am always open to correction. That error is the price we pay for the great glory of nationality, and in this sense I am quite ready, at the start, to warn my own readers against my own opinions. End of section 7.
Section 8 of G.K. Chesterton's Newspaper Columns, The New Witness, 1921. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. G.K. Chesterton's Newspaper Columns, The New Witness, 1921, by G.K. Chesterton. At the sign of the world's end, the march to Main Street. There was a time when the progress of the cities seemed to mock the decay of the country. It is more and more true, I think, today, that it is rather the decay of the cities that seem to poison the progress and promise of the countryside. The cinema boasts of being a substitute for the tavern, but I think it a very bad substitute. I think so quite apart from the question about fermented liquor. Nobody enjoys cinema more than I, but to enjoy them a man has only to look and not even to listen, and in a tavern he has to talk. Occasionally, I admit, he has to fight, but he need never move with the movies. Thus in the real village inn are the real village politics, while in the other are only the remote and unreal metropolitan politics. And those central city politics are not only cosmopolitan politics, but corrupt politics. They corrupt everything that they reach, and this is the real point about many perplexing questions. For instance, so far as I am concerned, it is the whole point about feminism and the factory. It is very largely the point about feminism and many other callings apparently more cultured than the factory, such as the law court and the political platform. When I see women so wildly anxious to tie themselves to all this machinery of the modern city, my first feeling is not indignation, but that dark and ominous sort of pity with which we should see a crowd rushing to embark in a leaking ship under a lowering storm. When I see wives and mothers going in for business government, I not only regard it as a bad business, but as a bankrupt business. It seems to me very much as if the peasant women, just before the French Revolution, had insisted on being made duchesses, or, as is quite as logical and likely, on being made dukes. It is as if those ragged women, instead of crying out for bread, had cried out for powder and patches. By the time they were wearing them, they would be the only people wearing them, for powder and patches soon went out of fashion. But bread does not go out of fashion. In the same way, if women desert the family for the factory, they may find they have only done it for a deserted factory. It would have been very unwise of the lower orders to claim all the privileges of the higher orders in the last days of the French monarchy. It would have been very laborious to learn the science of heraldry or the tables of precedence when all such things were at once most complicated and most moribund. It would be tiresome to be taught all those tricks just when the whole bag of tricks was coming to an end. A French satirist might have written a fine epilogue about Jacques Bonhomme coming up to Paris in his wooden shoes and demanding to be made gold stick in waiting in the name of liberty, equality, and fraternity. But I fear the stick in waiting would be waiting still. One of the first topics on which I heard conversation turning in America was that of a very interesting book called Main Street, which involves many of these questions of the modern industrial and the eternal feminine. It is simply the story, or perhaps rather the study than the story, of a young married woman in one of the multitudinous little towns on the great central plains of America, and of a sort of struggle between her own more restless culture and the provincial prosperity of her neighbors. There are a number of true and telling suggestions in the book, but the one touch which I found tingling in the memory of many readers was the last sentence, in which the master of the house, with unshaken simplicity, merely asked for the whereabouts of some domestic implement. I think it was a screwdriver. It seems to me a harmless request, but from the way people talked about it, one might suppose he had asked for a screwdriver to screw down the wife in her coffin, and a great many advanced persons would tell us that the wooden house in which she lived really was like a wooden coffin. But this appears to me to be taking a somewhat funereal view of the life of humanity. For after all, on the face of it at any rate, this is merely the life of humanity, and even the life which all humanitarians have striven to give to humanity. Revolutionists have treated it not only as the normal, but even as the ideal. Revolutionary wars have been waged to establish this. Revolutionary heroes have fought, and revolutionary martyrs have died, only to build such a wooden house for such a worthy family. Men have taken the sword and perished by the sword in order that the poor gentleman might have liberty to look for his screwdriver. For there is here a fact about America that is almost entirely unknown in England. The English have not in the least realized the real strength of America. We in England hear a great deal. We hear far too much about the economic energy of industrial America, about the money of Mr. Morgan, or the machinery of Mr. Edison. We never realize that while we in England suffer from the same sort of success in capitalism and clockwork, we have not got what the Americans have got, something at least to balance it in the way of a free agriculture, a vast field of free farms dotted with small freeholders. For the reason I shall mention in a moment, they are not perhaps in the fullest and finest sense a peasantry, but they are in the practical and political sense a pure peasantry, in that their comparative equality is a true counterweight to the toppling injustice of the towns. And even in places like that described as Main Street, that comparative equality can immediately be felt. The men may be provincials, but they are certainly citizens. They consult on a common basis, and I repeat that in this, after all, they do achieve what many prophets and righteous men have died to achieve. This plain village, fairly prosperous, fairly equal, untaxed by tyrants, and untroubled by wars, is after all the place which reformers have regarded as their aim, when reformers have used their wits sufficiently to have any aim. The march to Utopia, the march to earthly paradise, the march to the New Jerusalem has been very largely the march to Main Street. And the latest modern sensation is a book written to show how wretched it is to live there. All this is true, and I think the lady might be more contented in her coffin, which is more comfortably furnished than most of the coffins where her fellow creatures live. Nevertheless, there is an answer to this, or at least modification of it. There is a case for the lady and a case against the gentleman and the screwdriver. And when we have noted what it really is, we have noted the real disadvantage in a situation like that of modern America, and especially the Middle West. And with that we come back to the truth with which I started this speculation, the truth that few have yet realized, but of which I, for one, am more and more convinced, that industrialism is spreading because it is decaying, that only the dust and ashes of its dissolution are choking up the growth of natural things everywhere, and turning the green world gray. In this relative agricultural equality, the Americans of the Middle West are far in advance of the English of the 20th century. It is not their fault if they are still some centuries behind the English of the Middle Ages. But the defect by which they fall short of being a true peasantry is that they do not produce their own spiritual food, in the same sense as their own material food. They do not, like some peasantries, create other kinds of culture besides the kind called agriculture. Their culture comes from the great cities, and that is where all the evil comes from. If a man had gone across England in the Middle Ages, or even across Europe in more recent times, he would have found a culture which showed its vitality by its variety. We know the adventures of the three brothers in the old fairy tales who passed across the endless plain from city to city and found one kingdom ruled by a wizard and another wasted by a dragon, one people living in castles of crystal and another sitting by fountains of wine. These are but legendary enlargements of the real adventures of a traveler passing from one patch of peasantry to another and finding women wearing strange headdresses and men singing new songs. A traveler in America would be somewhat surprised if he found the people in the city of St. Louis all wearing crowns and crusading armor in honor of their patron saint. He might even feel some faint surprise if he found all the citizens of Philadelphia clad in a composite costume combining that of a Quaker with that of a Red Indian, in honor of the noble treaty of William Penn. Yet these are the sort of local and traditional things that would really be found giving variety to the valleys of medieval Europe. I myself felt a perfectly genuine and generous exhilaration of freedom and fresh enterprise in new places like Oklahoma. But you would hardly find in Oklahoma what was found in Oberammergau. What goes to Oklahoma is not the peasant play, but the cinema. And the objection to the cinema is not so much that it goes to Oklahoma as that it does not come from Oklahoma. In other words, these people have on the economic side a much closer approach than we to economic freedom. It is not for us, who have allowed our land to be stolen by squires and then vulgarized by sham squires, to sneer at such colonists as merely crude and prosaic. They at least have really kept something of the simplicity and therefore the dignity of democracy, and that democracy may yet save their country even from the calamities of wealth and science. But while these farmers do not need to become industrial in order to become industrious, they do tend to become industrial insofar as they become intellectual. Their culture, and to some extent their creed, do come along the railroads from the great modern urban centers and bring with them a blast of death and a reek of rotting things. It is that influence that alone prevents the Middle West from progressing towards the Middle Ages. End of section 8.
Section 9 of G.K. Chesterton's Newspaper Columns, The New Witness, 1921. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Wesley Demery of Houston, Texas. G.K. Chesterton's Newspaper Columns, The New Witness, 1921, by G.K. Chesterton, Section 9. the plain man and the pipe of peace. In a recent article, I remarked that the culture of the great industrial cities was really corrupting and poisoning the promise of the peasantry. It may be well to explain a little more clearly in what consists the culture and the corruption. Broadly speaking, I should say that the chief defect of industrial education is a complete loss of common sense. This can be seen in the very fact that the industrial intelligence does talk about common sense, and talks about it in a wildly incongruous manner, as if common sense were the most uncommon thing in the world. I saw the other day in a very well managed and widely circulated American magazine a feature which was called a common sense editorial. Its notion of common sense was to ask people, first and foremost, whether they were Paleozoic or Mesozoic, the phrases being founded on one of those alleged prehistoric divisions between the animals who remained in the water and the animals who ventured on to the land. In this case, of course, it was used as a type of the division between conservative people who like old things and progressive people who like new. To begin with, of course, we must all be interested in this merely as an example of plain popular speech. We all know that when a bricklayer meets a railway porter, the first thing he does is ask seriously, "Are you Paleozoic?" To which the porter replies, "Paleozoic yourself, I am as Mesozoic as you any day." It will also be remarked that while this utterance is in praise of novelty, it is scarcely itself novel. When somebody says that we must be up and doing at the dawn, that we must leave the dead past behind us, that all progress has been made by experiment, that all experiment has been made with persecution, that the younger generation is always knocking at the door and the older generation is always hiding under the bed. When we hear all this, most of us have a faint and far-off feeling, like the mystical half-memories of some previous existence, a feeling that somewhere or other we have heard it before. And as these progressive philosophers are so perpetually urging us to do something fresh, I rather wonder that it has never occurred to them to say anything fresh. Now, as a matter of fact, nothing could be more contrary to common sense than this progressive notion of always preferring novelty to antiquity or action to repose. Any person of common sense judges a thing by whether it is the thing he wants, not by whether it is old or new, or, as is most probable, partly old and partly new. The only vital point for common sense is that a man wants something. Pending the progressive prohibition of tobacco, I will suppose that for the sake of argument that he wants a smoke. He may have in his mind some ideal pattern of a pipe which he really thinks would be an improvement on the existing pipes, which he is taking practical steps to patent. But he knows that he will require tobacco of some sort and fire in some form. He is not troubled because fire is a thing of prehistoric antiquity, because fire was a familiar spirit among the savages of the Stone Age, and was produced by rubbing two sticks together. At least, so I was told in my childhood, but I have accepted this truth through antiquated tradition, and not through progressive experiment. I fear my own experiment with the two sticks would not be very progressive. It would be marked by patience rather than progress, and at the end of the day's rubbing I might take refuge in the mystical belief that Prometheus stole fire from heaven. Neither would the smoker trouble his head about the date of the introduction of tobacco, or attempt to separate the sanity from the insanity and rationalistic rage of the Renaissance, when Raleigh founded the state of Virginia only a few decades before the Pilgrim Fathers discovered America. The smoker would not listen to an idealist who should rebuke him for encouraging Elizabethan imperialism and the extravagant culture of colonial products. He would not pay any attention to a pacifist who should say, "Smoke your pipe of peace, but bury the firebrand along with the hatchet, Do not stain the peace pipe with the devouring flame which has wasted so many lands in the wild hell of war. The common-sense smoker would pay no attention to all this discussion about the dates of the different elements in his enjoyment. He would know that what he wanted was a smoke, and that all these things, old and new, were essential to a smoke. It is exactly the same, of course, with moral and political ideas. Suppose I am so eccentric as to want a democracy, as the smoker wants a smoke. Suppose I am so insane that I really do believe in common sense. Suppose I believe that the common sense of the common people is, after all, the best tell of rule that human imperfection permits, and that the nearer the normal man gets to the organ of government the better. And suppose I do desire an entirely new sort of plebiscite or popular vote, as the other man desires a new sort of pipe. In that case I do pray for a perfect republic of the future, as he does for the pipe of the future. I do desire an ideal pipe of peace like that given by the Great Spirit in the Red Indian legend. But suppose I also think, as I do think, that the private citizen will never have that public power unless the private citizen has private property, unless he lives in a fortress of his own land or savings, a fortress in which he can stand a siege from aristocrats or bureaucrats. That idea of small property has existed approximately but imperfectly in the past. It might exist much more perfectly in the future. And suppose I think, as I do think, that there will be no security for that small fortress unless it is a family fortress, flying something like a family flag, as in the peasant countries, where the farm descends from father to son like a coat of arms. That institution of the family has been more powerful in the past, but in some vague and general way it is supposed to exist now. Finally, suppose I think, as I do think, that this individual domestic life can only preserve this sort of private patriotism when it is protected by religion, such as was present in patron saints or in household gods. That religion has certainly been far more powerful in the past than it is in the present, but that does not alter the fact that it is necessary for this particular plan for the future. All these things hang together, and he who desires any of them is logically justified in desiring all of them. I can quite understand and respect the attitude of a person who denounces and detests all of them. I can understand the man who says that my democracy is all nonsense because it is democratic. The man who says that the popular rule, like the patent pipe, will end in smoke. But I have no patience for the appalling lack of common sense in the person who complains of my using old things, as well as new things, to achieve the only thing I want. I allow for the anti-tobacco crank, but not for the man who tells me to smoke tobacco without lighting it, because fire has figured at so many prehistoric feasts, or burned so many superstitious shrines. The various parts of my ideal obviously fit into each other. They are all parts of one picture, whether or not we like the picture. It is simply senseless to resolve that unity in its ingredients, and approve them according to whether they appeared at one date or another. It is as if a man said that a watercolor landscape must be a battlefield because the artist used both Prussian blue and French ultramarine, or that a sketch must be a picture of a half-breed because it was drawn in Chinese white and India ink. The matter for all sane men to decide is whether they want a certain type of society or not. But it is folly for them to refuse what they want because parts of it have already been obtained by other people. Now across all this common sense cuts the disastrous division between the merely conservative and the merely progressive, or, as in that orgy of pedantry, the common sense leader, between the Paleozoic and the Mesozoic. As long as industrial intellectualism is hag-ridden and hypnotized by that false antithesis, so long it will go on getting things it does not want, and getting tired of them because it has got them. It will always fall short of the common sense of many a poor farmer, who will use an old tradition because it is true, and a new tool because it is useful. Now the barbaric twilight of all the Paleozoic and Mesozoic nonsense darkens the clean and level daylight in which things are judged equally as good or evil. It introduces an element of mere restlessness, so that even scientific facts are accepted not as facts but merely as fashions. Because it was well to turn from a fish to a four-footed creature, if it was, it would be just as well to turn into a fish again, and perhaps into a very queer fish indeed. There are more fish in the sea than ever came out of it, and possibly some that are as well left in it. And if a certain enterprise was shown by the fish that crawled on to the land, their movements were cautious and conservative compared with the hustling and hopeful energy of the swine who rushed into the sea. End of section 9. The Plain Man and the Pipe of Peace by G.K. Chesterton. Section 10 of G.K. Chesterton's Newspaper Columns, The New Witness, 1921. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Wesley Demery of Houston, Texas. G.K. Chesterton's Newspaper Columns, The New Witness, 1921. By G.K. Chesterton. Section 10. On Dollars and Daydreams. The fact without the truth is futile. Indeed, the fact without the truth is false. I have already noted that this is especially true touching our observations of a strange country, and it is certainly true touching one small fact, which has swelled into a large fable. I mean the fable about America, commonly summed up in the phrase about the almighty dollar. I do not think the dollar is almighty in America. I fancy many things are mightier, including many ideals and some rather insane ideals. But I think it might be maintained that the dollar has another of the attributes of deity. If it is not omnipotent, it is, in a sense, omnipresent. Whatever Americans think about dollars, it is, I think, relatively true that they talk about dollars. If a mere mechanical record could be taken by the modern machinery of dictaphones and stenography, I do not think it probable that the mere word dollars would occur more often in any given number of American conversations than the mere word pounds or shillings in a similar number of English conversations. And these statistics, like nearly all statistics, would be utterly useless and even fundamentally false. It is as if we should calculate that the word elephant had been mentioned a certain number of times in a particular London street, or so many times more often than the word thunderbolt had been used in Stoke-Poges. Doubtless there are statisticians capable of carefully collecting those statistics also, and doubtless there are scientific social reformers capable of legislating on the basis of them. They would probably argue from the elephantine imagery of the London street that such and such a percentage of the householders were megalomaniacs and required medical care and police coercion. And doubtless their calculations, like nearly all such calculations, would leave out the only important point, as that the street was in the immediate neighborhood of the zoo, or was yet more happily situated under the benignant shadow of the elephant and the castle. And in the same way the mechanical calculation about the mention of dollars is entirely useless unless we have some moral understanding of why they are mentioned. It certainly does not mean merely a love of money, and if it did, a love of money may mean a great many very different and even contrary things. The love of money is very different in a peasant, or in a pirate, in a miser, or in a gambler, in a great financier, or in a man doing some practical and productive work. Now this difference in the conversation of American and English businessmen arises, I think, from certain much deeper things in the American which are generally not understood by the Englishman. It also arises from much deeper things in the Englishman, of which the Englishman is even more ignorant. To begin with, I fancy that the American, quite apart from any love of money, has a great love of measurement. He will mention the exact size or weight of things in a way which seems to us as irrelevant. It is as if we were to say that a man came to see us carrying 3 feet of walking stick and 4 inches of cigar. It is so in cases that have no possible connection with any avarice or greed for gain. An American will praise the prodigal generosity of some other man in giving up his own estate for the good of the poor, but he will generally say that the philanthropist gave them a 200-acre park, where an Englishman would think it quite sufficient to say that he gave them a park. There is something about this precision which seems suitable to the American atmosphere, to the hard sunlight, and to the cloudless skies, and the glittering detail of the architecture and the landscape, just as the vaguer English version is consonant to our mistier and more impressionist scenery. It is also connected, perhaps, with something more boyish about the younger civilization, and corresponds to the passionate particularity with which a boy will distinguish the uniforms of regiments, the rigs of ships, or even the colors of tram tickets. It is a certain godlike appetite for things, as distinct from thoughts. But there is also, of course, a much deeper cause of the difference, and it can easily be deduced by noting the real nature of the difference itself. When 2 business men in a train are talking about dollars, I am not so foolish as to expect them to be talking about the philosophy of St. Thomas Aquinas. But if they were 2 English business men, I should not expect them to be talking about business. Probably it would be about some sport, and most probably some sport in which they themselves never dreamed of indulging. The approximate distance that the American talks about in his work, and the Englishman about his holidays. His ideal is not labor, but leisure. Like every other national characteristic, this is not primarily a point for praise or blame. In essence, it involves neither, and in effect, it involves both. It is certainly connected with that snobbishness which is the great sin of English society. The Englishman does love to conceive himself as a sort of country gentleman, and his castles in the air are all castles in Scotland rather than in Spain. For as an ideal, a Scotch castle is as English as a Welsh rarebit or an English stew. And if he talks less about money, I fear it is sometimes because in one sense he thinks more of it. Money is a mystery in the old and literal sense of something too sacred for speech. Gold is a god, and like the god of some agnostics has no name and is worshipped only in his works. It is true in a sense that the English gentleman wishes to have enough money to be able to forget it. But it may be questioned whether he does entirely forget it. As against this weakness the American has succeeded, at the price of a great deal of crudity and clatter, in making general a very real respect for work. He has partially disenchanted the dangerous glamour of the gentleman, and in that sense has achieved some degree of democracy, which is the most difficult achievement in the world. On the other hand, there is a good side to the Englishman's daydream of leisure, and one which the American spirit tends to miss. It may be expressed in the word holiday, or still better in the word hobby. The Englishman, in his character of Robin Hood, really has got 2 strings to his bow. Indeed, the Englishman really is well represented by Robin Hood. There is always something about him that may literally be called outlawed, in the sense of being extra-legal or outside the rules. A Frenchman said of Browning that his centre was not in the middle, and it may be said of many an Englishman that his heart is not where his treasure is. Browning expressed a very English sentiment when he said, "I like to know a butcher paints, a baker rhymes for his pursuit, candlestick maker much acquaints his soul's song, or haply mute blows out his brains upon the flute." Stevenson touched on the same insular sentiment when he said that many men he knew, who were meat salesmen to the outward eye, might in the life of contemplation sit with the saints. Now the extraordinary achievement of the American meat salesman is that his poetic enthusiasm can really be for meat sales, not for money but for meat. An American commercial traveler asked me, with a religious fire in his eyes, whether I did not think that salesmanship could be an art. In England there are many salesmen who are sincerely fond of art, but seldom of the art of salesmanship. Art is with them a hobby, a thing of leisure and liberty. That is why the English traveler talks, if not of art, then of sport. That is why the two city men in the London train, if they are not talking about golf, may be talking about gardening. If they are not talking about dollars, or the equivalent of dollars, the reason lies much deeper than any superficial praise or blame touching the desire for wealth. In the English case, at least, it lies very deep in the English spirit. Many of the greatest English things have had this lighter and looser character of a hobby or a holiday experiment. Even a masterpiece has often been a by-product. The works of Shakespeare come out so casually that they can be attributed to the most improbable people, even to Bacon. The sonnets of Shakespeare are picked up afterwards as if out of a waste-paper basket. The immortality of Dr. Johnson does not rest on the written leaves he collected, but entirely on the words he wasted, the words he scattered to the winds. So great a thing as Pickwick is almost a kind of accident. It begins as something secondary and grew into something primary and preeminent. It began with mere words written to illustrate somebody else's picture, and swelled like an epic expanded from an epigram. It might almost be said in the case of Pickwick, the author began as the servant of the artist. But, as in the same story of Pickwick, the servant became greater than the master. This incalculable and accidental quality, like all national qualities, has its strengths and weaknesses. But it does represent a certain reserve fund of interests in the Englishman's life, and distinguishes him from the other extreme type of the millionaire who works till he drops, or who drops because he stops working. It is the great achievement of American civilization. In that country it really is not cant to talk about the dignity of labor. There is something that might almost be called the sanctity of labor, but it is subject to the profound law that when anything less than the highest becomes a sanctity, it tends also to become a superstition. When the candlestick maker does not blow out his brains upon the flute, there is always a danger that he may blow them out somewhere else owing to depressing conditions in the candlestick market. End of section 10.
Section 11 of G.K. Chesterton's Newspaper Columns, The New Witness, 1921. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adrian Stevens. G.K. Chesterton's Newspaper Columns, The New Witness, 1921, by G.K. Chesterton, Section 11. At the Sign of the World's End, on Making Friends for England, by G.K. Chesterton. 9 times out of 10, a man's broad-mindedness is necessarily the narrowest thing about him. This is not particularly paradoxical. It is, when we come to think of it, quite inevitable. His vision of his own village may really be full of varieties, and even his vision of his own nation may have a rough resemblance to the reality. But his vision of the world is probably smaller than the world. His vision of the universe is certainly much smaller than the universe. Hence he is never so inadequate as when he is universal. He is never so limited as when he generalizes. This is the fallacy in the many modern attempts at a creedless creed, at something variously described as essential Christianity or undenominational religion or a world faith, to embrace all the faiths in the world. It is that every sectarian is more sectarian in his unsectarianism than he is in his sect. The emancipation of a Baptist is a very Baptist emancipation. The charity of a Buddhist is a very Buddhist charity, and very different from Christian charity. When a philosophy embraces everything, it generally squeezes everything, and squeezes it out of shape. When it digests, it necessarily assimilates. When a theosophist absorbs Christianity, it is rather as a cannibal absorbs Christian missionaries. In this sense, it is even possible for the larger thing to be swallowed by the smaller, and for men to move about not only in a Clapham sect, but in a Clapham cosmos, under Clapham moon and stars. But if this danger exists for all men, it exists especially for the Englishman. The Englishman is never so insular as when he is imperial, except indeed when he is international. In private life he is a good friend, and in practical politics often even a good ally. But theoretical politics are more practical than practical politics, and in theoretical politics the Englishman is the worst ally the world ever saw. This is all the more curious because he has passed so much of his historical life in the character of an ally. He has been in 20 great alliances and never understood one of them. He has never been further away from European politics than when he was fighting heroically in the thick of them. I myself think that this splendid isolation is something really splendid, so long as it is isolation and does not imagine itself to be imperialism or internationalism. With the idea of being international, with the idea of being imperial, comes the frantic and farcical idea of being impartial. Generally speaking, men are never so mean and false and hypocritical as when they are occupied in being impartial. They are performing the first and most typical of all the actions of the devil. They are claiming the throne of God. Even when it is not hypocrisy, but only mental confusion, it is always a confusion worse and worse confounded. We see it in the impartial historians of the Victorian age, who now seem far more Victorian than the partial historians. Hallam wrote about the Middle Ages, but Hallam was far less medieval than Macaulay, for Macaulay was at least a fighter. Huxley had more medieval sympathies than Herbert Spencer, for the same reason, that Huxley was a fighter. They both fought in many ways for the limitations of their own rationalistic epoch, but they were nearer the truth than the men who simply assumed those limitations as rational. The war of the controversialists was a wider thing than the peace of the arbiters, and in the same way the Englishman never cuts a less convincing figure before other nations than when he tries to arbitrate between them. I have by this time heard a great deal about the necessity of saving Anglo-American friendship, a necessity which I myself feel rather too strongly to be satisfied with the ambassadorial and editorial style of achieving it. The very worst way of securing Anglo-American friendship is to be Anglo-American, or as the more illiterate would express, to be Anglo-Saxon. I am more and more convinced that the way for the Englishman to do is to be English, but to know that he is English, and not everything else as well. Thus the only sincere answer to Irish nationalism is English nationalism, which is a reality, and not English imperialism, which is a reactionary fiction, or English internationalism, which is a revolutionary one. For the English are reviled for their imperialism because they are not imperialistic. They dislike it, which is the real reason why they do it badly, and they do it badly, which is the real reason why they are disliked when they do it. Nobody calls France imperialistic because she has absorbed Brittany, but everybody calls England imperialistic because she has not absorbed Ireland. The Englishman is fixed and is frozen forever in the attitude of a ruthless conqueror, not because he has conquered such people, but because he has not conquered them. But he is always trying to conquer them with a heroism worthy of a better cause. For the really native and vigorous part of what is unfortunately called the British Empire is not an empire at all, and does not consist of these conquered provinces at all. It is not an empire, but an adventure, which is probably a much finer thing. It was not the power of making strange countries similar to our own, but simply the pleasure of seeing strange countries because they were different from our own. The adventurer did indeed, like the third son, set out to seek his fortune, but not primarily to alter other people's fortunes. He wished to trade with people rather than to rule them. But as the other people remained different from him, so did he remain different from them. The adventurer saw 1,000 strange things and remained a stranger. He was a Robinson Crusoe on 100 desert islands, and on each he remained as insular as on his own island. What is wanted for the cause of England today is an Englishman with enough imagination to love his country from the outside as well the inside. That is, we need somebody who will do for the English what has never been done for them, but what is done for any outlandish peasantry, or even any savage tribe. We want people who can make England attractive, quite apart from disputes about whether England is strong or weak. We want somebody to explain, not that England is everywhere, but what England is anywhere. Not that England is or is not really dying, but why we do not want her to die. For this purpose, the official and conventional compliments or claims can never get any further than pompous abstractions about law and justice and truth, the ideals which England accepts as every civilized state accepts them, and violates as every civilized state violates them. That is not the way in which the picture of any people has ever been painted on the sympathetic imagination of the world. Enthusiasts for old Japan did not tell us that the Japs recognized the existence of abstract morality, but that they lived in paper houses or wrote letters with paintbrushes. Men who wished to interest us in Arabs did not confine themselves to saying that they are monotheists or moralists. They filled our romances with the rush of Arab steeds or the colours of strange tints or carpets. What we want is somebody who will do for the Englishman with his front garden what was done for the Jap and his paper house, who shall understand the Englishman with his dog as well as the Arab with his horse. In a word, what nobody has really tried to do is the one thing that really wants doing. It is to make England attractive as a nationality, and even as a small nationality. For it is a wild folly to suppose that nations will love each other because they are alike. They will never really do that unless they are really alike, and then they will not be nations. Nations can love each other as men and women love each other, not because they are alike, but because they are different. It can easily be shown, I fancy, that in every case where a real public sympathy was aroused for some unfortunate foreign people, it has always been accompanied with a particular and positive interest in their most foreign customs and their most foreign externals. The man who made a romance of the Scotch Highlander made a romance of his kilt and even of his dirk. The friend of the Red Indians was interested in picture writing and had some tendency to be interested in scalping. To take a more serious example, Such nations of Serbia had been largely commended to international consideration by the study of Serbian epics or Serbian songs. The epoch of Negro emancipation was also the epoch of Negro melodies. Those who wept over Uncle Tom also laughed over Uncle Remus, and just as the admiration for the redskin almost became an apology for scalping, the mysterious fascination of the African has sometimes almost led us into the fringes of the black forest of voodoo. But the sort of interest that is felt even in the scalp hunter and the cannibal, the torturer and the devil worshipper, that sort of interest has never been felt in the Englishman. And this is the more extraordinary because the Englishman is really very interesting. He is interesting in a special degree, in this special manner. He is interesting because he is individual. No man in the world is more misrepresented by everything official, or even in the ordinary sense national. A description of English life must be a description of private life. In that sense there is no public life. In that sense there is no public opinion. There have never been those prairie fires of public opinion in England which often sweep over America. At any rate, there have never been any such popular revolutions since the popular revolutions of the Middle Ages. The English are a nation of amateurs. They are even a nation of eccentrics. An Englishman is never more English than when he is considered an eccentric by the other Englishmen. This can be clearly seen in a figure like Dr. Johnson, who has become national not by being normal, but by being extraordinary. To express this mysterious people, to explain or suggest why they like tall hedges and heavy breakfasts, and crooked roads and small gardens with large fences, and why they alone among Christians have kept quite consistently the great Christian glory of the open fireplace, here would be a strange and stimulating opportunity for any of the artists in words who study the souls of strange people. That would be the true way to create a friendship between England and America, or between England and anything else, yes, even between England and Ireland. For this justice at least has already been done to Ireland, and as an indignant patriot I demand a more equal treatment for the two nations. End of section 11.
Section 12 of G.K. Chesterton's Newspaper Columns, The New Witness, 1921. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chad Jackson. G.K. Chesterton's Newspaper Columns, The New Witness, 1921, by G.K. Chesterton. Section 12. At the sign of the world's end, Diplomacy and Dixie. History is an eternal tangle of cross-purposes, and we could not take a clearer case, or rather a more complicated case, of such a tangle than the facts lying behind a political parallel recently mentioned by many politicians. I mean the parallel between the movement for Irish independence and the attempted secession of the Southern Confederacy in America. Superficially, anyone might say that the comparison is natural enough, and that there is much in common between the quarrel of the North and South in Ireland and the quarrel of the North and South in America. In both cases, the South was on the whole agricultural, the North on the whole industrial. True, the parallel exaggerates the position of Belfast. To complete it, we must suppose the whole federal system to have consisted of Pittsburgh. In both, the side that was more successful was felt by many to be less attractive. In both, the same political terms were used, such as the term union and unionism. An ordinary Englishman comes to America, knowing these main lines of American history, and knowing that the American knows the similar main lines of Irish history. He knows that there are strong champions of Ireland in America, Possibly, he also knows that there are very genuine champions of England in America. By every possible historical analogy, he would naturally expect to find the pro-Irish in the South and the pro-English in the North. As a matter of fact, he finds almost exactly the opposite. He finds Boston governed by Irishmen, and Nashville containing people more pro-English than Englishmen. He finds Virginians not only of British blood, like George Washington, but of British opinions almost worthy of George III. But I do not say this, as will be seen in a moment, as a criticism of the comparative Toryism of the South. I say it as a criticism of the superlative stupidity of English propaganda. In a recent article, I remarked on the need for a new sort of English propaganda, a propaganda that should be really English and have some remote reference to England. Now, if it were a matter of making foreigners feel the real humors and humanities of England, there are no Americans so able or willing to do it as the Americans of the Southern States. As I have already hinted, some of them are so loyal to the English humanities that they think it is their duty to defend even the English inhumanities. New England is turning into New Ireland, but Old England can still be faintly traced in Old Dixie. It contains some of the best things that England herself has had, and therefore, of course, the things that England herself has lost or is trying to lose. But above all, as I have said, there are people in these places whose historic memories and family traditions really hold them to us, not by alliance, but by affection. Indeed, they have the affection in spite of the alliance. They love us in spite of our compliments and courtesies and hands across the sea. All our ambassadorial salutations and speeches cannot kill their love. They manage even to respect us in spite of the shady Jew stockbrokers we send them as English envoys, or the efficient men who are sent out to be tactful with foreigners because they have been too tactless with trades unionists. This type of traditional American, North or South, really has some traditions connecting him with England, and though he is now in a very small minority, I cannot imagine why England should wish to make it smaller. England once sympathized with the South. The South still sympathizes with England. It would seem that the South, or some elements in the South, had rather the advantage of us in political firmness and fidelity, but it does not follow that the fidelity will stand every shock. And at this moment, and in this matter, of all things in the world, our political propagandists must try to bolster British imperialism up by kicking Southern secession when it is down. The English politicians eagerly point out that we shall be justified in crushing Ireland exactly as Sumner and Stevens crushed the most English part of America. It does not seem to occur to them that this comparison between the Unionist triumph in America and a Unionist triumph in Britain is rather hard upon our particular sympathizers who did not triumph. When England exults in Lincoln's victory over his foes, she is exulting in his victory over her own friends. If her diplomacy continues as delicate and chivalrous as it is at present, they may soon be her only friends. England will be defending herself at the expense of her only defenders. But however this may be, it is as well to bear witness to some of the elements of my own experience, and I can answer for it, at least, that there are some people in the South who will not be pleased at being swept into the rubbish heap of history as rebels and ruffians, and who will not, I regret to say, by any means enjoy even being classed with Fenians and Sinn Feiners. Now, touching the actual comparison between the conquest of the Confederacy and the conquest of Ireland, there are of course a good many things to be said which politicians cannot be expected to understand. Strange to say, it is not certain that a lost cause was never worth winning, and it would be easy to argue that the world lost very much indeed when that particular cause was lost. These are not days in which it is exactly obvious that an agricultural society was more dangerous than an industrial one, and even Southern slavery had this one moral merit, that it was decadent. It has this one historic advantage, that it is dead. The Northern slavery, industrial slavery, or what is called wage slavery, is not decaying but increasing, and the end of it is not yet. It still remains a question whether the bones of the brave men scattered in the wilderness may not have reason to rise from their grave, to point in scorn at the final establishment of the servile state. But in any case, it would be well for us to realize that the reproach of resembling the Confederacy does not ring in all ears as an unanswerable condemnation. It is scarcely a self-evident or sufficient argument. To some hearers, even to prove that the English are as delicate and philanthropic as Sherman, still less that the Irish are as criminal and lawless as Lee. Nor will it soothe every single soul on the American continent to say that the English victory in Ireland will be followed by a reconstruction, like the reconstruction exhibited in the film called The Birth of a Nation. And indeed, there is a further influence from that fine panorama of the exploits of the Ku Klux Klan. It would be easy, as I say, to turn the argument entirely in favor of the Confederacy. It would be easy to draw the moral, not that the Southern Irish are as wrong as the Southern states, but that the Southern states were as right as the Southern Irish. But upon the whole, I do not incline to accept the parallel in that sense any more than in the opposite sense. For reasons I have already given elsewhere, I do believe that in the main Abraham Lincoln was right. But right in what? If Lincoln was right, he was right in guessing that there was not really a Northern nation and a Southern nation, but only one American nation. And if he has been proved right, he has been proved right by the fact that men in the South, as well as the North, do now feel a patriotism for that American nation. His wisdom, if it really was wisdom, was justified not by his opponents being conquered, but by their being converted. Now, if the English politicians must insist on this parallel, they ought to see that the parallel is fatal to themselves. The very test which proved Lincoln right has proved them wrong. The very judgment which may have justified him quite unquestionably condemns them. We have again and again conquered Ireland, and we have never come an inch nearer to converting Ireland. We have not had one Gettysburg, but 20 Gettysburgs. But we have had no Union. And that is where, as I have remarked, it is relevant to remember that flying fantastic vision on the films that told so many people what no histories have told them. I have heard in America today rumors of the local reappearance of the Ku Klux Klan. But the smallness and mildness of the manifestation, as compared with the old Southern or with the new Irish case, is alone a sufficient example of the exception that proves the rule. To approximate to any resemblance to recent Irish events, we must imagine the Ku Klux Klan riding again in more than the terrors of that vision, wild as the wind, white as the moon, terrible as an army with banners. If there were really such a revival of the Southern action, there would equally be a revival of the Southern argument. It would be clear that Lee was right and Lincoln was wrong, that the Southern states were national and were as indestructible as nations. If the South were as rebellious as Ireland, the North would be as wrong as England. But I desire a new English diplomacy that will exhibit not the things in which England is wrong, but the things in which England is right. And England is right in England, just as she is wrong in Ireland. And it is exactly that rightness of a real nation in itself that it is at once most difficult and most desirable to explain to foreigners. Now the Irishman, and to some extent the American, has remained alien to England, largely because he does not truly realize that the Englishman loves England. Still less can he really imagine why the Englishman loves England. That is why I insist on the stupidity of ignoring and insulting the opinions of those few Virginians and other Southerners who really have some inherited notion of why Englishmen love England, and even love it in something of the same fashion themselves. Politicians who do not know the English spirit when they see it at home cannot, of course, be expected to recognize it abroad. Publicists are eloquently praising Abraham Lincoln for all the wrong reasons, but fundamentally for that worst and vilest of all reasons, that he succeeded. None of them seem to have the least notion of how to look for England in England, and they would see something fantastic in the figure of a traveler who found it elsewhere, or anywhere but in New England. And it is well, perhaps, that they have not yet found England where it is hidden in England, for if they found it, they would kill it. End of section 12.
Section 13 of G.K. Chesterton's Newspaper Columns, The New Witness, 1921. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adrian Stevens. G.K. Chesterton's Newspaper Columns, The New Witness, 1921, by G.K. Chesterton. Section 13. At the sign of the world's end, the case for the Englishman. I have already noted the commonplace that in order to teach internationalism, we must talk nationalism. We must make the nations as nations less odious or mysterious to each other. We do not make men love each other by describing a monster with 1,000,000 arms and legs, but by describing men as men, with their separate and even solitary emotions. As this has a particular application to the emotions of the Englishman, I will return to the topic once more. Now, Americans have a power that is the soul and success of democracy, the power of spontaneous social organization. Their high spirits, their humane ideals are really creative. They abound in unofficial institutions. We might almost say in unofficial officialism. Nobody who has felt the presence of all the leagues and guilds and college clubs will deny that Whitman was national when he said he would build states and cities out of the love of comrades. When all this communal enthusiasm collides with the Englishman, it too often seems to literally leave him cold. They say he is reserved. They possibly think he is rude. And the Englishman, having been taught his own history all wrong, is only too likely to take the criticism as a compliment. He admits that he is reserved because he is stern and strong, or even that he is rude because he is shrewd and candid. But, as a fact, he is not rude and not especially reserved. At least, reserved is not the meaning of his reluctance. The real difference lies, I think, in the fact that American high spirits are not only high but level, that the hilarious American spirit is like a plateau, and the humorous English spirit is like a rugged mountain range. The Englishman is moody, which does not in the least mean that the Englishman is morose. Dickens, as we all feel in reading his books, was boisterously English. Dickens was moody when he wrote Oliver Twist, but he was also moody when he wrote Pickwick. That is, he was in another and much healthier mood. The mood was normal to him in the sense that 9 times out of 10 he felt and wrote in that humorous and hilarious mood. But he was, if ever there was one, a man of moods, and all the more of a typical Englishman for being a man of moods. But it was because of this, almost entirely, that he had a misunderstanding with America. In America there are no moods, or there is only one mood. It is the same whether it is called hustle or uplift, whether we regard it as the heroic love of comrades or the last hysteria of the herd instinct. It has been said of the typical English aristocrats of the government offices that they resemble certain ornamental fountains and play from 10 till 4, and it is true that an Englishman, even an English aristocrat, is not always inclined to play any more than to work. But American sociability is not like the Trafalgar fountains, it is like Niagara. It never stops, under the silent stars or the rolling storms. There seems always to be the same human heat and pressure behind it. It is like the central heating of hotels, as explained in the advertisements and announcements. The temperature can be regulated, but it is not. And it is always rather overpowering for an Englishman, whose mood changes like his own mutable and shifting sky. The English mood is very like the English weather. It is a nuisance and a national necessity. If anyone wishes to understand the quarrel between Dickens and the Americans, let him turn to that chapter in Martin Chuzzlewit, in which young Martin has to receive endless defiles and deputations of total strangers, each announced by name and demanding formal salutation. There are several things to be noticed about this incident. To begin with, it did not happen to Martin Chuzzlewit, but it did happen to Charles Dickens. Dickens is incorporating, almost with alteration, a passage from a diary in the middle of a story, as he did when he included the admirable account of the prison petition of John Dickens as the prison petition of Wilkins Micawber. There is no particular reason why even the gregarious Americans should so throng the portals of a perfectly obscure steerage passenger like young Chuzzlewit. There was every reason why they should throng the portals of the author of Pickwick and Oliver Twist, and no doubt they did. If I may be permitted the aleatory image, you bet they did. Similar troops of sociable human beings have visited much more insignificant English travellers in America, with some of whom I am myself acquainted. I myself have the luck to be a little more stodgy and less sensitive than many of my countrymen, and certainly less sensitive than Dickens, but I know what it was that annoyed him about that unending and unchanging stream of American visitors. It was the unending and unchanging stream of American sociability and high spirits. A people living on such a lofty but level tableland do not understand the ups and downs of the English temperament, the temper of a nation of eccentrics, or, as they used to be called, of humorists. There is something very national in the very name of the old play of, quote, every man in his humour, unquote. But the play more often acted in real life is, quote, every man out of his humour, end quote. It is true, as Matthew Arnold said, that an Englishman wants to do as he likes, but it is not always true even that he likes what he has to do. An Englishman can be friendly and yet not feel friendly, or he can be friendly and yet not feel hospitable, or he can feel hospitable and yet not welcome those whom he really loves. He can think, almost with tears of tenderness, about people at a distance who would be bores if they came in at the door. American sociability sweeps away any such subtlety. It cannot be expected to understand the paradox or perversity of the Englishman, who thus can feel friendly and avoid friends. That it is the truth in the suggestion that Dickens was sentimental. It means that he probably felt most sociable when he was solitary. In all these attempts to describe the indescribable, to indicate the real but unconscious difference between the two peoples, I have tried to balance my words without the irrelevant bias of praise and blame. Both characteristics always cut both ways. On one side, this comradeship makes possible a certain communal courage, a democratic derision of rich men in high places, that is not easy in our smaller and more stratified society. On the other hand, the Englishman has certainly more liberty, if less equality and fraternity. But the richest compensation of the Englishman is not even in the word liberty, but rather in the word poetry. The humour of escape or seclusion, that genial isolation, that healing of wounded friendship by what Christian Science would call absent treatment, that is the best atmosphere of all for the creation of great poetry, and out of that came, quote, bare-ruined choirs where late the sweet birds sang, end quote, and, quote, thou wast not made for death, immortal bird, end quote. In this sense, it is indeed true that poetry is emotion, remembered in tranquillity, which may be extended to mean affection remembered in loneliness. There is in it a spirit not only of detachment, but even of distance, a spirit which does not desire, as in the old English rhyme, to be not only over the hills, but also far away. In other words, in so far as it is true that the Englishman is an exception to the great truth of Aristotle, it is because he is not so near to Aristotle as he is to Homer. In so far as he is not by nature a political animal, it is because he is a poetical animal. We see in it his relations to the other animals, his quaint and almost illogical love of dogs and horses and dependents, whose political rights cannot possibly be defined in logic. Many forms of hunting or fishing are but an excuse for the same thing, which the shameless literary man does without any excuse. Sport is speechless poetry. It would be easy for a foreigner, by taking a few liberties with the facts, to make a satire about the sort of silent Shelley who decides ultimately to shoot the skylark. It would be easy to answer these poetic suggestions by saying that he himself might be responsible for ruining the choirs where late the sweet birds sang, or that the immortal bird was likely to be mortal when he was out with his gun. But these international satires are never just, and the real relations of an Englishman and an English bird are far more delicate. It would be equally easy and equally unjust to suggest a similar satire against American democracy, and represent Americans merely as birds of a feather who can do nothing but flock together. But this would leave out the fact that, at least, it is not the white feather, that democracy is capable of defiance and of death for an idea. Touching the souls of great nations, these criticisms are generally false because they are critical. But when we are quite sure that we rejoice in a nation's strength, then and not before, we are justified in judging its weakness. I am quite sure that I rejoice in any democratic success without arrière-pensée, and nobody who knows me will credit me with a covert sneer at civic equality. And this being granted, I do think there is a danger in the gregariousness of American society. The danger of democracy is not anarchy. On the contrary, it is convention. And it is touching this that all my experience has increased my conviction that a great deal that is called female emancipation has merely been the increase of female convention. Now the males of every community are far too conventional. It was the females who were individual and criticized the conventions of the tribe. If the females became conventional also, there is a danger of individuality being lost. This indeed is not peculiar to America. It is common to the whole modern industrial world, and to everything which substitutes the impersonal atmosphere of the state for the personal atmosphere of the home. But it is emphasized in America by the curious contradiction that Americans do in theory value and even venerate the individual. But individualism is the enemy of individuality. Where men are trying to compete with each other, they are trying to copy each other. They become almost impersonal in their worship of a personality. Personality, in becoming a conscious ideal, becomes a common ideal. In this respect, perhaps, there is really something to be learnt from the Englishman, with his turn or twist in the direction of private life. Those who have travelled in such a fashion as to see all the American hotels and none of the American houses are sometimes driven to the excess of saying that the Americans have no private life. But even if the exaggeration has a hint of truth, we must balance it with the corresponding truth that the English have no public life. They, on their side, have still to learn the meaning of the public thing, the Republic, and how great are the dangers of cowardice and corruption when the very state itself has become a state secret. End of section 13.
Section 14 of G.K. Chesterton's Newspaper Columns. The New Witness, 1921. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by L. Mack. G.K. Chesterton's Newspaper Columns, The New Witness, 1921, by G.K. Chesterton, Section 14. At the Sign of the World's End, on An American Critic, by G.K. Chesterton. I went to America with some notion of not discussing Prohibition, but I soon found that well-to-do Americans were only too delighted to discuss it over the nuts and wine. They would even dispense with the nuts. Even for the poor, drink is not always prohibited. It is only poisoned. Prohibition never prohibits. It never has in history, even in Muslim history, and it never will. By way of a test, consider what part of Muslim culture has passed permanently into our own modern culture. You will find the one poem that is pierced is a poem by a Muslim in praise of wine. The crown of all the victories of the Crescent is that nobody reads the Quran and everybody reads the Rubaiyat. But many eminent and thoughtful Americans are eager to discuss in theory whether prohibition would be good if it could exist, or insofar as it can exist. And one of them, Mr. Barry, challenged me in a very friendly and even flattering fashion in an American church magazine, which, unfortunately, I have not by me at the moment. But from his tone, I venture to think we should have a great deal in common. Nevertheless, I have no apology to offer for the point of view which he attacks. It is, in substance, the fact that I have never based my case against prohibition on the case for fermented liquor, but on the case for freedom. And though, unfortunately, I can only criticize his interesting article from memory, I hope it will not be unfair to note in it an example of a certain view which I have more than once encountered. Now I notice that those who criticize my plea for liberty, especially as a plea against prohibition, invariably fall into a certain trap. With all respect for them, I confess I find it amusing to watch them tumbling into it one after another, like a string of sheep into a ditch. In their eagerness to prove their case, they always begin by proving mine. When I say you are clearly attacking liberty itself, for liberty of diet is the most private sort of liberty, they never do answer for some reason or other. Of course, there are private liberties which we should defend, but for such and such reason, we think this is an exception. They invariably do answer, after all, what is liberty? Where is liberty? Who has really got liberty? Man is a member of a society and must obey those principles of order which etc., etc., etc. In other words, they collapse into a complete confession that they are attacking all liberty and any liberty, that they do deny the very existence or the very possibility of liberty. In the very form of their answer, they admit the full scope of the accusation against them. They admit that this particular oppression may lead logically to any number of oppressions. The very thing they say is an anticipatory excuse for anything they may choose to do. If they forbid a man any sexual selection, or even any self-defense, their coercive craze will still be covered by the argument they offer, which is apparently the only argument they can offer. If they wish to choose everybody's wife, or wipe everybody's nose, they can still be satisfied with saying, after all, what is liberty? Man is a member, etc., etc., etc. In answer to the charge that they are bigots who want to smash bottles, they really reply that they are skeptics who want to smash everything. In answer to our plea that they should leave us this particular right, they say that they will leave us no rights. They definitely and dogmatically deny that we have any rights. In trying to rebut the smaller accusation, they plead guilty to the larger one. For Mr. Barry, to my memory, does frankly appear as a fundamental skeptic. He asks, what is freedom, in the spirit of one who asks, what is truth? Nor can I imagine why he should not in the same spirit ask, what is justice, or chastity, or charity? He is even driven for the moment to be a rather old-fashioned, materialistic skeptic of the 19th century, full of nature, red in tooth and claw. He asks why, if we have natural rights, nature does not respect them, meaning, I suppose, that sharks and thunderbolts do not respect them. Now, I have a notion that all this nihilism is really very alien to Mr. Barry's reverent and sympathetic spirit. He has been driven into it by the creditable motive of defending something which he thought a piece of social idealism, but which can only be defended as a part of universal tyranny. For we find mixed with his skeptical denials all sorts of inconsistent ideal demands on us to defend our country or deliver our fellow citizens. But surely the nature that is red in tooth and claw is just as indifferent to tribes as to individuals. As Tennyson noted, she cares no more for the type than for the single life. Mr. Barrie asks in conclusion whether a man who was asked to give up his blood for his country may not be asked to give up his beer for his country. Of that I shall have something to say in a moment. But, by the skeptical view of natural rights, it is obvious that England has no more natural rights than an Englishman has. America has no more mystical claim to liberty than an American has. In the primary metaphysics of such a claim, it would surely be easier to make it out for a single conscious soul than for an artificial social combination. If there are no rights of men, what are the rights of nations? It will generally be found that fundamental skepticism can be most rapidly answered on the plane of the practical. I should be quite willing to defend my faith in human rights on the plane of the metaphysical, or, as many would call it, the mystical. I do believe in natural rights. Perhaps it would be truer to say in supernatural rights. I do not say they came from nature, for I am by no means clear what people mean by nature, apart from a fabulous female dragon, red in tooth and claw. I believe they came from God. Mr. Barrie will recall that a countryman of his named Jefferson, who was so blind as to believe in natural rights, also based them on the same supernatural authority. He will find it in the Declaration of Independence, a very dogmatic document. But I repeat that it is more rapid to show how such skepticism breaks down in practice, and I could not possibly ask for a more practical example than that which he has himself offered. His own argument is answered by his own example, the comparison of blood and beer. Let me point out first of all that I have never denied in principle that it might in some abnormal crisis be lawful for government to forbid beer or to forbid bread. In that sense, I am quite prepared to treat the sacrifice of beer in the same way as the sacrifice of blood. But is Mr. Barrie really ready to treat the sacrifice of blood in the same way as the sacrifice of beer? Is bloodshed to be as prolonged and protracted as prohibition? Is the normal non-combatant to shed his blood as often as he misses his beer? I can imagine people submitting to a special regulation, as I can imagine them serving in a particular war. I do indeed despise the political knavery that passes drink regulations as war measures and then preserves them as peace measures. But that is not a question of whether drink or drunkenness are wrong, but of whether lying and treachery are wrong. But I never denied that there might conceivably be exceptional sacrifices. Only, if war is the exception, why should prohibition be the rule? If the surrender of beer is worthy to be compared to the shedding of blood, blood ought to flow forever like a fountain in a public square. If Mr. Barrie wants to complete his parallel, he must draw up rather a remarkable program for the daily life of the ordinary citizens. He must suppose that through all their lives they are paraded every day at lunchtime and prodded with bayonets to show that they will shed their blood for their country. He must suppose that every evening, after a light repast of poison gas and shrapnel, they are made to go to sleep in a trench under a permanent drizzle of shell fire. It is surely obvious that if this were the normal life of the citizen would have no normal life. The common sense of the thing is that sacrifices of this sort are admirable but abnormal. It is not normal for the state to be perpetually regulating our days with the discipline of a fighting regiment. And it is not normal for the state to be perpetually regulating our diet with the discipline of a famine. To say that every citizen must be subject to such inroads of the state is like saying that every Christian ought to tear himself with red-hot pincers because the Christian martyrs did their duty in time of persecution. A man has a right to control his body, though in a time of martyrdom he may give his body to be burned. and a man has a right to control his bodily health, though in a state of siege he may give his body to be starved. I say, therefore, that it is quite as apparent on a practical test as on a theoretical test, that a human being must have a province of private functions which he exercises freely. In other words, if only in a practical sense, there must be such a thing as freedom and the rights of a man. The state must not have an illimitable power of invading them. And in Mr. Barrie's scheme, the power is illimitable. He does not attempt, or pretend to attempt, to set any limit to it. But the tradition of human civilization has always set a limit to it, and the name of that limit is liberty. Hence, I am hardly silenced when Mr. Barrie complains that I confuse natural and acquired rights in asserting them all at once, since it seems to me that he saves me the trouble by denying them all at once. But of course, I do not mean that the symbols of self-government are divinely ordained or universally identical. Thus, there may have been times when men wearing swords meant that they were not slaves, in which case they were right in retaining them. Personally, I think there would be something to be said for restoring them. But nobody is maintaining that God commands the people in Pittsburgh to wear swords when they do not want to. So far from thinking a symbol sacred in that sense, I have frequently insisted that the modern symbol called a vote, that paper sword, is not sacred in that sense. The point is that if men were suddenly forbidden to wear the swords they had always worn, and forbidden by people who went about saying, "What is freedom? What is citizenship? Why should anyone be a free citizen?" we should know what to think. The slave could not be blamed for making the sword a symbol of the liberty he had lost, since the tyrant himself made it a symbol of the liberty he was taking away, and which he was denying in theory as well as destroying in practice. And we cannot be blamed for making the flagon a symbol of freedom when our critics themselves have to deny the freedom in order to destroy the flagon. End of recording. End of section 14. Recording by L. Mack.
Section 15 of G.K. Chesterton's Newspaper Columns, The New Witness, 1921. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by BSL Reader. G.K. Chesterton's Newspaper Columns, The New Witness, 1921, by G.K. Chesterton. Section 15. At the Sign of the World's End, Penelope and the Servile State, by G.K. Chesterton. The Secretary of the Divorce Reform Union has just let the cat out of the bag, if anything so domestic as the cat can represent the capitalist. Indeed, he has not so much let the domestic cat out of the business bag, but rather let the business cat out of the domestic bag. He was recently reported as writing one casual phrase of considerable significance, the statement that, quote, "Women have found it impossible to secure a livelihood with a husband somewhere in the background who may appear at any time to annoy the wife and inconvenience the employer." Close quote. Now, why drag in the employer? Why even take it for granted that she has any employer? If we are supposed to be talking about the free unions of free citizens, the matter of a just law of marriage as a contract between equals, all that has nothing to do with the unfortunate accident of the economic dependence of many modern women upon capitalists. In its relation to a free woman, it is as if we said, quote, "Her heart was broken by a disappointment in love, to the great grief of her stockbroker," close quote. Or, quote, "Her husband was unworthy of her lifelong devotion to him, in which tragedy she had the deepest sympathy of her dentist," close quote. Or, quote, "Life spread before her as a hopeless and loveless desert, which was almost more than her favorite dressmaker could bear," close quote. These parallels are not in the least fanciful. At least, it is only in the light of the servile philosophy that they are fanciful. These divorce advocates are perpetually talking to us about contracts and about freedom. Well, by the theory of free contract, a woman only makes an incidental bargain with an employer as she does with a dentist, and with a dentist as she does with a dressmaker. Why the devil, I consider the invocation appropriate, why the devil should any divorce reformer bother about whether her employer is inconvenienced or not? The truth is that divorce reform is a great deal more concerned about her employer's convenience than it is about her convenience. And this particular reformer has betrayed, by a sort of slip, how much his mind is already running in the smooth grooves of the servile state. Let it be understood that I freely admit, if only for the sake of argument, that the husband might really be inconvenient, not only to the employer, but to the wife. Most husbands are inconvenient. I am one myself. And I am not here denying that they may be not only inconvenient, but intolerable. And so, to many people, the lingering legal fiction of free contract is not only inconvenient, but intolerable. To many people, strikes are intolerable, and public houses are intolerable, and the whole notion of ignorant men demanding such money as they want, or spending that money as they choose. Nor is the feeling of inconvenience confined to the employer, either touching the solidarity of the family or the solidarity of the guild. I freely admit that many people, even poor people, may want to be divorced. And I freely admit that many people, even poor people, may want to be enslaved, as starving men often sold themselves into slavery in the last days of paganism. Many are preferring the heathen relapse of divorce to the hard and high ideal of loyalty, just as many are preferring the heathen relapse of servile status to the hard and high ideal of liberty. Nor is it in the least to be denied that marriage has been poisoned with miseries, as contract has been made crazy with competition. I say this in passing to guard myself against a misunderstanding. I am not primarily concerned to contradict the statement that the poor wife is really inconvenienced or even ill-treated. I am only concerned to ask why this divorce reformer is not satisfied with the serious statement that she is ill-treated. Why are not the tears of a true and human tragedy enough for him? And why must her employer's tears be mingled with hers any more than her dentist's? Why has so sincere a partisan let himself in for so appalling a bathos? Why does he spoil the patient figure of Penelope by telling us of the annoyance of the particular firm of Ithacan upholsterers and art decorators for whom she was weaving the web and continually unweaving it again till they threatened to put the matter in the hands of their solicitors? Ulysses may have been a rather inconvenient husband in some ways, and when he returned in rags and stood at his own gate as a filthy beggar, he must have looked exactly like the wicked working man with the good wife, of whom we hear so much in the rhetoric of divorce. I am so blinded with the Homeric barbarism as to prefer to believe in the loyalty of Penelope. But I can understand that there might be a tragic dignity in the disappointment of Penelope. Over the disappointment of the Ithacan upholsterers, my eyes are dry. Not so, however, the eyes of the divorce reformer, for whom the pathos of the employer follows so swiftly upon the pathos of the woman. He comes such a very good second that I suspect he really comes first. And he does really come first. The clue to this, and innumerable other modern complications, is precisely that the employer must come first, before even the lawgiver, before even the policeman. The commercial firm is to be like the feudal group, the near and natural authority under which men and women are to live, a larger family cutting across and destroying the Christian family. As the feudal ethics said that a man must lose hair and hide for his lord, so the servile ethics say that he must lose wife and child for his boss. These capitalist nuclei are the small communities that are really forming in the industrial countries, unless we can manage to rear a freer sort of small communities against them. The fact is every bit as plain in the benevolence as in the brutality of big business. It is as plain in the promotions as in the sackings, in the festive holidays as in the fines. The wiser of the world's new masters, though they rule by money and hunger, do really wish to attach their hirelings by something more than hire, by an illogical loyalty that shall wash away the more logical loyalties of religion or trade unionism. And it is because it is not a question of a fellow citizen, like a dentist, but of a feudal lordship that is a rival to the family, that the reformer can tag the employer on to the end of his mortal tragedy without any sense of incongruity. The very word employer is beginning to have quite a serious sound, like seigneur. This view is the very reverse of a superstition or even a sentiment. So far is it from being the remains of a prejudice that we should feel its reality all the more touching something about which we had hardly a preference. The modern mind would see these objective things more clearly, not only if it were as detached from capitalism as it is from feudalism, but even if it were as remote from marriage vows as from monastic vows. For instance, there did exist among the ideals of chivalry a notion of two knights being, quote, companions in arms, close quote, each bound to serve and support the other in all events. In such a case, we can see quite clearly how a feudal lord, even if he were a fairly good-natured feudal lord, might find the literal fulfillment of such a bond a considerable nuisance, being unable to take the one and leave the other, or suppress the one without attacking the other. And so a modern employer, even when he is a fairly good-natured employer, may easily find himself really embarrassed by the bond between a poor woman with whom he can deal and a poor man with whom he cannot. The wife may be a nurse or a needlewoman, and the capitalist may require nursing or needlework. The husband may be a potman or a prize fighter, and they may disapprove of pots and prize fights. The woman may be easily converted to teetotalism. The man may continue to refresh himself in the barbarous fashion of Shakespeare and Dickens. In their language, that is, the husband is a blackguard and the wife a respectable woman, and in their moral philosophy it is really desirable to deny that they are man and wife. In my moral philosophy, the fact that the vow is between the two poor people themselves, not produced by any pressure, even economic pressure, makes it immeasurably more sacred and honorable a thing than any capitalist conveniences. I should like the companions in arms to preserve their companionship, but I am not talking about what I like, either in the medieval or in the modern case. I am simply pointing out that the difference and the divergence of interest do exist. I am not even attacking the apologist of divorce. On the contrary, I am defending him. I am testifying to the truth of his statement that the capitalist may really find something highly, quote, inconvenient, close quote, in even as small a thing as the divine and human sacrament of sex. When I say that this phrase lets the capitalist cat out of the bag, I do not mean that the cat can now, in any case, be very consistently concealed. 1,000 other things are every day illustrating the same tendency. Thus, in America, I met astonishingly few partisans of prohibition, considering that it was the law of the land, and even the apology for it was decidedly apologetic in the modern and not the ancient sense. But nearly all those who did defended it with variations of the same phrase and theme. They said that workmen now came earlier to work on Monday morning. They said it would produce 100% efficiency in industry. Sometimes they said openly that it was a good thing for the masses who had to work. Sometimes they only said they had been converted by new potentialities of output. In short, they were all conscious that it would prevent inconvenience to the employer. That a laborer should have food is a convenience to the employer. Even that a laborer should have leisure may be a convenience to the employer if he is a far-seeing employer. But that the laborer should have fun is no convenience to the employer at all. It is, therefore, ruled out. And in this respect, what is true of the lighter matter of fun in the public house is equally true of the more weighty matter of fidelity in the private house. All the same, it is a queer situation. Our time of transition is called a time of destruction and construction and reconstruction, and examples could be given of all three. But what we are really trying to do is to tear down the wall and leave the wallpaper. The things that ought to be temporary are treated as eternal. The things that have always been considered eternal are being dismissed as temporary. The corrupt accretion called capitalism is spoken of as something sacred that must not be, quote, inconvenienced, close quote. The sacred sanity of the family is treated as a troublesome accident that must not, quote, inconvenience, close quote, it. It is as if a forest had fallen on a log hut, and the tree trunks looked so much alike that the men repairing the damage left all the load of loose obstructions and cut away only the roof tree and the beams. End of section 15. Recording by BSL Reader.
Section 16 of G.K. Chesterton's newspaper columns, The New Witness, 1921. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nate Stallnecker in Franklin, North Carolina. G.K. Chesterton's Newspaper Columns, The New Witness, 1921, by G.K. Chesterton. Section 16. At the Sign of the World's End, The Republican in the Ruins, by G.K. Chesterton. In one respect, America is more historic than England. I might almost say more archaeological than England. The record of one period of the past, morally remote and probably irrevocable, is there preserved in a more perfect form, as a pagan city is preserved at Pompeii. In a more general sense, of course, it is easy to exaggerate the contrast as a mere contrast between the old world and the new. There is a superficial satire about the millionaire's daughter who has recently become the wife of an aristocrat. But there is a rather more subtle satire in the question of how long the aristocrat has been aristocratic. There is often much misplaced mockery of a marriage between an upstart's daughter and a decayed relic of feudalism, when it is really a marriage between an upstart's daughter and an upstart's grandson. The sentimental socialist often seems to admit the blue blood of the nobleman, even when he wants to shed it, just as he seems to admit the marvelous brains of the millionaire, even when he wants to blow them out. Unfortunately, in the interests of social science, of course, the sentimental socialist never does go so far as bloodshed or blowing out brains. Otherwise, the color and quality of both blood and brains would probably be a disappointment to him. There are certainly more American families that really came over in the Mayflower than English families that really came over with the Conqueror. And an English country family clearly dating from the time of the Mayflower would be considered a very traditional and historic house. Nevertheless, there are ancient things in England, though the aristocracy is hardly one of them. There are buildings, there are institutions, there are even ideas in England which do preserve, as in a perfect pattern, some particular epoch of the past, and even of the remote past. A man could study the Middle Ages in Lincoln as well as in Rouen, in Canterbury as well as in Cologne. Even of the Renaissance the same is true, at least on the literary side. If Shakespeare was later, he was also greater than Ronsard. But the point is that the spirit and philosophy of the periods were present in fullness and in freedom. The guildsmen were as Christian in England as they were anywhere. The poets were as pagan in England as they were anywhere. Personally, I do not admit that the men who served patrons were freer than those who served patron saints. But each fashion had its own kind of freedom, and the point is that the English, in any case, had the fullness of that kind of freedom. But there was another ideal of freedom which the English never had at all, or, anyhow, never expressed at all. There was another ideal, the soul of another epoch, round which we built no monuments and wrote no masterpieces. You will find no traces of it in England, but you will find them in America. The thing I mean was the real religion of the 18th century. Its religion, in the more defined sense, was generally deism, as in Robespierre or Jefferson. In the more general way of morals and atmosphere, it was rather stoicism, as in the suicide of Wolfe Tone. It had certain very noble and, as some would say, impossible ideals, as that a politician should be poor, and should be proud of being poor. It knew Latin, and therefore insisted on the strange fancy that the Republic should be a public thing. Its republican simplicity was anything but a silly pose, unless all martyrdom is a silly pose. Even of the prigs and fanatics of the American and French revolutions, we can often say, as Stevenson said of an American, that thrift and courage glowed in him. And its virtue and value for us is that it did remember the things we now most tend to forget. From the dignity of liberty to the danger of luxury. It did really believe in self-determination, in the self-determination of the self, as well as of the state. And its determination was really determined. In short, it believed in self-respect, and it is strictly true even of its rebels and regicides that they desired chiefly to be respectable. But there were in it the marks of religion as well as respectability. It had a creed. It had a crusade. Men died singing its songs, men starved rather than write against its principles, and its principles were liberty, equality, and fraternity, or the dogmas of the Declaration of Independence. This was the idea that redeemed the dreary negations of the 18th century, and there are still corners of Philadelphia or Boston or Baltimore where we can feel so suddenly in the silence of its plain garb and formal manners that the walking ghost of Jefferson would hardly surprise us. There is not the ghost of such a thing in England. In England, the real religion of the 18th century never found freedom or scope. It never cleared a space in which to build that cold and classic building called the Capitol. It never made elbow room for that free, if sometimes frigid, figure called the citizen. In 18th century England he was crowded out, partly perhaps by the relics of better things of the past, but largely at least by the presence of much worse things in the present. The worst things kept out the best things of the 18th century. The ground was occupied by legal fictions, by a godless Erastian church and a powerless Hanoverian king. Its realities were an aristocracy of Regency dandies, in costumes made to match Brighton Pavilion, a paganism not frigid but florid. It was a touch of this aristocratic waste in Fox that prevented that great man from being a glorious exception. It is therefore well for us to realize that there is something in history which we did not experience, and therefore probably something in Americans that we do not understand. There was this idealism at the very beginning of their individualism. There was a note of heroic publicity and honorable poverty which lingers in the very name of Cincinnati. But I have another and special reason for noting this historical fact, the fact that we English never made anything upon the model of a capital, while we can match anybody with the model of a cathedral. It is far from impossible that the latter model may again be a working model, for I have myself felt, naturally and for a long time, a warm sympathy with both those past ideals, which seem so incompatible. I have felt the attraction of the red cap as well as the red cross, of the Marseillais as well as the Magnificat. And even when they were in furious conflict, I have never altogether lost my sympathy for either. But in the conflict between the Republic and the Church, the point often made against the Church seems to me much more of a point against the Republic. It is emphatically the Republic, and not the Church, that I venerate as something beautiful but belonging to the past. In fact, I feel exactly the same sort of sad respect for the Republican ideal that many mid-Victorian free-thinkers felt for the religious ideal. The most sincere poets of that period were largely divided between those who insisted, like Arnold and Clough, that Christianity might be a ruin, but after all it must be treated as a picturesque ruin, and those, like Swinburne, who insisted that it might be a picturesque ruin, but after all it must be treated as a ruin. But surely their own pagan temple of political liberty is now much more of a ruin than the other, and I fancy I am one of the few who still take off their hats in that ruined temple. That is why I went about looking for the fading traces of that lost cause in the old world atmosphere of the New World. But I do not, as a fact, feel that the cathedral is a ruin. I doubt if I should feel it even if I wished it to lay in ruins. I doubt if Mr. McCabe really thinks that Catholicism is dying, though he might deceive himself into saying so. Nobody could be naturally moved to say that the crowded Cathedral of St. Patrick in New York was a ruin, or even that the unfinished Anglo-Catholic Cathedral at Washington was a ruin, though it is not yet a church. Or that there is anything lost or lingering about the splendid and spirited Gothic churches springing up under the inspiration of Mr. Cram of Boston. As a matter of feeling, as a matter of fact, as a matter quite apart from theory or opinion, it is not in the religious centers that we now have the feeling of something beautiful but receding, of something loved but lost. It is exactly in the spaces cleared and leveled by America for the large and sober religion of the 18th century. It is where an old house in Philadelphia contains an old picture of Franklin, or where the men of Maryland raised above their city the first monument of Washington. It is there that I feel like one who treads alone some banquet hall deserted, whose lights are fled, whose garlands dead, and all save he departed. It is then that I feel as if I were the last Republican. But when I say that the Republic of the Age of Reason is now a ruin, I should rather say that at its best it is a ruin. At its worst it has collapsed into a death trap, or is rotting like a dunghill. What is the real republic of our day, as distinct from the ideal republic of our fathers, but a heap of corrupt capitalism crawling with worms, with those parasites, the professional politicians? Looking again at Swinburne's bitter but not ignoble poem, Before a Crucifix, in which he bids Christ, or the ecclesiastical image of Christ, stand out of the way of the onward march of a political idealism represented by United Italy or the French Republic. I was struck by the strange and ironic exactitude with which every taunt he flings at the degradation of the old divine ideal would now fit the degradation of his own human ideal. The time has already come when we can ask his goddess of liberty, as represented by the actual liberals, "Have you filled men's starved-out souls? Have you brought freedom on the earth?" For every engine in which these old freethinkers firmly and confidently trusted has itself become an engine of oppression, and even of class oppression. Its free parliament has become an oligarchy. Its free press has become a monopoly. If the pure church has been corrupted in the course of 2,000 years, what about the pure republic that has rotted into a filthy plutocracy in less than 100? O hidden face of man, whereover the years have woven a viewless veil, if thou wert verily man's lover, what did thy love or blood avail? Thy blood the priests make poison of, and in gold shekels coin thy love. Which has most to do with shekels today, the priests or the politicians? Can we say in any special sense nowadays that clergymen, as such, make a poison out of the blood of the martyrs? Can we say it in anything like the real sense, in which we do say that yellow journalists make a poison out of the blood of the soldiers? But I understand how Swinburne felt when confronted by the image of the carven Christ, and, perplexed by the contrast between its claims and its consequences, he said his strange farewell to it, hastily indeed, but not without regret, not even really without respect. I felt the same myself when I looked for the last time on the Statue of Liberty. By the way, on rereading my comment on some remarks by the Secretary of the Divorce Union, it occurs to me that his actual words might have a meaning I missed, i.e., that the employer might unjustly sack the employee. My general view is, I think, unaffected, and of course there can be nothing personal about such a point of opinion. But having been in 100 controversies, and never consciously passed an unfair point, I do not want to add a new crime to my existing iniquities. End of section 16. Recording by Nate Stallnicker in Franklin, North Carolina.
Section 17 of G.K. Chesterton's Newspaper Columns. The New Witness, 1921. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. G.K. Chesterton's Newspaper Columns, The New Witness, 1921, by G.K. Chesterton. Section 17. The Philosophy of Baby Worship. When I was in America, I met some extreme examples of a modern fad not peculiar to Americans. It may be called the cult of the infant phenomenon, of which Dickens made fun, and about which psychologists made fusses. It seems there are certain tests by which we can tell intelligent from unintelligent people, which ought to make smooth our path in the old problem of creating a political oligarchy. And as the governing class would select the tests, and the tests would select the governing class, of course the whole process of argument would move with that majestic rotation or circularity, which some have made the symbol of eternity. Anyhow, the tests had apparently been applied to the children in some American school, with the result that one little girl was produced as an infant phenomenon, with a flourish fully worthy of Mr. Vincent Crummles. Those working the new infallible machine by hooking the pulsometer on the piston rod and reversing the carburetor with the monkey wrench had discovered that the little girl was only 6 years old, but had the powerful intellect of a child of 12 years old. The only example of a test given, and apparently one on which the whole discovery turned, was that the child could be made to understand and even to employ the word annihilate. When asked to say something demonstrating her full comprehensions, the happy infant offered the following polished aphorism: "When common sense comes in, superstition is annihilated." In reply to which, by way of showing that I also am as intelligent as a child of 12, and that there is no arrested development about me, I beg to offer the following model of the same diction, which also happens to be true: "When psychological education comes in, common sense is annihilated. For in the incident, as described in the newspaper, the mother and the schoolmistress and the journalist and everybody involved, official or unofficial, sat round with solemn and adoring faces, worshipping this child as if she were what anybody in his senses could possibly want a child to be. It never seemed to occur to anybody that we do not want a child of 6 to talk like a child of 12, or a child of 12 to talk like a man of 50, or even a man of 50 to talk like a fool. I do not see why we should not carry much further the principle of hoping that a little girl of 6 will grow a massive and mature brain. For instance, we might reasonably hope that a little boy of 6 will grow a magnificent and bushy beard. We have heard in a flippant travesty of our youth that white wings they never grow whiskers. But I am in no hurry for a little boy to grow and develop whiskers, any more than for him to die and develop wings. And this view is emphatically common sense, in being the common sentiment of men. Nevertheless, that little word superstition, which the little monster contrasted with common sense, has a hint of another truth conditioning this. What she would call superstition is as common sense, and generally coexists with common sense. But it is true that one sort of superstition is more favorable than another to this particular reverence for the childishness of a child. What is called progress commonly means the right to a change of mind without a change of heart. Its ideal is reform without repentance, but its achievement is change without reform. The peculiar test of it, however, is in this, that it never allows any old doctrine to benefit by any new discovery. Science destroys what it must destroy, but it does not restore what it ought to restore. It might first condemn Abraham for polygamy as being a barbarous survival. It might then go on to prove polygamy a progressive necessity, but it will not go back and apologize to Abraham. It will not see that its 2 new negatives make the old positive. Take in this educational context an example, too probable even to be called imaginary. If I say that I feel something severing my soul from the soul of a Jew, however much I respect him, some intense, intelligent Jew of the sort I respect will charge me with benighted bigotry in condemning men only for their creed. Then the same Jewish intellectual is very likely to go on, by way of tactfully changing the subject, to talk about psychoanalysis, let us say, or the importance of infantile education, the idea that first impressions make a soil of subconsciousness, and so on. But it never occurs to him to go back and apply his latest discovery to his first complaint. It never occurs to him to deduce from his infantile psychology that it did make a great deal of difference to us when we were infants, that I was taught to imagine a divine infant and he was not. On his own scientific argument, it must have made a very great deal of difference that he only came afterwards to hear that some strangers worshipped a divine child, and that he accepted them as he accepted others who worshipped a divine bull or a divine serpent. He may not have come to scoff at the baby. He may not have come to scoff at the bull or the serpent. He may be an imaginative man with a sympathy for many spiritual phases. The fact remains that he was not brought up to take the Holy Family for granted, as I was, and it is a flat contradiction of all his own new psychological theories to say that the image of the Holy Family could have no influence on the human family. It is needless to say that all our own history is made bewildering and meaningless in that fashion. We pile up the negative till we cannot number them or tell whether they are odd or even, or whether they amount to a positive or a negative. The king proved that the Pope was wrong, and the squires proved that the king was wrong, and the merchants proved that the squires were wrong, and the workmen are now proving that the merchants were wrong. But to the mind thus blindly going forward, it never occurs to work the same logical process backwards, to deduce from the admitted mistake of the merchants that there may have been something to be said for the squires, from the admitted mistake of the squires that there may have been something to be said for the king, or from the admitted mistake of the king that there may have been something to be said for the Pope. It matters nothing, apparently, that we may only be making discoveries that have been made before, or only making mistakes that have been made before. We have fallen into the strange fallacy of supposing that we can go on perpetually contradicting ourselves without once agreeing with ourselves. But such is the limit of logic, and even of language, that we cannot go on saying yes and no alternately forever, without occasionally awaking memories of something that we have said before. This, however, is a historical parenthesis, and I only mention this curious habit of recantation without repentance in connection with the particular case of the cult of childhood. Now, while the love of so laughable a thing as a baby is common enough among men of all races and religions, and nowhere more than among the Jews, except possibly among the Japs, I do think our own race and religion has a subtle and unique note about it not easily described. We do not like children only as we like puppies or kittens, because the young of every animal contrives to be at once graceful and grotesque. For us, children are not merely immature in the sense of incomplete. We have also an entirely transcendental feeling that they are more complete than we. That is the one paradox of Christ that could be understood even by a neo-pagan like Swinburne. For one thing, we not only feel pleasure in looking at children, we also recall a pleasure in being children, while few of us have ever had the pleasure of being kittens. The pleasure is of a very positive and peculiar kind, an innocence that is much more than experience. We do not merely feel that the kitten has been enlarged into a cat, but rather that the kingdom of heaven has been narrowed into the kingdom of earth. We feel something purely spiritual that can only be called the authority of the child, something which could only faintly express by some archaic symbolism of white thrones or silver crowns that the child is father to the man. Matthew Arnold did not often say a thoroughly silly thing, but he did when he criticized Wordsworth for talking of the wonderland of childhood, and objected that a man of 30 has a better appreciation of landscape, as of course he has in the sense of landscape gardening. But the white light which Wordsworth meant was not in the sky the child looked at, but in the child. He happened to be a country child, but it was really only a geographical accident that it was meadow, grove, and stream, and not post, pavement, and policeman that were apparelled in celestial light, the glory and freshness of a dream. Nor is it the mere memory of vigour and adventure, which really is stronger at 16 than at 6. It is quite a different sensation. And to this day I cannot see certain things, such as a white horse or wood painted white, without a pang of pleasure going through me, stronger than sex or the fear of death. And unlike sex and death, it does not concentrate. For an instant, like a lost lightning flash, it has spread over the whole world, full of too many wonders to be wondered at. Here enters the psychological educationist with his subconsciousness and his first impressions, to remark shrewdly, "This is because somebody in your childhood gave you a wooden horse or painted it white for you." To which I reply respectfully, "Yes, fool, yes. Admirable and astonishing idiot, quite so. But has it ever occurred to you to ask why a pot of paint and a piece of wood should blaze with divine beauty to anybody at any time? Or why they should do it to a child of 4 any more than to a man of 40? When you have retired for a few years to reflect on the point, we will resume this conversation." End of section 17.
Section 18 of G.K. Chesterton's Newspaper Columns, The New Witness, 1921. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lisa Haskell. G.K. Chesterton's Newspaper Columns, The New Witness, 1921, by G.K. Chesterton. 18. The Topsy-Turvey Reformer, by G.K. Chesterton. In a recent letter from a distinguished contributor, on which I touch rather out of affection for the writer than for the subject, he justifies the prevention of certain natural processes by certain artificial processes, known only to complex and corrupt civilizations, and says that the veto upon it is as unreasonable as saying that a man should never take a walk unless he walks to his office. There are deeper answers to this with which I do not propose to deal here. I will only say that, in order to complete the parallel, I have first to suppose that the human body is so made as always to move by itself in an automatic and irresistible motion towards the office, and only towards the office. I have then to imagine that nothing except an extraordinary, complicated, and ugly modern machine has the power of hurling him for considerable distances along by-streets and country lanes, to the probable peril of his health and sanity. If that were so, I might feel it at the start as a kind of obscure hint, a mystical and delicate intuition, that the proposed experiment was an unnatural interference with the law of his being. But I do not take this particular example for the sake of this particular controversy, but for another purpose, which I fear he will think more frivolous. As I studied the simile, it was borne in upon me that I am at least not a man so made that I can only move with a monotonous momentum toward the office, in the sense of the new witness office. Without the assistance of any machine, I may often be found wandering in other places. And one result of my irresponsible absence was that a considerable correspondence accumulated there, including several letters which have appeared in the paper, but to which I have not yet had the opportunity of replying. This explanation is of some effect in two cases. In one, as I shall point out in a moment, I had myself sent in a correction before I had heard of any criticism, and, in the other, I had not seen the letter explaining that the secretary of the Divorce Reform Union was a lady, when I described her for the second time as a gentleman. Even then I had every intention of treating her as a gentleman. As it is, there are many questions on many subjects that I should like to answer. Some of them, perhaps, I shall take another opportunity of answering. Many of my critics in the matter of the red flag of Thaxt are answering what they imagine that I meant rather than what I really said. They suggest that I have adopted the red flag when I merely explained its history, and that I identify myself with my friend, Father Knoll, when I distinctly said that I widely differed from him. Certainly he would not think of claiming the authority to land the new witness in anything, and he would be perfectly entitled to support internationalism in the sense of antinationalism. But in fact he does not, and my whole criticism was that his international nationalism is intrinsically logical, but historically rather antiquated. There are other criticisms to which I may reply later, but here I will confine myself to a text from the letter from Mr. D.H.S. Nicholson. I hope I am not again addressing a lady as a gentleman, touching my views about divorce. Let me deal with a few details first. The matter of the secretary of the divorce union, about which Mr. Nicholson is so much disturbed, happens to be easily dealt with. It is perfectly true that the phrase about inconvenience to an employer might possibly have a second sense, besides that which seemed to me the first and most natural. And if my critic will consult the back files of this paper, he will find that I noticed it myself, merely by an accident of rereading, and myself mentioned in the next article, to avoid even an unintentional injustice. If I thought my sincerity were in need of defense, it so happens that this is one case in which it would be easy to defend it, for I could easily call evidence, in the new witness office, that I made this emendation before I saw any correspondence about the article, or knew that there was any. Exactly how much difference the second interpretation makes we will consider in a moment. It may suffice to say here that it is not so much the secretary of the divorce union as the whole modern society to which she, I apologize for having said he, has the misfortune to belong, that is in awe of the employer. Pursuing for the moment the more personal points, when Mr. Nicholson seeks to stab to life my intellectual honesty with short, sharp sentences, it would be easy to answer them with sentences almost equally short and sharp. Thus he says, 1. What constitutes the Christian family? And I say, the fixing of a union that is universal by a marriage that is sacramental. Then he asks, 2. Whether the family is naturally and inevitably a Christian institution, and if so, why? To which the answer is, no, of course not. Are all houses thatched if I think thatch the best protection for a house? Is every government a republic because a republic is the best form of government? As to his third question, of whether the keeping of a vow would not be more sacred and honorable if preserved without pressure from outside, it depends what he means by pressure. If he means legal compulsion, I should agree, but as a fact I do not see that there is or can be any legal compulsion to keep the marriage vow. A man may have 100 mistresses by the law of England, and the only thing resembling a punishment that anybody ever proposed to inflict on him is the very divorce which Mr. Nicholson proposes to inflict. He and his friends are applying the only outside pressure in the legal sense. But if he means by pressure the presence of a social conscience or common sentiment condemning the man and his 100 mistresses, no laws have inflicted that, and no reforms can remove it. How can we ask that it should be removed by law? Nay, how can we ask that it should be removed in logic? We are, by hypothesis, trying to find the right thing for everybody and preaching it to everybody. We may desire the individual to do the right thing for its own sake, but how can we desire all other individuals not to desire him to do it? If there is some course that is right for him, no matter what it is, how can we hope that public opinion will not support him in it? If therefore it be sacred and honorable for him to keep the vow, it is surely sacred and honorable of his friends to encourage him to keep the vow. And if this is a sort of pressure, which it is intellectually impossible, not only to remove, but even to wish to remove. If therefore it be sacred and honorable for him to keep the vow, it is surely sacred and honorable of his friends to encourage him to keep the vow. And this is a sort of pressure, which it is intellectually impossible, not only to remove, but to even wish to remove. For the rest, I so far agree with him that I do not attach much importance to the legal changes except as symptoms of moral and philosophical changes. He is quite mistaken if he supposes that I have been writing to resist certain laws passing through Parliament, knowing what I do about the laws that do pass through Parliament. I shall not be surprised if it legalizes polygamy and infanticide. I have not read any parliamentary debates for a long time, so perhaps it has done so already. What I wrote about the superstition of divorce, a superstition in the strict sense of a low, servile, sentimental, and irrational religion, which is weakening the mentality of many people. Like most superstitions, it is an idolatry, that is, a worship of small and visible instead of great and invisible things. We make a lot of little figures out of mud, called the employer and the inspector and the doctor and the policeman and so on, and for them we forsake the great invisible spirit whose name was taken in the vow, not in vain. It is in relation to these fundamental realities that I do not think Mr. Nicholson understands is the point of my remarks about the employer, as I do not think even Mr. Haynes understands the point of Father McNabb's remarks about the large family and the small wage. What we say is that the whole act of conceiving or constructing a society at all, with all its laws and conditions, should begin with things that are often invisible merely because they are our vitals. It should begin with the question of whether it is normal to be married, normal to have children, normal to preserve a home for the protection of those children. And in the light of that, we should construct, condemn, cut away, alter, or abolish all political conditions whatever. Whether we can do it to infinity or perfection is a question applicable to all reforms. It does not affect the point that this is the test of reform. And it does not alter the fact that by this test of reform we must condemn nearly all these current reforms. The very word employer ought to remind us first of the abnormality of the society in which nearly everybody is an employee. The very fact of so alien a figure appearing in a family quarrel, a tertium quid, like the serpent between Adam and Eve, ought to remind any far-sighted person first that the whole position is false, and that we must either go on to slavery or turn back to liberty. In existing conditions it is undoubtedly much easier to think of real employment than of ideal marriage. But our contention is nonetheless that the only real reform is to make marriage as ideal as possible, since we cannot make employment ideal at all. We do not say that we could ever make marriage ideal. What we say is that the reformers are not trying to do it, but rather trying to do the opposite. They are not even stating the problem in that way, but starting it the other way round. They are treating the employer as eternal and all older human relations as temporary. It is the same in the other case with which Father McNabb was concerned. We say that wages should be increased, or wages should be abolished, or wages should be replaced by some revolutionary change of the whole wage system, in proportion as it permits the normal consequences of sex. Given that, when man has reached a real limit, he will, according to his morality, meet the case with what we call a repulsive and anti-natural antic, or with what some would call the still more curious conception of reason controlling the passions. But the reformers in question do not put the problem in that way. None of the people whom Father McNabb denounced ever dreamed of putting it in that way. They took the mean modern wage as a fixed thing, and cut and mangled the functions of man to suit it. It had obviously never crossed their minds that the economic conditions are exactly the things we have to reform, and ethical principles exactly the things with which we have to conform them. They have not a word to say beyond the suggestion that we should change our morality to suit our machinery. They have not a thought to give to the possibility that, as the morality was made in healthier conditions in the past, it might have a chance of surviving for healthier conditions in the future. The principle applies, of course, to a great many things besides the first case of wives or the second case of children. What is the matter with these reformers is that they are the very worst of conservatives. The very easiest thing to do with bad conditions is to get used to them by bad habits. It is much easier than making the effort of imagination required to conceive a more simple and sincere community, or the effort of will required to attempt its establishment. Thus, when Mr. Nicholson asks me whether I can really believe that the divorce reformer wishes to enslave the poor by destroying the family, I can honestly answer that I do not think the average divorce reformer wishes anything so virile or so clear. I think he wishes to go with the stream that is already enslaving the poor and is already destroying the family. He wishes to take the line of least resistance and destroy the things in our present decline which are easiest to destroy, and leave the things that are too powerful for even him to have dreamed of destroying. As I have said, he has merely fallen into bad habits in order to feel comfortable in a bad society. End of 18. Recording by Lisa Haskell.
Section 19 of G.K. Chesterton's Newspaper Columns, The New Witness, 1921. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nathan Raths. G.K. Chesterton's Newspaper Columns, The New Witness, 1921, by G.K. Chesterton. Section 19. At the Sign of the World's End, The Unpractical Patriot, by G.K. Chesterton. Among the questions recently addressed to me, which I undertook to answer in turn, was one from a gentleman who wrote a letter full of rising patriotic passion, and terminating with the letter O. It was, in fact, a signature, though I fancied for the moment it was an exclamation. I thought that by that time the volume of his feelings was too strong for speech, and had finally burst forth in a sort of choking cry. Then I remembered the honest Major in the Book of Snobs, who called out "Oh" in the French restaurant, giving the impression of being in sudden pain, save to those who are aware that "eau" is the French for hot water. I fear I shall get into very hot water with my critic by any such frivolity, especially when it drags in anything French. But the only other fancy that flashed across my mind was that the signature was not an ejaculation, but rather the chorus of a song. I thought that so breezy a British jingo might very well be intoning his letter to the tune of one of those rollicking refrains that end in O, as in that truly noble and national song with the burden of "In the Bay of Biscay O." Well, I have enormous sympathy with that sort of old English swagger, so long as it is old enough, that is, genuine enough. If England is not to be judged by Dickens's novels, I would as soon it were judged by Dibdin's songs. I understand the primary thesis of the letter to be this: that it is very unpatriotic of an Englishman to love England, unless he has the same love for the Dutch and Jewish South Africa of Smuts and Eckstein, and, if the process be logical, for any French Canadian, for any Jamaican Negro, or for any Chinaman who happens to live in Hong Kong. Well, it is quite true that I do not regard Eckstein as an Englishman, as my father is an Englishman, and I do not think Eckstein is a strength to England at all. If empire means Eckstein, as apparently it does, it is quite true that I do not think such empire is a strength to England at all. But before I come to that particular query about that particular national policy, there is a more general query I wish to make on my own account. our imperialist critic declares that the little Englander not only cannot love England, but is engaged in a conscious conspiracy for the deliberate destruction of England, and that when a man says, as I do, that Ireland is oppressed, he can only be helping the Sinn Feiners to complete the work of Prussia and to stab England in the back. So far as the personal point is concerned for the moment, let it go at that. Let us agree that I am driven by a secret detestation of England, and am deep in labyrinthine plots for her destruction. I am just the sort of slim character to slip in and out of alien hiding places in ingenious disguises, and to be trusted to hold all the threads of the ramified responsibilities of an economic and political plot. While my intimacy with cosmopolitan finance, and my ardent advocacy of the cause of Prussia, point me out as the natural tool for the baser labors of the crime. Anyhow, let this be generally agreed for the present. There I am, working with feverish energy to make a worldwide combination to destroy England. What I want to know, from the gentleman generally known as O, is what he is doing to defend England. How does he propose to foil, or attempt to foil, so recondite a rebellion? What exactly ought a man to do just now, if he is so eccentric as really to wish to save England, and not destroy her? Now I believe that no such notion has ever crossed such people's minds. I believe that it has never occurred to them that there can be a way of saving England, or saving the Empire, or saving anything they want to save. They are not thinking about doing it, but about talking about it, and they have not reached the stage when a man, really wanting to do something, considers how it can be done. How exactly does one save an empire? Could anyone have saved the German Empire? And if so, what could he have done? Nobody could form the smallest notion from this sort of imperialism. Nobody knows the mighty secret of what O would have done. We only know what he would have said, and that, of course, is simple enough. He would have told all the infernal foreigners that the Poles and Alsatians were lucky to live their degraded lives under German culture, and that Poles ought to thank him with tears in their eyes when Polish children were flogged for talking in Polish. Nor would he forget to add that Bavarians were all superstitious savages, and socialists all anarchical assassins, and that any German who criticized any point in Germany's policy, from any point of view, was merely stabbing Germany in the back. And this would certainly be breezy and would relieve his German feelings. But what I do not quite catch hold of, what eludes my grasp in some tricky and intangible way, is how this would have in any way helped to save the German Empire. There seems to me a certain lack of practicality in the assistance thus offered by O to his fatherland. Supposing, for the sake of argument, that his name were Oppenheim or Offenbach or Ohlendorf, instead of Oldcastle or Oldacre or Otterburn or whatever it may be, I still think he would have other duties to his country besides that of indignantly crying "Oh!" or even calling for hot water. Now there were any number of fools in Germany who talked like this. In fact, German culture had educated nearly all Germans into fools who talked like this. But considered as a way of saving Germany, it will strike a thoughtful mind as lacking in realism and objectivity. A thoughtful mind will conclude that it was a very bad piece of bungling to unite so many enemies of so many different kinds. The French Republican and Freemason, the French Catholic tradition round Rheims and the Maid, the affection of Flanders for its shrines, the new nationalism of Italy, the English Tory with his hatred of foreigners, the English Radical with his hatred of militarists, a large and very national minority among the Irish and the Greeks, the whole huge democracy of America, and the vast and populous universe of the Slavs. It is quite true that Prussia with her vassals easily outnumbered her enemies in the first crucial fight, but it is none the less clear that in calling up against her spirits so diverse, so widespread, and so inexhaustible, that she had done a most horribly stupid thing. It must certainly be set down as an example of how not to do it. In any purely practical manual of the art of saving empires. And it is the only thing that it ever seems to occur to imperialists to do. To make as many enemies as possible. To make yourself hated with as deep and enduring a hatred as possible. And above all, to make sure that even the people who hate each other shall hate you more than each other. That is your only imperialistic contribution to imperial statesmanship. Now, this sort of thing is not responsible. It is not serious. In the subconscious as distinct from the superficial sense, it is not even sincere. If a man really wants to save something, his sincerity will always be proved by two tests. First, that he will take the mental trouble to consider what will really do it. And second, that he will face even unpleasant facts in the effort to find out. What is a man to do just now to save England, or the Empire, if you prefer it? In time of war it is another matter. It may be given to a man to die for it, as did one editor of this paper, and as I do not doubt that even the most muddle-headed imperialist would also do. Or he may only be able to help the war propaganda of his country, defending her justification in the war, as everyone on this paper always did while the war lasted. Our critics will not find anywhere in our files any proposals for a German peace, like the proposal of that gory Sinn Feiner Lord Lansdowne, or even any comparative tenderness for German culture, like the sentiment of that savage Bolshevist, the Dean of St. Paul's. O will find, among much more respectable conservatives than ourselves, much more plausible objects for an accusation of stabbing England in the back, while she was actually fighting at the front. But what can a patriot do in peace that shall really be as practical as what he does in war? It seems to me simply common sense to say that the two best things for him to attempt to do are to diminish the number of his country's enemies and prevent their having any occasion of combination. This practical patriotism requires, as I have said, two efforts of the will, the consideration of real expedients and the confession of uncomfortable facts. Let us apply this to the case here cited against us, the case of Sinn Fein. The critic complains, very absurdly, that the Nation and the New Witness have artfully hidden the letter of a British officer, as if it were the business of a weekly review to reprint verbatim all the ordinary items of news that can be read in all the newspapers of the day. But there are a great many items of news that could not be read in the newspapers of the day. Among these, unfortunately, were all the anarchical brutalities of the Black and Tans, which the authorities denied so long and admitted so late. I am dealing with them here solely from this practical patriotic standpoint, in relation to the realistic question of what an Englishman is to do. He cannot hide them, even if he thought it wise to do so. Long ago, when they were concealed in our own press, They were published broadcast in almost every foreign press. He cannot deny them, for the authorities themselves do not deny them. He cannot defend them, for the authorities themselves cannot defend them. He cannot ignore them, even if he thinks they will now be brought under better control, for the damage to the English name is already done. These irresponsible ruffians have already set going in Ireland a tremendous and tragic tradition which will last for another 100 years, as did the tradition of the Terror of '98. It will ramify all over America, and all over the colonies also, so that even our critic's empire is already weakened as an English support. I challenge anybody to tell me what else a man who loves his country and sees the danger of her being hated is to do in these precise circumstances, except the two things I have done to the best of my ability. He can try to stop the scandal at its source, by trying to prevent the wrongs from being repeated. And he can show that there are a good many Englishmen who are not responsible for them, and who think them wrong. These things are, at least as far as they go, a policy of practical patriotism, for they aim at an effect and may achieve it. Our friends in foreign countries will have a chance of showing that Englishmen are not responsible for the ravage, and are even trying to stop it. With those arguments, they may really resist an anti-English stampede. But the imperialism of my critic is not a policy at all. It does not aim at any effect at all. It is simply the crazy vanity of the German, satisfied with merely shouting about his virtues to people who already knew his vices, and expecting the whole world to be satisfied with nothing whatever except his own self-satisfaction. The case of the gentleman called O is yet more extraordinary, for he commands us to be insular, and yet forbids us to be an island. He implies that we are negligible without the help of a combination spreading over the whole world, and then implies that it matters nothing what the whole world is saying. What is the use of his telling us that with the help of our colonies we are strong, when he is busy manufacturing mortal enemies for us in all those colonies? Whether I am a Little Englander or not is a matter of definition, but at least I am not so little an Englander as he. End of section 19.
Section 20 of G.K. Chesterton's Newspaper Columns, The New Witness, 1921. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. G.K. Chesterton's Newspaper Columns, The New Witness, 1921, by G.K. Chesterton. Section 20. At the Sign of the World's End, The Religion of Bernard Shaw, by G.K. Chesterton. We all know that Mr. Bernard Shaw always writes the moral before the fable, in writing the preface before the play. And as a fable is necessarily fanciful, while a moral is necessarily serious, the play has rather the air of a harlequinade, merely rounding off the first serious drama of ideas. If in this note on the new book, Back to Methuselah, I deal rather with the preface than with the play, it is not because the play is less admirable of its kind. The dialogue has all the old kick in it. Indeed, it is not only still alive and kicking, but, what is more important, is in the main kicking the right people. And even the scenes about the future have not the utopian's usual lack of humour, if they have his lack of humanity. They are full of a sort of cold hilarity which he might compare to the air on mountain tops, for his chemistry can manufacture that thin oxygen, though not the lungs that could breathe it. And this last distinction is, of course, the whole doctrine. Mr. Shaw is more than ever convinced that men as men are by nature unable to fulfill his ideals. And rather than reconsider the ideals, he wishes to refashion the men. Some would agree that he is here in touch with a truth applicable to all ideals, and that the name of it is original sin. The same dogmatic extremists might translate the new theory, that the human animal must live 300 years to grow wise, into a more personal statement, that if you have the misfortune to be born an Orangeman or Irish Protestant of the garrison, even with the best brains in the world, it will take you 60 years to come within sight of civilization. For the pleasure of dwelling last on the more general and generous ideas, I will touch first on the more disputable details. It is refreshing to find Mr. Shaw still full of the very faults of youth, and the chief fault is impatience, with its natural result in ignorance. After really routing not only Darwin but Weizmann and nearly all 19th century science, he calls a halt to warn us against going back to our old superstitions. He then tells us what these superstitions are, and goes on to say that, if dwindling sects like the Church of England, the Church of Rome, the Greek Church, and the rest, continue to preach them, they will dwindle to something yet more minute than their present microscopic insignificance. Members of the three churches named, therefore, will naturally be interested to learn what their theology is, and it seems that their tenets are as follows: that the world was made in the year 4004 BC, that damnation means an eternity of blazing brimstone, that Immaculate Conception means that sex is sinful, and that Christ was parthenogenically brought forth by a virgin, descended in like manner from a line of virgins right back to Eve, that the Trinity is an anthropomorphic monster with 3 heads, which are yet only 1 head, that in Rome the bread and wine on the altar become flesh and blood, and that in England, in a still more mystical manner, they do and they do not, that the Bible is an infallible scientific manual and accurate historical chronicle, and a complete guide to conduct, that we may lie and cheat and murder, and then wash ourselves innocent in the blood of the Lamb on Sunday at the cost of a credo and a penny in the plate, and so forth and so forth. Amen. Now I perfectly well understand that a man may make a rubbish heap of Darwinism and still wish to warn men against reacting towards Catholicism. I am myself in very much the same position about the rubbish heap of capitalism, and the apparent alternative of socialism. But suppose in the course of my many and delightful debates with Mr. Shaw I were to write something like this: a thoughtful citizen must see that there is no case for the capitalist, but it does not follow that he need become a socialist. That is, a man who believes that the date of the class war is unalterably fixed for 1947 AD, that there is a great sea called wages perpetually ebbing and flowing, that the nationalization of the means of production means that all agriculture is wicked, and that Lenin holds his position by hereditary right of descent from a long line of socialist presidents sprung from the loins of Lycurgus, that the International is an anthropomorphic monster with millions of heads, and yet mystically all of one mind, that Heinemann is a socialist because he justifies war, and Henderson a socialist because he does and does not, that Das Kapital is a lyric, an epic, a 3-volume novel, and an entertaining book of riddles for winter evenings, and finally that a socialist may be encouraged to exploit, swindle, oppress the poor, and make millions by usury, so long as he puts everything right by wearing a red tie. If I were to gabble all of this off with the greatest vivacity and confidence, as a complete statement of socialist economics and ethics, and then tell dwindling sects like the Fabian Society that if they stuck to such absurd notions as the supernatural red tie and the intrinsic sin of agriculture, they would dwindle yet further. If I did that, I fancy that a certain impression would begin to form itself in Mr. Shaw's mind. I think he would silently conclude, even while I was speaking, that my conclusions about socialism were not of very great value, since I obviously had not taken the trouble to find out what it was. He would perceive that my speech was a farrago of phrases that socialists sometimes use, used for purposes for which they do not use them, with a few things which they do not maintain mixed up with the numbers of things that nobody out of a madhouse could maintain. That is how I feel when I read his summary of the popular religion of the three historic churches mentioned. It does not annoy me, because it has nothing to do with anything I have ever heard of. For instance, somebody, I cannot imagine who, is accused of holding that Immaculate Conception means that sex is sinful. Mr. Shaw himself does not know what it means. Why not ask? Why not consult a good encyclopedia? He would soon discover that the Immaculate Conception has really hardly anything to do with sex, except in the ultimate sense of presenting a pattern of a perfect woman as well as of a perfect man. The dogma, true or false, says that the Mother of Christ was free, not solely or specifically from sexual sin, but from all original sin. A mystical stain which Mr. Shaw might probably deny in any case. In short, as somebody truly pointed out, it merely says about the Mother of Christ what men like Mr. Shaw would say about the Mother of Christ and also about everybody else. What he can possibly mean by the passage about the long line of virgins, and who on earth he imagines to believe in that particular pedigree, I have tried to imagine, but in vain. I cannot even contradict a thing, for I cannot even conjecture what it refers. The rest of the statement, however, I can contradict with complete confidence. There are some very queer things taught in the Church of England, and some I think should not be tolerated by any Christian church. But I will answer for it that Mr. Shaw never heard anybody teach that all sex is sinful. In the Church of Rome it would certainly be heresy to teach it. In the Greek Church I imagine it would be, if possible, more heretical, for that church blesses the marriage of priests as well as laymen. Why not try the encyclopedia? But the critic becomes much saner and more sympathetic when he goes on to a larger question which he happens to understand: the position of legends considered as literature. Here he does deal with a real Christian principle and propose a rational alternative principle. He says in substance that we should treat the great religious stories as legends, but love and venerate them as legends. And it is perfectly true that we might consider Christ as a symbol, like Apollo. And it is perfectly true that orthodoxy regards Christ as historic in a different sense from Apollo. And the real answer to this proposal is much deeper and more delicate. I may attempt to suggest it later on. For the moment I will say that I doubt whether Apollo ever would have been a legend if he had only been loved as a legend. But nothing could be more vigorous or convincing than the pages in which Mr. Shaw shows the impossibility of his philosophy becoming a religion until it is a popular religion, or becoming a popular religion until it is a religion of legends and even, as he himself puts it, of miracles. I may remark in passing that just at present the practice of miracles is rather menacing to the theory of legends. The old miracles are to be loved as legends because they cannot be facts. But what about the new miracles which are now alleged to be facts? What will Mr. Shaw do with the legend of the table which Sir William Crook saw walk upstairs? Are religious people to love it only as a legend, while scientific people are studying it as a fact? Or are we to say that such things cannot have been historical events, though they may be contemporary events? In the modern atmosphere he may not find it so easy to protect the legendary character of his legends. There are so many skeptics about. Nevertheless, as I have said, he tells the truth trenchantly about the need for a popular and imaginative religion, and argues that his own philosophy may become such a religion. That philosophy he calls creative evolution, and it is a refreshing improvement on that materialistic muddle of the Darwinians which he calls circumstantial evolution. It is Lamarckian. It depends on the will or effort of things to develop, and suggests that each stage may be relatively right until it can be superseded. It is a far healthier philosophy than most modern philosophies, but it has certain modern weaknesses considered as a religion, especially as a popular religion. First, this sort of pantheist progress can never be definite enough. It has no commandments, no trumpet of challenge or judgment at any given moment. Any man who wants to take some monstrous liberty has only to say that evolution has now advanced further than the Philistines around him are aware of. Any man who wants to cling to some corrupt tyranny has only to say that evolution has not advanced so far as the Bolshevists around him imagine. And nobody can show which man's watch is fast and which slow, because there is no eternal clock by which to set their watches. Mr. Shaw really raises the question himself with characteristic clarity. The power that produced man when the monkey was not up to the mark can produce a higher creature than man if man does not come up to the mark. The trouble is that, when all theology is melted into legend, the power does not appear to have given man or monkey the faintest indication of where the mark is. But the more vital, intrinsic, and interesting answer to creative evolution as a creed is, it is so vital, intrinsic, and interesting that there is no room for it in this number, and I must defer it for another week. End of section 20. Recording by Alan Mapstone in Oxford, England.
Section 21 of G.K. Chesterton's Newspaper Columns, The New Witness, 1921. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. G.K. Chesterton's Newspaper Columns, The New Witness, 1921, by G.K. Chesterton. At the sign of the world's end, the soul in every legend. I think it was that very fine and subtle writer, Vernon Lee, who lapsed into literary heresy by saying that a poet is always a pantheist. I could only accept this in the amended form that no poet, by any possibility, has ever been or ever will be a pantheist. It was precisely because Walt Whitman sometimes tried in principle to be a pantheist that so great a genius just missed being a poet. Shelley did not miss being a poet, but he did miss being a pantheist. A deep imaginative instinct beyond his cheap philosophies made him always do something which is the soul of imagination, but the very opposite of universalism. It made him insulate the object of which he wrote, making the cloud or the bird as solitary as possible in the sky. Imagination demands an image. An image demands a background. The background should be equal and level, or vast and vague, but only for the sake of the image. In writing of the skylark, Shelley compares that unfortunate wildfowl to a lady in a tower, or a star to a rose, to all sorts of things that are not in the least like a skylark. But they all have one touch, the touch of separation and solitude. Now, pantheism means that nothing is thus separated, that the divine essence is equally distributed at any given moment in all the atoms of the universe, and that he who would see it imaginatively must see it as a whole. Now I deny that this was done by Shelley the poet, whatever may have been done by Shelley the prig. When he had heard the skylark speaking to him like a spirit out of heaven, I deny that he heard at the same moment the crowing of the cocks, the screaming of cockatoos, the gobbling of turkeys, the cawing of rooks, the clucking of hens, and the pandemonium of the parrot house at the zoo, or that for him, at that moment, all these things mingled in one harmony are music of the spheres. I do not deny that the poet may write an ode to a parrot as well as to a skylark, or for that matter a serenade to a penguin or a pelican. But he will prefer the parrot outside the parrot house. He will prefer the pelican in the wilderness. In short, he will aim at seeing the object against a background, as one sees a star in the sky or an island in the sea. He will aim at seeing the object in the strict sense of distinguishing the object. And this element of distinction would alone distinguish such a poet from the vulgar universality of the ordinary pantheist. For the rest, Shelley's poetry very seldom expressed Shelley's philosophy. When once he began to sing, he generally sang the creeds that he refused to say. In the Skylark, for instance, he does not in the least proclaim the doctrine of universal nature or the immanence of God. What he does proclaim is the doctrine of original sin, or the fall of man. When the skylark ceases merely to flutter and begins really to fly, to sweep and to soar, when the verse takes on the swing and powerful pulsation of great poetry, it is not even about the isolation of the bird, but the stranger isolation of the man. We look before and after. Our sweetest songs are those that tell a saddest thought. But if we could scorn hate and pride and fear, if we were things born not to shed a tear. There, the pantheistic poet is telling a tale not told by all the parrots in the zoological gardens, but rather by the bird of paradise that came with us out of the Garden of Eden. I noted last week that Mr. Bernard Shaw, in the last attractive preface to his last amusing play, advances a thesis in science and then propounds it as a thesis in philosophy. It might well be described as a progressive pantheism as compared to the static pantheism more commonly associated with pantheists. The current criticism will probably be that it is all very well for Mr. Shaw to talk philosophy, but he knows nothing about science. To me, this seems the exact contrary of the fact. He has always been very well equipped with facts in his scientific controversies, and his logic, of which I can judge better, seems to me very conclusive on the purely scientific question. He is strictly scientific in refusing the test of cutting off a mouse's tail, for instance, as affecting the question of acquired characteristics. As he very sensibly points out, an arbitrary amputation by somebody else is not an acquired characteristic at all, any more than we can talk of a man acquiring a railway accident. The Lamarckian suggestion is that the will counts, and nobody wills a railway accident. I think Mr. Shaw is entirely successful in his science. Where I begin to doubt is precisely in his philosophy, and especially when he propounds it as a religion. And I doubt it because it ignores, as the more static pantheism ignores, the same rather indescribable element which I can only call identity. I can only dimly describe it as the conviction that it is it. Mr. Shaw suggests that we should all pool our legends and treat them all equally as legends, that is, as allegories. This, I fancy, is very much what was really done by the Neoplatonists and other syncretists of the pagan sunset on the Mediterranean. They made a pool of all the legends, and it was rather a stagnant pool. Indeed, the Mediterranean itself would henceforth have been little more than a stagnant pool, but for the wind of the Spirit that blew on it from Bethlehem and Calvary, that is, from real places alive with stories at least believed to be real. When the New World found something to follow, it had to be a man, and not a myth, a tragedy, and not a mummery. If the New World finds a new religion now, It is much more likely to be in spiritualist miracles and a spiritualist plan of heaven and earth, all to be believed down to the last detail, than in the weary impartiality of the pool of the Neoplatonists. That pool may be a sea into which all religions ultimately run. It is certainly not a spring in which any religions originally rise. We shall never make a new legend by advertising for an allegory. The great myth comes from men who believe they have found a great truth, at least at first, and that a vivid, vital, and final truth. If there be, as I believe, such a central truth, this is the only way in which men can receive that truth. But even if it be only a delusion, this is the only way in which they can be deluded. In short, it is not enough for a religion to include everything. It must include everything and something over. That is, it must include everything and include something as well. It must answer that deep and mysterious human demand for something as distinct from the demand for everything, even if the nature of that demand be too deep to be easily defined in logic. It will never cease to be described in poetry. We might also say that all poetry is a description of it. Even when you have only natural religion, you will still have supernatural poetry. And it will be poetic because it is particular, not because it is general. The new priest may proclaim, "The sea is God, the land is God, and the sky is God," but yet there are not three gods, but one God. But even if the old priest be silenced, the old poet will always answer, "God is in a cave, God is in a stable, God is disguised and hidden. I alone know where He is. He is herding the cattle of Admetus. He is pouring out the wine of Cana." The new republic may make the philosophical declaration, "We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all trees were evolved equal and endowed with the dignity of creative evolution." But if in the silence that followed we overhear the poor nurse or the peasant mother telling fairy tales to the children, we will always be saying, "And in the seventh garden, beyond the seventh gate, was the tree with the golden apples." Or they sailed and sailed till they came to an island, and in the island was a meadow, and in the meadow the tree of life. Now, according to the old rationalistic criticism, it was enough to say of a fancy that it was fanciful. It was enough to say that a religion was a romance, and a romance a delusion. But men like Mr. Shaw have already left that behind, in the 60 years' wandering starting from the Dublin of the Protestants and the Darwin of the professors. They already realize that there is a soul in every dogma, that religion cannot be left out of account, that rationalism cannot be left in control. Now, if we are to look sympathetically for the soul in every dogma, surely we must look for that something in the soul which makes it clothe itself in every case in a particular and personal body. If this particularism always stubbornly recurs, even in poetry, how can it be left out of philosophy? What is the meaning of this incurable itch to give to airy nothing, or still more airy everything, a local habitation and a name? Why is it always something at once odd and objective, a precious fruit or a flying cup or a buried key, that symbolizes the mystery of the world? Why should not the world symbolize the world? Why should not a sphere sufficiently represent universalism, so that the faithful might be found adoring a plum pudding or a cannon ball? Why should not a spiral sufficiently represent progress, and the pious bow down before a corkscrew? In practice, we know that it would be impossible to dissociate a Christmas pudding from the sacramental specialism of Christmas, and the worship of the corkscrew. That hieratic serpent would probably be traced to the mysteries of Dionysus. In a word, why are all the mysteries concerned with the notion of finding a particular thing in a particular place? If we are to find the real meaning of every element in mythology, what is the real meaning of that element in it? I can see only one possible answer. That satisfies the new, more serious and sympathetic study of religion, even among skeptics. And that is that there really is something to which all these fancies are what forgeries are to a signature, that if the soul could be satisfied with the truth, it would find it a tale as particular, as positive, and as personal, that the light which we follow first as a wide white star actually narrows as we draw nearer to it, till we find that trailing meteor is something like a light in a window or a candle in a room. End of section 21.
Section 22 of G.K. Chesterton's Newspaper Columns, The New Witness, 1921. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rhea Elsner. G.K. Chesterton's Newspaper Columns, The New Witness, 1921, by G.K. Chesterton, Section 22. At the Sign of the World's End, The Extraordinary American, by G.K. Chesterton. When I was in America, I had the feeling that it was far more foreign than France, or even than Ireland. And by foreign, I mean fascinating rather than repulsive. I mean that element of strangeness which marks the frontier of any fairyland, or gives to the traveler himself the almost eerie title of the stranger. And I saw there more clearly than in countries counted as more remote from us, in race or religion, a paradox that is one of the great truths of travel. We have never even begun to understand a people until we have found something that we do not understand. So long as we find the character easy to read, we are reading into it our own character. If, when we see an event, we can promptly provide an explanation, we may be pretty certain that we had ourselves prepared the explanation before we saw the event. It follows from this that the best picture of a foreign people can probably be found in a puzzle picture. If we can find an event of which the meaning is really dark to us, it will probably throw some light on the truth. I will therefore take from my American experiences one isolated incident which certainly could not have happened in any other country I have ever clapped eyes on. I have really no notion of what it meant. I have heard even from Americans about 5 different conjectures about its meaning. But though I do not understand it, I do sincerely believe that if I did understand it, I should understand America. It happened in the city of Oklahoma, which would require a book to itself, even considered as a background. The state of Oklahoma is a district in the Southwest recently reclaimed from the Red Indian Territory. What many, quite incorrectly, imagine about all America is really true of Oklahoma. It is proud of having no history. It is glowing with the sense of having a great future, and nothing else. People are just as likely to boast of an old building in Nashville as in Norwich. People are just as proud of old families in Boston as in Bath. But in Oklahoma, the citizens do point out a colossal structure, arrogantly affirming that it wasn't there last month. It was against the colors of this crude stage scenery, as of a pantomime city of pasteboard, that the fantastic figure appeared which still haunts me like a walking note of interrogation. I was strolling down the main street of the city and looking in at a paper stall vivid with the news of crime, when a stranger addressed me and asked me, quite politely, but with a curious air of having authority to put the question, what I was doing in that city. He was a lean brown man, having rather the look of a shabby tropical traveler with a gray mustache and a lively and alert eye. But the most singular thing about him was that the front of his coat was covered with a multitude of shining metallic emblems made in the shape of stars and crescents. I was well accustomed by this time to Americans adorning the lapels of their coats with little symbols of various societies. It is a part of the American passion for the ritual of comradeship. There is nothing that an American likes so much as to have a secret society, and to make no secret of it. But in this case, if I may put it so, the rash of symbolism seemed to have broken out all over the man, in a fashion that indicated that the fever was far advanced. Of this minor mystery, however, his first few sentences offered a provisional explanation. In answer to his question, touching my business in Oklahoma, I replied with restraint that I was lecturing, to which he replied without restraint, but rather with an expansive and radiant pride, I also am lecturing. I am lecturing on astronomy. So far, a certain wild rationality seemed to light up the affair. I knew it was unusual in my own country for the astronomer royal to walk down the Strand with his coat plastered all over with the solar system. Indeed, it was unusual for any English astronomical lecturer to advertise the subject of his lectures in this fashion. But though it would be unusual, it would not necessarily be unreasonable. In fact, I think it might add to the color and variety of life if specialists did adopt this sort of scientific heraldry. I should like to be able to recognize an entomologist at sight by the decorative spiders and cockroaches crawling all over his coat and waistcoat. I should like to see a conchologist in a simple costume of shells. An osteopath, I suppose, would be agreeably painted so as to resemble a skeleton, while a botanist would enliven the street with the appearance of a Jack-in-the-Green. So, while I regarded the astronomical lecturer in the astronomical coat as a figure distinguishable by a high degree of differentiation from the artless astronomers of my island home, enough their simple loveliness for me, I saw in him nothing illogical, but rather an imaginative extreme of logic. And then came another turn of the wheel of topsy-turveydom, and all the logic was scattered to the wind. Expanding his starry bosom and standing astraddle with the air of one who owned the street, the strange being continued, "Yes, I am lecturing on astronomy, anthropology, archaeology, paleontology, embryology, eschatology, and so on in a thunderous roll of theoretical sciences, apparently beyond the scope of any single university, let alone any single professor." Having thus introduced himself, however, he got to business. He apologized with true American courtesy for having questioned me at all, and excused it on the ground of his own exacting responsibilities. I imagined him to mean the responsibility of simultaneously occupying the chairs of all the faculties already mentioned. But these apparently were trifles to him, and something far more serious was clouding his brow. "I feel it to be my duty," he said, "to acquaint myself with any stranger visiting this city, and it is an additional pleasure to welcome here a member of the Upper Ten." I assured him earnestly that I knew nothing about the Upper Ten, except that I did not belong to them. I felt, not without alarm, that the Upper Ten might be another secret society. He waved my abnegation aside and continued, "I have a great responsibility in watching over this city. My friend the mayor and I have a great responsibility." And then an extraordinary thing happened. Suddenly, diving his hand into his breast pocket, he flashed something before my eyes like a hand mirror, something which disappeared again almost as soon as it appeared. In that flash, I could only see that it was some sort of polished metal plate with some letters engraved on it, like a monogram. But the reward of a studious and virtuous life, which has been spent chiefly in the reading of American detective stories, shone forth for me in that hour of trial. I received at last the prize of a profound scholarship in the matter of imaginary murders in 10th-rate magazines. I remembered who it was, who in the Yankee detective yarn flashes before the eyes of Slim Jim or the lone hand crook a badge of metal, sometimes called a shield. Assuming all the desperate composure of Slim Jim himself, I replied, "You mean you are connected with the police authorities here, don't you? Well, if I commit a murder here, I'll let you know." Whereupon that astonishing man waved a hand in deprecation, bowed in farewell with the grace of a dancing master, and said, "Oh, those are not things we expect from members of the Upper Ten." Then that moving constellation moved away, disappearing in the dark tides of humanity, as the vision passed away down the dark tides from Sir Galahad, and, star-like, mingled with the stars. That is the problem I would put to all Americans, and to all who claim to understand America. Who and what was that man? Was he an astronomer? Was he a detective? Was he a wandering lunatic? If he was a lunatic who thought he was an astronomer, why did he have a badge to prove he was a detective? If he was a detective pretending to be an astronomer, why did he tell a total stranger that he was a detective 2 minutes after saying he was an astronomer? If he wished to watch over the city in a quiet and unobtrusive fashion, why did he blazon himself all over with all the stars of the sky, and profess to give public lectures on all the subjects of the world? Every wise and well-conducted student of murder stories is acquainted with the notion of a policeman in plain clothes, but nobody could possibly say that this gentleman was in plain clothes. Why not wear his uniform if he was resolved to show every stranger in the street his badge? Perhaps, after all, he had no uniform, for these lands were but recently a wild frontier rudely ruled by vigilance committees. Some Americans suggested to me that he was the sheriff, the regular hard-riding, free-shooting sheriff of Bret Harte and my boyhood's dreams. Others suggested that he was an agent of the Ku Klux Klan, that great nameless revolution of the revival of which there were rumors at the time, and that the symbol he exhibited was theirs. But whether he was a sheriff acting for the law, or a conspirator against the law, or a lunatic entirely outside the law, I agree with the former conjectures upon one point. I am perfectly certain he had something else in his pocket besides a badge, and I am perfectly certain that under certain circumstances he would have handled it instantly and shot me dead between the gay book stall and the crowded trams. And that is the last touch to the complexity. For though in that country it often seems that the law is made by a lunatic, you never know when the lunatic may not shoot you for keeping it. Only in the presence of that citizen of Oklahoma, I feel I am confronted with the fullness and depth of the mystery of America. Because I understand nothing, I recognize the thing that we call a nation, and I salute the flag. End of section 22. Recording by Rhea Elsner.
Section 23 of G. K. Chesterton's Newspaper Columns, The New Witness, 1921. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Giordano. G. K. Chesterton's Newspaper Columns, The New Witness, 1921, by G. K. Chesterton. Section 23. The American King and the English President, by G. K. Chesterton. All good Americans wish to fight the representatives they have chosen. All good Englishmen wish to forget the representatives they have chosen. This difference, deep and perhaps ineradicable in the temperaments of the two peoples, explains 1,000 things in their literature and their laws. The American national poet praised his people for their readiness to rise against the never-ending audacity of elected persons. The English national anthem is content to say heartily, but almost hastily, "Confound their politics," and then more cheerfully, as if changing the subject, "God save the King." For this is especially the secret of the monarch, or chief magistrate, in the two countries. They arm the president with the powers of a king, that he may be a nuisance in politics. We deprive the king even of the powers of a president, lest he should remind us of a politician. We desire to forget the never-ending audacity of elected persons, and with us, therefore, it really never does end. That is the practical objection to our own habit of changing the subject, instead of changing the ministry. The king, as the Irish wit observed, is not a subject, but in that sense the English crowned head is not a king. He is a popular figure intended to remind us of the England the politicians do not remember, the England of horses and ships and gardens and good fellowship. The Americans have no such purely social symbol, and it is rather the root than the result of this that their social luxury, and especially their sport, are a little lacking in humanity and humor. It is the American, much more than the Englishman, who takes his pleasures sadly, not to say savagely. The genuine popularity of constitutional monarchs in parliamentary countries can be explained by any practical example. Let us suppose that great social reform, the Compulsory Hair-Cutting Act, has just begun to be enforced. The Compulsory Hair-Cutting Act, as every good citizen knows, is a statute which permits any person to grow his hair to any length, in any wild or wonderful shape, so long as he is registered with a hairdresser who charges a shilling. But it imposes a universal close shave, like that which is found so hygienic during a curative detention at Dartmoor, on all who are registered only with a barber, who charges 3d. Thus, while the ornamental classes can continue to ornament the street with Piccadilly weepers or chin beards, if they choose, the working classes demonstrate the care with which the state protects them by going about in a fresher, cooler, and cleaner condition, a condition which has the further advantage of revealing at a glance that outline, the criminal skull, which is so common among them. The Compulsory Hair-Cutting Act is thus in every way a compact and convenient example of all our current laws about education, sport, liquor, and liberty in general. Well, the law has passed, and the masses, insensible to its scientific value, are still murmuring against it. The ignorant peasant maiden is adverse to so extreme a fashion of bobbing her hair, and does not see how she can even be a flapper with nothing to flap. Her father, his mind already poisoned by Bolshevists, begins to wonder who the devil does these things, and why. In proportion as he knows the world of today, he guesses that the real origin may be quite obscure, or the real motive quite corrupt. The pressure may have come from anybody who has gained power or money anyhow. It may come from the foreign millionaire who owns all the expensive hair-dressing saloons. It may come from some swindler in the cutlery trade who has contracted to sell 1,000,000 bad razors. Hence the poor man looks about him with suspicion in the street, knowing that the lowest sneak or the loudest snob he sees may be directing the government of his country. Anybody may have to do with politics, and this sort of thing is politics. Suddenly he catches sight of a crowd, stops, and begins wildly to cheer a carriage that is passing. The carriage contains the one person who has certainly not originated any great scientific reform. He's the only person in the Commonwealth who is not allowed to cut off other people's hair, or to take away other people's liberties. He at least is kept out of politics, and men hold him up as they did an unspotted victim to appease the wrath of the gods. He is their king, and the only man they know is not their ruler. We need not be surprised that he is popular, knowing how they are ruled. The popularity of a president in America is exactly the opposite. The American Republic is the last medieval monarchy. It is intended that the president shall rule and take all the risks of ruling. If the hair is cut, he is the hair cutter, the magistrate that bears not the razor in vain. All the popular presidents, Jackson and Lincoln and Roosevelt, have acted as democratic despots, but emphatically not as constitutional monarchs. In short, the names have become curiously interchanged, and as a historical reality, it is the president who ought to be called a king. But it is not only true that the president could correctly be called a king, it is also true that the king might correctly be called a president. We could hardly find a more exact description of him than to call him a president. What is expected in modern times of a modern constitutional monarch is emphatically that he should preside. We expect him to take the throne exactly as if he were taking the chair. The chairman does not move the motion or resolution, far less vote it. He is not supposed even to favor it. He is expected to please everybody by favoring nobody. The primary essentials of a president or chairman are that he should be treated with ceremonial respect, that he should be popular in his personality, and yet impersonal in his opinions, and that he should actually be a link between all the other persons by being different from all of them. This is exactly what is demanded of the constitutional monarch in modern times. It is exactly the opposite to the American position, in which the president does not preside at all. He moves, and the thing he moves may truly be called a motion, for the national idea is perpetual motion. Technically it is called a message, and might often actually be called a menace. Thus we may truly say that the king presides and the president reigns. Some would prefer to say that the president rules, and some senators and members of Congress would prefer to say that he rebels. But there is no doubt that he moves. He does not take the chair, or even the stool, but rather the stump. Some people seem to suppose that the fall of President Wilson was a denial of this almost despotic ideal in America. As a matter of fact, it was the strongest possible assertion of it. The idea is that the president shall take responsibility and risk, and responsibility means being blamed, and risk means the risk of being blamed. The theory is that things are done by the president, and if things go wrong, or are alleged to go wrong, it is the fault of the president. This does not invalidate, but rather ratify the comparison with true monarchs, such as the medieval monarchs. Constitutional princes are seldom deposed, but despots were often deposed. In the simpler races of sunnier lands, such as Turkey, they were commonly assassinated. Even in our own history, a king often received the same respectful tribute to the responsibility and reality of his office. But King John was attacked because he was strong, not because he was weak. Richard II lost the crown because the crown was a trophy, not because it was a trifle. And President Wilson was deposed because he used a power which is such in its nature that a man must use it at the risk of deposition. As a matter of fact, of course, it is easy to exaggerate Mr. Wilson's real unpopularity, and still more easy to exaggerate Mr. Wilson's real failure. There are a great many people in America who justify and applaud him, and what is yet more interesting, who justify him not on pacifist and idealistic, but on patriotic and even military grounds. It is especially insisted by some that his demonstration, which seemed futile as a threat against Mexico, was a very far-sighted preparation for the threat against Prussia. But in so far as the democracy did disagree with him, it was but the occasional and inevitable result of the theory by which the despot has to anticipate the democracy. Thus the American king and the English president are the very opposite of each other, yet they are both the varied and very national indications of the same contemporary truth. It is the great weariness and contempt that have fallen upon common politics in both countries. It may be answered, with some show of truth, that the new American president represents a return to common politics, and that in that sense he marks a real rebuke to the last president and his more uncommon politics. And it is true that many who put Mr. Harding in power regard him as the symbol of something which they call normalcy, which may roughly be translated into English by the word normality. And by this they do mean, more or less, the return to the vague capitalist conservatism of the 19th century. They might call Mr. Harding a Victorian if they had ever lived under Victoria. Perhaps these people do entertain the extraordinary notion that the 19th century was normal, but there are very few who think so, and even they will not think so long. The blunder is the beginning of nearly all our present troubles. The 19th century was the very reverse of normal. It suffered a most unnatural strain in the combination of political equality in theory with extreme economic inequality in practice. Capitalism was not normalcy, but an abnormalcy. Property is normal, and is more normal in proportion as it is universal. Slavery may be normal, and even natural, in the sense that a bad habit may be second nature. But capitalism was never anything so human as a habit. We may say it was never anything so good as a bad habit. It was never a custom, for men never grew accustomed to it. It was never even conservative, for before it was even created, wise men had realized that it could not be conserved. It was from the first a problem, and those who will not even admit the capitalist problem deserve to get the Bolshevist solution. All things considered, I cannot say anything worse of them than that. End of Section 23. Recording by Greg Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida. Section 24 of G.K. Chesterton's Newspaper Columns, The New Witness, 1921. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Giordano. G.K. Chesterton's Newspaper Columns, The New Witness, 1921, by G.K. Chesterton. Section 24. At the Sign of the World's End, A Doubt about the Interview, by G.K. Chesterton. There is one aspect of the affair of Lord Northcliffe and the alleged American interview which has nothing to do with the controversial merits of the case. About these I am somewhat serenely detached, for I have attacked the Prime Minister, attacked the Times, attacked Lord Curzon, and attacked Lord Northcliffe. Nothing can be asked of me but to look on with a beaming benevolence when they begin to attack each other. On that I will only say that, given such journalistic attacks, I think that Lord Curzon and Mr. Lloyd George might learn something in dignity from Lord Kitchener and Mr. Asquith. But the criticism which concerns me here is not an ethical criticism. I am all for defending the cause of ethics. It's my delight on a shiny night in the season of the year, and anyone nowadays who defends ethics is bound to attack politics. But I do not think the night is quite sufficiently shiny at this moment, or the season especially suitable, and my interest in the matter is confined just now to the criticism of American journalism. And whatever was said by Mr. Wickham Steed or Mr. Lloyd George, or whatever was not said by the King or Lord Northcliffe, and whatever was said or said to have been said by anybody or nobody, a certain criticism remains. It is a criticism not so much of the American interviewer as of the whole art of interviewing, which was itself, I believe, an American invention. With all respect to American interviewers, many of whom I love like brothers, it may be laid down as a primary proposition that the interview itself, as a mode of serious statement, could only have come into existence in a muddle-headed age. Kings and statesmen, despots and demagogues, used to rule by proclamations, by plain statements signed with their names, which were either facts or forgeries. But there is something illogical and even idiotic about the whole idea of denying, or endorsing, or signing, or repudiating what is simply a memory of a conversation. There is something odd about the modern world, whereby its absurdities are too large to be seen. Advertisement, for instance, is an absurdity too large to be seen. We never notice, as a peasant or even a savage would notice, the folly of a tradesman writing a testimonial to his own wares in letters 10 feet high. This illogicality weakens even some of the good creations of our time, such as the novel, just as the modern art of the novel suffers from having no rules like those of the epic or the drama. So the modern art of the interview suffers from having no responsibilities like those of the proclamation or the public speech. First of all, indeed, there is a journalistic difficulty that arises even over the public speech. It is the almost inevitable tendency to take hold of any concrete images or illustrations, and leave the context quite incomprehensible. I recently wrote an article against the Insurance Act, in which I said that to force any poor man to prefer insurance to any other investment at any given moment was like stealing his boots, then gravely giving him a wooden leg, on the chance of his some day breaking his leg. This was part of a quite consistent argument about the limits of precaution against present or potential misfortune. If I had used it in a public speech, it would probably have been reported, if at all, somewhat thus: Mr. Chesterton supported the motion. He was opposed to giving anybody a wooden leg. Admiral Blunderbolt and Mr. Whiffle also addressed the meeting. But in the case of the interview this truth tells yet more disastrously, and that for a particular reason. In conversation, it is the small words that count. It is the phrases that go to make up not so much the things said as the way of saying it. It is all the links of language, the but, and perhaps, and after all, and so to speak, that produce in conversation the sense of what a man really means. It is exactly these which vanish even in an honest interview, and they vanish because they are evanescent. They are too slight to be demanded and demonstrated and denied and reaffirmed. They are too slight to be remembered. Nothing is provided for the poor despised reader except the solid objective fact referred to, the wooden leg. Nothing else is supposed to penetrate that wooden head. I will give an American experience of my own, by way of illustration. A very ably conducted American paper came out with a headline somewhat to this effect: De Valera to go to jail. Critic Chesterton declares government's intention. I need not say that Critic Chesterton never did anything of the sort. Yet the report was correct as regards certain concrete terms and names in the same connection. What happened was this. In answer to the usual demand for a divinely inspired prophecy about the future of Ireland, I disclaimed prophetic powers, but said I thought even the government was sick of the situation, and would probably attempt negotiations, though they might cover it with a show of yet further coercion. Then I said, remember they actually put Parnell in prison, and then began to treat with him in prison. That may happen to De Valera, and prison will still mean negotiation. They will put him in jail, for all I know, and then give him what he asks, more than he hopes for, as likely as not. That's how they worked it with Parnell, though I think it's a mistake myself. And I went on to the real argument, that it is stupid to combine generosity with firmness. It is stupid to give a man a shilling, and then give him a kick to prevent him from being grateful. But all this conversational argument evaporated, and left the two solid words, De Valera and jail. If I take the interview, now attributed not to Lord Northcliffe, but to Mr. Wickham Steed, as another illustration, it is not because I am here discussing in any way what did happen, but merely giving an example of what might happen. Suppose Mr. Wickham Steed had said, or anybody else had said, something like this: the fact is, everybody is sick of the Irish massacre. Everybody more or less, from the king to the crossing sweeper, I fancy, feels it simply can't go on. I shouldn't wonder a bit if the king himself has said to somebody, are we going to kill all the people in Ireland? There must be a move in that direction, even if the government were against it. Somebody or other must be putting it to them like that. But in both those cases it is phrases like, I shouldn't wonder, and, for all I know, which makes the whole difference in a real interview, and which entirely disappear in a printed interview. All that remain are the fixed terms, king, and kill, and people, and Ireland. Thus the interview becomes something rather similar and totally different. Potentially the position is even worse than this. Not only is the interview in its nature irrational and irresponsible, it has sometimes been used because it is irrational and irresponsible. It was not so in the case I have cited from my own experience, nor indeed have I in my own experience anything particular to complain of in connection with interviews. I enjoy talking at large to my fellow creatures, especially to my fellow journalists, and even when there is misrepresentation, it was generally not only unintentional, but almost unavoidable. It arose from the fact already mentioned, that memory could only fix itself on certain facts and figures of speech, and description could not reproduce tones and turns of minor phraseology, which makes the whole difference between a conviction and a conjecture, and a joke. Nor do I think the other case, as taken as a text, is likely to have been anything more than a mistake. But the real danger of such things is much deeper, and all the more for being sometimes almost subconscious. The modern world seems to have a positive tendency towards methods that are irresponsible and indirect. It has produced a number of things which many honest men may use more or less mechanically, but which dishonest men can use very dishonestly. It has produced anonymous journalism. It has produced financial backing, and the fact of one financial group being really dependent on another. It has produced political constitutions in which the king is not the king, in which even the prime minister is not the prime mover. It has produced the secret party funds. It has produced secret societies, perverting the purpose even of popular movements, so that demagoguery itself has become a secret. And along with the general atmosphere of these abuses goes a number of lesser things that may rather be called anomalies. These also have in their degree the character of relieving the pressure of personal responsibility, the character of vagueness and evasion. Among these is the interview, as it has come to be used for the purposes of public announcement. The American method, which used to be criticized as personal, can now be criticized as being far too impersonal, for it is not a personality writing speaking directly to us, but at the best a personality filtered through another personality. I am well aware, of course, that in some cases the whole interview is as carefully and artificially prepared as any other written essay, or, in other words, there never was any interview at all. But one fake does not regularize another fake, nor does one crooked anomaly straighten out another. The very fact that such a practice is unofficial and unavowed prevents the thing having official authority, even when it has an official origin. May I suggest that when our rulers have something to say, they should say it, or write it and sign it, and not merely leave, or pretend to have left, a few idle phrases floating loose in the memory of a total stranger. When we have again a real ruler, royal or republican, one of the first reforms will be that his voice will come to us in words, and not in echoes. End of section 24. Recording by Greg Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida.
Section 25 of G.K. Chesterton's Newspaper Columns, The New Witness, 1921. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. G.K. Chesterton's Newspaper Columns, The New Witness, 1921, by G.K. Chesterton. Is America Young? The heathen in his blindness bows down to wood and stone, especially to a woodcut or a lithographic stone. Modern people put their trust in pictures, especially scientific pictures, as much as the most superstitious ever put in religious pictures. They publish a portrait of the missing link as if he were the missing man, for whom the police are always advertising. For all the world is as if the anthropoid had been photographed before he absconded. The scientific diagram may be a hypothesis, it may be a fancy, it may be a forgery, but it is always an idol in the true sense of an image, and an image in the true sense of a thing mastering the imagination and not the reason. The power of these talismanic pictures is almost hypnotic to the modern humanity. We can never forget that we have seen a portrait of the missing link, though we should instantly detect the lapse of logic into superstition. If we were told that the old Greek agnostics had made a statue of the unknown God. But there is a still stranger fashion in which we fall victims to the same trick of fancy. We accept in a blind and literal spirit not only images of speculation, but even figures of speech. The 19th century prided itself on having lost its faith in myths and proceeded to put all its faith in metaphors. It dismissed the old doctrines about the way of life and the light of the world, and then it proceeded to talk as if the light of truth were really and literally a light that could be absorbed by merely opening our eyes, or as if the path of progress were really and truly a path to be found by merely following our noses. Thus the purpose of God is an idea, true or false, but the purpose of nature is merely a metaphor, for obviously if there is no God, there is no purpose. Yet while men, by an imaginative instinct, spoke of the purpose of God with a grand agnosticism,
as something too large to be seen, something reaching out to worlds and to eternities. They talk of the purpose of nature in particular and practical problems of curing babies or cutting up rabbits. This power of the modern metaphor must be understood by way of an introduction if we are to understand one of the chief errors, at once evasive and pervasive, which perplex the problem of America. America is always spoken of as a young nation, and whether or no this be a valuable and suggestive metaphor, very few people notice that it is a metaphor at all. If somebody said that a certain deserving charity had just gone into trousers, we should recognize that it was a figure of speech, and perhaps a rather surprising figure of speech. If somebody said that a daily paper had recently put its hair up, we should know it could only be a metaphor, and possibly a rather strained metaphor. Yet these phrases would mean the only thing that can possibly be meant by calling a corporate association of all sorts of people young, that is, that a certain institution has only existed for a certain time. I am not now denying that such a corporate nationality may happen to have a psychology comparatively analogous to the psychology of youth. I am not even denying that America has it. I am only pointing out, to begin with, that we must free ourselves from the talismanic tyranny of a metaphor which we do not recognize as a metaphor. Men realized that the old mystical doctrines were mystical. They do not realize that the new metaphors are metaphorical. They have some sort of hazy notion that American society must be growing, must be promising, must have the virtues of hope or the faults of ignorance, merely because it has only had a separate existence since the 18th century. And that is exactly like saying that a new chapel must be growing taller, or that a limited liability company will soon have its second teeth. Now, in truth, this particular conception of American hopefulness would be anything but hopeful for America. If the argument really were, as it is still vaguely supposed to be, that America must have a long life before it because it only started in the 18th century, we should find a very fatal answer by looking at the other political systems that did start in the 18th century. The 18th century was called the Age of Reason, and there is a very real sense in which the other systems were indeed started in the spirit of reason. But starting from reason has not saved them from ruin. If we survey the Europe of today with real clarity and historic comprehension, we shall see that it is precisely the most recent and most rationalistic creations that have been ruined. The two great states which did most definitely and emphatically deserve to be called modern states were Prussia and Russia. There was no real Prussia before Frederick the Great, no real Russian Empire before Peter the Great. Both these innovators recognized themselves as rationalists, bringing a new reason and order into an indeterminate barbarism, and doing for the barbarians what the barbarians could not do for themselves. They did not, like the kings of England or France or Spain or Scotland, inherit a scepter that was the symbol of a historic and patriotic people. In this sense, there was no Russia, but only an emperor of Russia. In this sense, Prussia was a kingdom before it was a nation, if it ever was a nation. But anyhow, both men were particularly modern in their whole mood and mind. They were modern to the extent of being not only anti-traditional, but almost anti-patriotic. Peter forced the science of the West on Russia to the regret of many Russians. Frederick talked the French of Voltaire and not the German of Luther. The two experiments were entirely in the spirit of Voltairean rationalism. They were built in broad daylight by men who believed in nothing but the like of common day, and already their day is done. If the promise of America were in the fact that she is one of the latest births of progress, we should point out that it is exactly the latest born that were the first to die. If in this sense she is praised as young, it may be answered that the young have died young, and have not lived to be old. And if this is confused with the argument that she came in an age of clarity and skepticism, uncontaminated by old superstitions, it could still be retorted that the works of superstition have survived the works of skepticism. But the truth is, of course, that the real quality of America is much more subtle and complex than this, and is mixed not only of good and bad, and rational and mystical, but also of old and new. That is what makes the task of tracing the true proportions of American life so interesting and so impossible. To begin with, such a metaphor is always as distracting as a mixed metaphor. It is a double-edged tool that cuts both ways, and consequently opposite ways. We use the same word young to mean two opposite extremes. We mean something at an early stage of growth, and also something having the latest fruits of growth. We might call a commonwealth young if it conducted all its daily conversation by wireless telegraphy, meaning that it was progressive, but we might also call it young if it conducted all its industry with chipping flints, meaning that it was primitive. These two meanings of youth are hopelessly mixed up when the word is applied to America. But what is more curious, the two elements really are wildly entangled in America. America is, in some ways, what is called in advance of the times, and in some ways what is called behind the times. But it seems a little confusing to convey both notions by the same word. On the one hand, Americans often are successful in the last inventions, and for that very reason they are often neglectful of the last but one. It is true of men in general, dealing with things in general, that while they are progressing in one thing, such as science, they are going back in another thing, such as art. What is less fully realized is that this is true even as between different methods of science. The perfection of wireless telegraphy might well be followed by the gross imperfection of wires. The very enthusiasm of American science brings this out very vividly. The telephone in New York works miracles all day long. Replies from remote places come as promptly as in private talk. Nobody cuts anybody off. Nobody says, "Sorry, you've been troubled." But then the postal service of New York does not work at all. At least I could never discover it working. Letters lingered in it for days and days, as in some wild village of the Pyrenees. When I asked a taxi driver to drive me to a post office, a look of far-off vision and adventure came into his eyes, and he said he had once heard of a post office somewhere near West 97th Street. Men are not efficient in everything, but only in the fashionable thing. This may be a mark of the march of science. It does certainly, in one sense, deserve the description of youth. We can imagine a very young person forgetting the old toy in the excitement of a new one. But on the other hand, American manners contain much that is called young in the contrary sense. In the sense of an earlier stage of history, there are whole patches and particular aspects that seem to me quite early Victorian. I cannot help having this sensation, for instance, about the arrangement for smoking in the railway carriages. There are no smoking carriages as a rule, but a corner of each of the great cars is curtained off mysteriously that a man may go behind the curtain and smoke. Nobody thinks of a woman doing so. It is regarded as a dark, bohemian, and almost brutally masculine indulgence, exactly as it was regarded by the dowagers in Thackeray's novels. Indeed, this is one of the many such cases in which extremes meet. The extremes of stuffy antiquity and cranky modernity. The American dowager is sorry that tobacco was ever introduced, and the American suffragette and social reformer is considering whether tobacco ought not to be abolished. The tone of American society suggests some sort of compromise by which women will be allowed to smoke, but men forbidden to do so. End of section 25. Section 26 of G.K. Chesterton's Newspaper Columns, The New Witness, 1921. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by B.T. Honeycutt. G.K. Chesterton's Newspaper Columns, The New Witness, 1921, by G.K. Chesterton, Section 26, At the Sign of the World's End, A Sermon Under 6 Heads, by G.K. Chesterton. I have emphasized, perhaps too often, the first fact that America is a foreign country, that is an independent nation. Apart from all external evidence of it, I had the internal evidence of a most acute sensation of being an exile. It may seem absurd to use so tragic a term for so short an expatriation, but indeed I think that in this case the vast stretches of space in some fashion do the work of vaster spaces of time. A man feels as if he had not only traveled for thousands of miles, but for thousands of years. I, for one, felt as if I were wandering in one of the moons of some other solar system, and wondering if I should ever find my way back to the world. And there came to me those traditional signs of exile, those dislocated pictures that have been turned into so many poems. The common things of the exile's daily life seem too good ever to happen again. I had heard an English voice in the telephone far away in the Red Indian province of Oklahoma. I had another when I saw the chief pinnacle of Philadelphia, with William Penn standing high above the whole city like the statue of some pagan protecting deity under the stars, and remembered that his body lay behind low hedges at the turning of a lane within a walk of my own door. But the most consoling of all these wandering voices from home came to me in the midst of the sea within sight of the New World, with the Statue of Liberty beginning to loom up on the horizon. From the lips of a young Scotch engineer, of all people in the world, I heard for the first time these immortal words from a London music hall song. Father's got a sack from the waterworks, for smokin' of his old cherry briar. Father's got the sack from the waterworks, 'cause he might set the waterworks on fire. As I told my friends in America, I think it no part of a patriot to boast, and boasting itself is certainly not a thing to boast of. I doubt the persuasive power of English as exemplified in Kipling, and one can easily force it on foreigners too much, even as exemplified in Dickens. I am no imperialist, and only on rare and proper occasions a jingo. But when I hear those words about father and the waterworks, when I hear under far-off foreign skies anything so gloriously English as that, then indeed, I said to them, then indeed, I thank the goodness and the grace that on my birth have smiled, and made me, as you see me here, a little English child. But that noble stanza about the waterworks has other elements of nobility besides nationality. It provides a compact and almost perfect summary of the whole social problem in industrial countries like England and America. If I wished to set forth systematically the elements of the ethical and economic problem in Pittsburgh or Sheffield, I could not do better than take these few words as a text and divide them up like the heads of a sermon. Let me note the points in some rough fashion here. Number 1. Father. This word is still in use among the more ignorant and ill-paid of the industrial community, and is the badge of an old convention or unit called the family. A man and woman having vowed to be faithful to each other, the man makes himself responsible for all the children of the woman, and is thus generically called father. It must not be supposed that the poet or singer is necessarily one of the children. It may be the wife, called by the same ritual mother. Poor English wives say father, as poor Irish wives say himself, meaning the titular head of the house. The point to seize is that among the ignorant this convention or custom still exists. Father and the family are the foundations of thought. The natural authority still comes natural to the poet, but it is overlaid and thwarted with more artificial authorities. The official, the schoolmaster, the policeman, the employer, and so on. What these forces fighting the family are, we shall see, my dear brethren, when we pass to our second heading, which is, number 2, got the sack. This idiom marks the later stage of the history of the language than the comparatively primitive word father. It is needless to discuss whether the term comes from Turkey or some other servile society. In America, they say that father has been fired, but it involves the whole of the unique economic system under which father has now to live. Though assumed by family tradition to be a master, he can now, by industrial tradition, only be a particular kind of servant, a servant who has not the security of a slave. If he owned his own shop and the tools, he could not get the sack. If his master owned him, he could not get the sack. The slave and the guildsman know where they will sleep every night. It was only the proletarian of the individualist industrialism who could get the sack, if not in the style of Bucephalus, at least in the sense of the embankment. We pass now to the third heading. Number 3, from the waterworks. This detail of father's life is very important, for this is the reply to most of the socialists, as the last section is to so many of the capitalists. The waterworks which employed father is a very large, official, and impersonal institution. Whether it is technically a bureaucratic department or a big business makes little or no change in the feelings of father in connection with it. The waterworks might or might not be nationalized, and it would make no necessary difference to father being fired, and no difference at all to his being accused of playing with fire. In fact, if the capitalists are more likely to give him the sack, the socialists are even more likely to forbid him the smoke. there is no freedom for father except in some sort of private ownership of things like water and fire. If he owned his own well, his water could never be cut off, and while he sits by his own fire, his pipe can never be put out. That is the real meaning of property and the real argument against socialism. Probably the only argument against socialism. Number 4, for smoking. Nothing marks this queer intermediate phase of industrialism more strangely than the fact that while employers still claim the right to sack him like a stranger, they are already beginning to claim the right to supervise him like a son. Economically, he can go and starve on the embankment, but ethically and hygienically, he must be controlled and coddled in the nursery. Government repudiates all responsibility for seeing that he gets bread, but it anxiously accepts all responsibility for seeing that he does not get beer. It passes an insurance act to force him to provide himself with medicine, but it is avowedly indifferent to whether he is able to provide himself with meals. Thus, while the sack is inconsistent with the family, the supervision is really inconsistent with the sack. The whole thing is a tangled chain of contradictions. It is true that in the special and sacred text of Scripture we are here considering, the smoking is forbidden on a general and public and not on a medicinal and private ground. But it is nonetheless relevant to remember that, as his masters have already proved that alcohol is a poison, they may soon prove that nicotine is a poison. And it is most significant of all that this sort of danger is even greater in what is called the New Democracy of America than in what is called the old oligarchy of England. When I was in America, people were already defending tobacco. People who defend tobacco are on the road to proving that daylight is defensible or that it is not really sinful to sneeze. In other words, they are quietly going mad. Number 5, of his old cherry briar. Here we have the intermediate and anomalous position of the institution of property. The sentiment still exists even among the poor, or perhaps especially among the poor, but it is attached to toys rather than tools, to the minor products rather than to the means of production. But something of the sanity of ownership is still to be observed. For instance, the element of custom and continuity. It was an old cherry briar, systematically smoked by father in spite of all wiles and temptations to woodbines and gas bars, an old companion possibly connected with various romantic or diverting events in father's life. It is perhaps a relic as well as a trinket, but perhaps it is not a true tool because it gives the man no grip on the creative energies of society. It is, with all the rest of his self-respect, at the mercy of the thing called the sack. When he gets the sack from the waterworks, it is only too probable that he will have to pawn his old cherry briar. Number 6, 'cause he might set the waterworks on fire. And that single line, like the lovely single lines of the great poets, is so full, so final, so perfect a picture of all the laws we pass and all the reasons we give for them, so exact an analysis of the logic of all our precautions and preventions at the present time, that the pen falls even from the hands of the commentator, and the masterpiece is left to speak for itself. End of section 26.
Section 27 of G.K. Chesterton's Newspaper Columns, The New Witness, 1921. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mac Hopper. G.K. Chesterton's Newspaper Columns, The New Witness, 1921, by G.K. Chesterton. Section 27, Two Bolshevists and a Pessimist. As far as I can make out, the actual system called Bolshevism has forfeited even the confidence of Bolshevists. It seems more and more likely that a company of cosmopolitan adventurers first established communism to destroy the other capitalists, and then re-established capitalism to make themselves capitalists. But there are regions remote from the Russian drama where the ideal is still sincerely upheld, and especially in an American paper called The Liberator, full of patchy futurist pictures and vers libre, and all the other things which horny-handed proletarians love and long for. The Liberator still admires the land of Lenin for being communist, when Lenin himself calls it capitalist. But I only mention it here as a text for one truth, the truth that strikes me most in reading such Leninite literature. It is not fanaticism or brutality or blasphemy. These are things with which I could have much more sympathy. It is a blank and blood-curdling incapacity to see a joke, and what is generally behind it, an incapacity even to imagine that anything is real. This unreality generally expresses itself by looking at the labels on things, and never at the things themselves. I will take as a working model an amusing triangular comedy of controversy, recorded in the Liberator itself. It has some general interest, if only because the first of the three figures involved is a great man, known to the whole world of contemporary culture under the name of Anatole France. I have been told, rightly or wrongly, that France is a pen name, and that his family name is Thibault. Perhaps the Bolshevists were originally annoyed with him for taking so nationalist a name as France. National names are easier than international names for this purpose. There was a pirate called Mr. England, and a forger called Mr. Ireland, but I do not think there was ever even a politician called Mr. League of Nations. Even a Bolshevist was never called Mr. International Proletarian Social Democratic Republic. Anyhow, it seems that M. France has now joined the Socialist Party, but some of the Socialists still suspect him, if not for acknowledging France as a name, at least for acknowledging France as a nation. They blame him especially for having uttered some commonplaces of national defense during the war. After M. France come the other two figures in the comedy, his accuser and his apologist. The apologist is Mr. Max Eastman, of whom I know nothing, except that he writes well in his rather faddist fashion. Perhaps the name of Eastman also is a nom de plume, and indicates merely that he is a man of the East, let us hope a wise man of the East. The name of the accuser is Boris Popovsky, which implies at least a man of the East of Europe. Or possibly Popovsky, like Trotsky, is also a nom de plume. In the case of Trotsky, it would perhaps be more appropriate to say a nom de guerre, for Trotsky has changed from an extreme pacifist to an extreme militarist, and it is quaint and suggestive that nobody on the Liberator seems to blame Trotsky for drilling soldiers and driving guns in thousands, while it thunders at M. France for waving, one must admit rather feebly, one little toy flag. But what interests me is that the Bolshevists bring every possible charge against poor Anatole, except the charge that would really be crushing and is obviously true. Popovsky's letter begins in a grim and menacing manner. In the Liberator for June you have, as militant revolutionists, among others, the name of Anatole France. Popovsky thinks this incongruous, and so do I. Anybody should think of 100 things that a bitter but sincere Bolshevist might well say, in protest against sharing his own rather lurid glory with Anatole France. He might very well say, what have revolutionists to do with this intellectual epicure and sybarite, living with all the luxuries of the bourgeois, and thinking with all the contempt of the aristocrat? Could there be a crowd of working men anywhere where the very sight of him would not be incongruous? Or a revolutionist might reasonably say, striking deeper into the subject, why should I believe that this man believes in communism, when he almost confesses that he believes in nothing? Why should I share with him my hopes for the revolution, when it is clear from his own writings that he has no hopes of any kind? In his great pessimistic allegory of the penguins, he applies the finality of his frigid despair as much to revolution as to religion. By all means, let him be a pessimist, but I beg to announce that I am not a penguin. All these and 20 other objections could be raised against classing M. France as militant. But the simplest summary of them all is merely that he is not at all militant. And on top of all this, the admirable Popovsky actually objects to it, not because he is not militant, but because he is, or at least because he was on one occasion, and for a short time, really and truly militant. Popovsky's point is that Anatole France cannot be militant because he is military, and he is military because he says that he hates war, but is compelled to suffer it, and wishes it to end in favor of civilization. I know it sounds a little confusing, but I am following Popovsky's train of thought as carefully as I can, and it seems to amount to this, that Popovsky does not think the French writer is separated from militant communism by the manifest tone of everything he writes, but does think he is separated from it by his simple confession that he is French. Apparently, Popovsky denounces him, not only for being proud of the French nation, but even for being proud of the French Revolution. The atrocious Anatole actually begins by recalling that 100 years before the people of Paris, armed with pikes and guns, attacked the Bastille and took possession of the hated fortress. Can anyone pretend he is militant after that? Dare Max Eastman defend as militant a man who approves of pikes and guns and the storming of the Bastille? But there is worse behind. M. France says he wishes justice to conquer iniquity, another poser for Comrade Eastman. M. France wishes civilization to prevail over barbarism. What is the writhing Eastman to say in excuse for that? But the ruthless Popovsky rolls him out flat again. This so-called French militant has actually used the following words: endure, persevere, dare. Will the desperate Eastman deny that endurance and perseverance and daring are in their very nature forbidden to a militant revolutionist? And when it comes to the final quotations from M. France, phrases too horrible to be repeated, all about liberty and children and meadows and roofs of slate or tile, Popovsky feels he can go no further in his catalogue of horrors. The last slate or tile has fallen on Eastman and finished him. Steadying his voice, the stern Popovsky says with abrupt and awful composure, Max Eastman, it is my right as a steady reader of the Liberator to demand an explanation of this paradox. And what does Comrade Eastman say or do after this terrible challenge? That is exactly the interesting point. Does he go into convulsions of laughter like a human being? Does he, as I do, find himself too much choked with the absurdity of the whole thing even to choose the funniest parts of it? Does Comrade Eastman say to Comrade Popovsky in a spirit of real comradeship, "Do not a damn fool be"? Does he point out to him the elementary fact that a man does not cease to be a militant revolutionary merely by having children or wishing to defend them? That the defense, on the contrary, makes him not less revolutionary and rather more militant? Does he suggest that a Bolshevist cannot lose all claim to Bolshevism merely by approving of the capture of the Bastille? Does he hint that Anatole France might be almost as clear-headed a collectivist as Comrade Popovsky, and yet desire the slates and tiles on the roof to remain intact? Does he insinuate that perhaps it is not M. Anatole France who has a tile loose? In short, does Max Eastman take the opportunity of having a hearty laugh and giving a little healthy advice, suggesting to the preposterous Popovsky that he should make up his mind about the meaning of his own words and the nature of his own first principles, that he should get some clear idea into his head about the definition of militancy and militarism, and the precise difference between fighting the Tsar with bombs and fighting the king with pikes and fighting the Kaiser with bayonets? Alas! When social philosophers cannot see the fun of themselves, it is their punishment that they cannot see the fun of each other. A famous judge asked his colleagues when they demurred to the proposed expression, conscious as we are of our own deficiencies, to substitute the phrase, conscious as we are of each other's deficiencies. It is a paradox of Christian humility that when men lose the moral consciousness of their own defects, they lose even the intellectual entertainment of each other's. Max Eastman is deaf and blind to all the glorious absurdity of his accuser, and his own answer is perhaps the one thing in the world that could be more absurd than the accusation. Just as Popovsky does not dream of using the real democratic argument against Anatole France, so Max Eastman does not dream of using the real democratic argument against Popovsky. Consider calmly, for a moment, what Anatole France is really like, his style, his standpoint, his status in letters. Consider how far he personally resembles A. a ragged Parisian storming the Bastille, B. a rigid militarist in a uniform saluting the flag, and C. a Russian Bolshevist throwing a bomb at a bank. And then enjoy to the full the reply of Max Eastman to Boris Popovsky. My answer to this letter is that in joining the French Communist Party, Anatole France has acknowledged his mistake. It is proper to call him now a real proletarian revolutionist, provided you can add that he needs guidance and careful watching by the practical and theoretical watchers of the movement. Can anybody beat that as a specimen of spectral unreality and the last paralysis of laughter? Poor old Anatole France, he of whom we might almost say all that Pater said of the Mona Lisa, that he has been dead many times, and all the ages have been to him as the sound of flutes and dancing. He that has been the passionate ascetic of the early church, and felt his own face turn hideous as it looked upon the bier of Theiss. He who has been the Rabelaisian monk of the dying Middle Ages, and the dry petit bourgeois of the Dreyfus case, and as the weary procurator of Judea, committed and forgotten the chief crime of humanity. And he is to be watched and guided by funny little watchers who have read nothing except a few economic formulae from Karl Marx, men stunted and stopped in growth by one provincial quack medicine, men who can say a password without a shade of irony. Poor old Anatole France! In the great passage in Pater it is written, "This is the head on which all the ends of the earth are come, and the eyelids are a little weary." In this case I should not wonder if the eyelids fluttered and fell, and M. France enjoyed an interlude of happy slumber, while Max Eastman and Boris Popovsky argue about his precise resemblance to a proletarian. End of section 27.
Section 28 of G.K. Chesterton's Newspaper Columns, The New Witness, 1921. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Judith. G.K. Chesterton's Newspaper Columns, The New Witness, 1921, by G.K. Chesterton. King Arthur at the Court of the Yankee. I have a very warm admiration for the genius, the character, and the memory of Mark Twain, so I have never reread The Yankee at the Court of King Arthur. I have never left off reading Tom Sawyer, just as I have never left off reading Pickwick. Each at least is a great piece of humanity as well as humor, but I can follow the American writer with pleasure even when his wild wit was not sufficiently human to be humorous. Such extravaganzas as that about editing an agricultural paper, or about the mystery of Horace Greeley's handwriting, might be called literary skyscrapers. But the American tall building can be fine architecture, and the American tall story can be fine art. There was something more than mere chaos, something rather the reverse of mere chaos, in that way of piling Pelion upon Ossa, the Woolworth building on the Belmont Hotel. Just as the tall tower has to be strictly vertical, so the tall story has to be strictly logical. In this, as in many things, America is much more akin to France than to England, and A Ludicrous Fancy by Mark Twain has the same sort of scientific consistency as a more serious fantasy by Jules Verne. But while such an American could build to any heights on his own foundation, that foundation could not be shifted from the soil of modern America. Mark Twain, traveling in distant ages, is exactly what he is traveling in distant lands. He is an innocent abroad, very innocent, and all abroad. Indeed, there is a sort of double satire in the situation. The innocence is assumed in a spirit of irony, but the irony itself is full of the spirit of innocence. Nor is it strange that he carried his crude, hard, hickory patch flippancy into the neighborhood of Camelot, since he carried it into the neighborhood of Calvary. Anyhow, it is long since I read his book about King Arthur, and I only remember it vaguely. Naturally, it is a piece of progressive, and therefore provincial swagger, about the superiority of the present to the past. Naturally, the satirist, satirizing Arthur, imitates the romancers, glorifying Arthur, and treats him as a medieval king, surrounded by medieval knights. Mark Twain had not the rudimentary qualifications for describing a court in the 12th century, but he did not pretend to be describing a court in the 5th. It is true that I have never understood why a 5th century court should necessarily be either more fabulous or more barbarous than a 12th century court. Those who assume that Arthur was either a myth or a Briton painted the blue fall into a very simple fallacy. It is odd that in talking about the Dark Ages they use a metaphor from the night and then cannot apply their own metaphor properly. They are like people who should say at sunrise that because it was darker 5 hours before, it must have been darker till 15 hours before. The truth is, of course, that if they could work backwards through the night, they would come to the day again, and what is true of the dark is true of the Dark Ages. If Arthur was only far enough back in history, he may have been a highly civilized Roman citizen and Celtic gentleman, surrounded by a culture which could only be called decadent if it was rather too civilized. And it seems to me overwhelmingly probable, from a general knowledge of history and humanity, that there really was a great man and a good ruler in West Britain, whose high civilization went down at last before the barbarians, but left a legend which turned the marvels of civilization into magic. But this, though a very interesting question, is here an irrelevant one. Mark Twain had as much right as Mallory or Mapp to turn King Arthur into a contemporary of King Richard or King John, and that, of course, is what he does, so far as he does anything. He imagines a modern American, alert, humorous, and equipped with all of our scientific information, visiting and criticizing the court of a medieval king. And it occurs to me that it might be rather amusing to imagine the contrary, to imagine a medieval king visiting and criticizing what corresponds to a court in Washington or New York. To the best of my rather hazy recollection, the Yankee finds himself in a remote century through having been knocked out of time in a trial of pugilism. The fancy is a good one, and it would be all the better if the fancy could only be a fact. What most of these modern people do, most emphatically, want, is to be knocked out of time, to be violently dissevered from the irrelevant medium in which their minds attempt to work. Unfortunately, what happens to so many futurists when they are knocked into the future happens to this happy vandal when he is knocked into the past. He is not really knocked out of time. He remains not only in time, but in his own time, and even in his own country. He never really compares the two societies, for it never even occurs to him to criticize his own society. This could be illustrated even in the accident of his transition taking place as a result of pugilism. Much might be said about modern pugilism as compared with medieval tournaments. Satire of this type simply takes for granted the savagery and stupidity of medieval tournaments. But it seems just possible that the wandering Arthur, coming from a country where gentlemen fought each other for fun, might not feel much respect for a country where gentlemen sat on cushions side by side with cads, while two of their serfs were trained to give and take all the knocks for money. If the tournament were brutal, it was the first princes and rulers of society who submitted to be brutally treated. And King Arthur, looking round in expectation of seeing Mr. Rockefeller and the late Mr. Carnegie tilt at each other in full armor, might possibly have to wait long and be ultimately disappointed. Yet it would be a very good thing if two millionaires could collide with each other with shield and spear, or even that two millionaires should punch each other in the prize ring. For example, one of them might be killed, or if we were lucky, both, and at any rate they might have behaved like men for the first time in their miserable lives. But the point is that it would gradually dawn on the mind of Arthur, somewhat to his disgust, that this was a society in which the wealthiest and wickedest barons were for the first time entirely safe, that there was no risk of sport or honor to which they could be provoked, no operation of war or government by which they could be even endangered. He would make a note of this fact and add it to his calculation of the balance. What is the matter with satire like that of the Yankee at Camelot is that it does not recognize any balance, does not even hesitate at a wavering balance. It is not that he fails to appreciate the ages of faith, so much as he does not seem to appreciate even the advantages of doubt. He has no historical curiosity. There have been so many curious compromises and strange divisions of labor in all the centuries and societies of the past that it is the blindest sort of bigotry even to class them all together, let alone despise them all together, in comparison with the complacent view of the present. The real Arthur of the Dark Ages would probably be very different from the imaginary Arthur of the Middle Ages. But the man limited by the modern ages would refuse even to look for the difference, because he would look down on both. Here is a phrase from one of the Welsh romances, which are in their existing form, I believe, medieval. Nobody, says the story, was admitted to Arthur's hall except the son of a king of a privileged country, or a craftsman bringing his craft. I do not profess to know precisely what it means. I do not know exactly to what order of society or what order of ideas it refers, but it would be interesting to apply exactly the same conception to the republic from which the Yankee came. Suppose we said that a club had been opened in New York, so exclusive and select that no guest was admitted unless he were either a royalty or else a cabinet maker carrying his cabinet or a plumber bringing his tools. The distinction would be a little puzzling in that free and enlightened democracy, but to say the least of it, it would seem that the strange Arthurian court differed from democracy by being more democratic in one way, if it were less democratic in another. Suppose that King Arthur, during his visit to New York, tried to establish this curious club. Suppose he confined it, let us say, to cabinet makers and cabinet ministers. I fear that the upper ten would be mildly surprised at the appearance of the craftsman bringing his craft. As to the poorer sort of craftsmen, who might be unable at the moment to bring any craft, glimpses of their fate can be caught in the admirable stories of O. Henry. They are generally admitted to be very accurate snapshots of the moving life of America, and they are full of cinema pictures of poor tramps hurled into the street or hustled by the police, apparently almost entirely for being poor. and if King Arthur attempted to treat them as beggars are often treated by kings and knights in the Arthurian and similar traditions, he would probably find his reckless charity regarded as a sort of crime. I do not know what else he would do, but I fancy he would make another note in his notebook. End of Section 28. Recording by Judith.
Section 29 of G.K. Chesterton's Newspaper Columns, The New Witness, 1921. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mac Hopper. G.K. Chesterton's Newspaper Columns, The New Witness, 1921, by G.K. Chesterton. Section 29, The Higher Snobbishness. I was walking the other day where one of the streets of a country town begins to turn into a country lane, and I saw the garden of an ordinary villa with a laurel hedge, inside which a glass frame for cucumbers or some such things reflected the sky, while some yards from it was a child's swing, the frame of it standing up like a sort of benevolent gallows. And it was somehow borne in upon me that I desired to see a man in a white hat with blue spectacles sitting in the swing, and in some fashion sent flying out of it, so that he alighted in the middle of the cucumber frame. I felt no hostility to the frame, or even to the man. On the contrary, as I had somewhat hastily reviewed his character, he was a humane and eccentric humorist, but there was no doubt that he had blue spectacles and the white hat. On reconsideration, I even decided that he should clear the cucumber frame and alight more comfortably in a rose-bed beyond. Just as I was wondering why this vision should come to me so vividly, and if the place were haunted by some familiar ghost or goblin, my eye caught the garden next door, where a ladder leaned against an apple-tree, and I became instantly and equally convinced that at the top of the ladder there must be perched another and stouter man, in a black hat, probably kept up there in some forcible fashion by somebody below, perhaps a bulldog, for the man in the black hat was a far less sympathetic character. And then it dawned on me that, in the mood of that moment, almost every place is a possible background for a story, and that I could supply such domestic dramas to all the houses in the street. Every little garden is a natural theatre, suggesting some almost supernatural farce. Now, I had lately been concerned in the acting of one of Shakespeare's comedies in a much larger garden attached to a large country seat, and it struck me that we should not think it strange to say that a great park, by its very scenery, suggested a pastoral play. We should not even think it strange to sketch out the pastoral play ourselves, even in a fantastic fashion. But if there are great comedies for great houses, there seems no reason why there should not be small comedies for small houses. Every suburban clerk might look at his little garden with the new eyes of a poet, considering what combination of hats, ladders, and spectacles would best bring out its beauties. And it seemed to me that the fancy fitted in with a historical truth I have often suggested in other applications. We think it natural that the landscape gardening of the great houses should be the background of drama, because, most unfortunately, we think it natural that the great landlords alone should have the real romance of property in land. We think of smaller people not so much as possessing smaller property, but rather as not possessing property at all. To imitate the patrician pastoral play on a small scale would seem to us simply snobbish. That is, it would not seem an experiment in one of the natural arts or sports of man, but merely an imitation of aristocrats. The aristocrats have monopolized the private theatre as they have monopolized the public school. We do not own our own house enough to turn it into a playhouse. In short, we do not regard our own swing and ladder as property, and therefore we cannot treat them as properties. The liberal or revolutionary movement of the 18th and 19th centuries, which I always felt in its main elements to be right, was in one feature seriously wrong. The truth behind it was the very simple idea that the rich had come to possess a disproportionate amount of the good things of life. But they were good things, even if the rich possessed them. Modern democracy has developed an increasing tendency to say that they are bad things because the rich possess them. Instead of deciding to give these good things to everybody, it has decided to give them to nobody. It has been so with family, it has been so with property, it has been so with wine. Doubtless there were some things that the aristocrats happened to have which nobody need especially envy them, things that were merely fashions or even fictions. Democracy can hardly be condemned for not demanding that all its citizens should powder their hair, though there is rather more picturesqueness and much less pretense about powdering the hair than about powdering the face. But there is something to be said for men wearing swords, and a great deal to be said for men wearing knee breeches. It was one of the merits of medievalism, even in its lowest form of feudalism, that it had this fellowship of tastes. Even when the few had what the many wanted, the few never thought of giving the many anything except what they wanted. A rich man might or might not be benevolent, but at least if he was benevolent, he was never philanthropic. And in this spirit it is recorded that the freeing of a slave was often symbolized by the giving of a sword, as the symbol of self-defense and therefore of self-respect. There is something to be said for the view that the French Revolution should have given swords to all citizens, instead of taking the last remaining swords from a few gentlemen. But just as the sword was there only an ornament, so it is here only a symbol. Free men can exist without swords, and in the utopia of the future it is possible that there will be no swords. By all accounts, it is also possible that there will be no free men. But there is no such frivolous figure of speech involved in the question of land, or the question of family, or the yet more solemn question of fermented liquor. Towards all these things, unfortunately, revolution has adopted an attitude of sweeping asceticism, quite different from the voluntary and visionary asceticism of the Middle Ages. Because the rich had too much of the good things, nobody is to have any of them, and everybody is to deny that they are good. It is as if we were told that men must not eat bread because an American millionaire made a corner in wheat. But this is merely destructive. The solid, constructive social policy is to construct a gallows for the financial genius, as the medievals did. It is as if we said that the rising generation in the new revolutionary era must be forbidden any sort of love-making because George IV and Louis XV were profligates, or that they should never dance because Salome danced before a tyrant, or that they should have no music because under the musical patronage of Nero the devil had all the good tunes. These things sound fanciful, but these are the real facts about the strange new negations and coercions of our time. When it is felt as unfair that a few landlords should own all the land, the obvious alternative which any child could see is that everybody should own some of the land. But the new negation said that nobody should own the land, that nobody should own anything. And what is true of the field is equally true of the vineyard. The new negation proposes not the division of vineyards, but the destruction of vineyards. In the same way, there was no sort of reason why heraldry should not be coincident with humanity. All people have parents, and most people have interesting family memories and local associations. Just as the Revolution could have given all citizens swords, so it could have given all citizens shields and crests. As a matter of fact, insofar as the Revolution was a French Revolution, it did really do something rather like this. Chiefly, I think, because France was at least rooted in the medieval religion. If it did not give everybody a family crest, it rather increased for everybody the importance of the family name. It did not remove the landmark, and it most certainly did not uproot the vine. But since that time the revolutionary negations have grown more and more negative. The new asceticism has one entirely new mark: compulsion. The monastic movement did not send out state barbers to shave everybody's head by force. Hermits were not deported in gangs to the Thebaid like thieves to Botany Bay. The old asceticism often seemed simply insane, but being insane, it was individual. It is said that a holy man cultivated humility by walking about on all fours like a dog, but he did not issue an edict to make all men quadrupeds, nor attempt to drive humanity along the high road like a herd of cows. It seems possible that he had gained sufficient humility, even by so eccentric an experiment, to refrain from that. It is said that many of the saints were dirty, but at least they did not legally impose dirt on everybody else, as some would impose soap on everybody else. I am not here discussing the toleration or persecution of opinion, which is quite another question, and would involve quite another story. I am talking about the sacrifice of tastes and pleasures, of all that we mean in daily life by self-indulgence or self-denial. And I say that by far the most striking mark of modern movements is that they deny altogether and to anybody the things which asceticism only denied to particular people for particular reasons. A man might fast from wine as a penance, but the penance of medievalism has become the panacea of modernism. A man might give up property as a renunciation, but their renunciation is our emancipation. Only we are all to be emancipated by force, and apparently against our will. In that sense, the stamp of our age is asceticism, but the stamp of that asceticism is coercion. Now, I believe that if we could re-establish not this new negative equality, but a more positive and creative equality, we could fill the lives of citizens with much that has been the privilege of aristocrats. If a man felt he had the right to sit under his own vine and fig tree, or under his own swing and apple tree, he could have the sense of its artistic possibilities, which the better sort of gentleman really does have about a beautiful estate. The swing and the apple tree are here taken only as random examples as they come, but I have little doubt that I should find the landscape gardening of all these little landscapes equally suggestive. And as there are a good many other houses in the town, waiting to be fitted with some fantastic crime or practical joke, I will pass on upon my way to the fulfillment of my task. End of section 29.
Section 30 of G.K. Chesterton's Newspaper Columns, The New Witness, 1921. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Giordano. G.K. Chesterton's Newspaper Columns, The New Witness, 1921, by G.K. Chesterton. Section 30. At the Sign of the World's End, Mr. R. J. Campbell and the Cabman, by G.K. Chesterton. Most of us remember with satisfaction an old picture in Punch representing a festive old gentleman in a state of collapse on the pavement, and a philanthropic old lady anxiously calling the attention of a cabman to the calamity. The old lady says, "I'm sure this poor fellow is ill," and the cabman replies with fervor, "Ill? I wish I had half his complaint." We talk about unconscious humor, but there is such a thing as unconscious seriousness. Flippancy is a flower whose roots are often underground in the subconsciousness. Many a man talks sense when he thinks he is talking nonsense, touches on a conflict of ideas as if it were only a contradiction of language, or really makes a parallel when he means only to make a pun. Some of the Punch jokes of the best period are examples of this, and that quoted above is a very strong example of it. The cabman meant what he said, but he said a great deal more than he meant. His utterance contained fine philosophical doctrines and distinctions of which he was not perhaps entirely conscious. The spirit of the English language, the tragedy and comedy of the condition of the English people, spoke through him as the god spoke through a seraph head or brazen mask of oracle, and the oracle is an omen, and in some sense an omen of doom. Observe, to begin with, the sobriety of the cabman. Note his measure, his moderation, or, to use the yet truer term, his temperance. He only wishes to have half the old gentleman's complaint. The old gentleman is welcome to the other half, along with all the other pomps and luxuries of his superior social station. There is nothing Bolshevist or even communist about the temperance cabman. He might also be called distributist, in the sense that he wishes to distribute the old gentleman's complaint more equally between the old gentleman and himself. And of course the social relations there represented are very much truer to life than it is fashionable to suggest. By the realm of this picture, Mr. Punch made amends for some more snobbish pictures with the opposite social moral. It will remain eternally among his real glories that he exhibited a picture in which the cabman was sober and the gentleman was drunk. Despite many ideas to the contrary, it was emphatically a picture of real life. The truth is subject to the simplest of all possible tests. If the cabman were really and truly drunk, he would not be a cabman, for he could not drive a cab. If he had the whole of the old gentleman's complaint, he would be sitting happily on the pavement beside the old gentleman, a symbol of social equality found at last in the leveling of all classes of mankind. I do not say that there has never been such a monster known as a drunken cabman. I do not say that the driver may not sometimes have approximated imprudently to 3/4 of the complaint, instead of adhering to his severe but wise conception of half of it. But I do say that most men of the world, if they spoke sincerely, could testify to more examples of helplessly drunken gentlemen put inside cabs than of helplessly drunken drivers on top of them. Philanthropists and officials, who never look at people but only at papers, probably have a mass of social statistics to the contrary, founded on the simple fact that cabmen can be cross-examined about their habits and gentlemen cannot. Social workers probably have the whole thing worked out in sections and compartments, showing how the extreme intoxication of cabmen compares with the parallel intoxication of costermongers, or measuring the drunkenness of a dustman against the drunkenness of a crossing sweeper. But there is more practical experience embodied in the practical speech of the English and in the proverb that says, "as drunk as a lord." Now prohibition, whether as a proposal in England or a pretense in America, simply means that the man who has drunk less shall have no drink, and the man who has drunk more shall have all the drink. It means that the old gentleman shall be carried home in the cab drunker than ever, but that, in order to make it quite safe for him to drink to excess, the man who drives him shall be forbidden to drink, even in moderation. That is what it means. That is all it means. That is all it will ever mean. It means that in Muslim countries, where the luxurious and advanced drink champagne, while the poor and fanatical drink water. It means that in modern America, where the wealthy are all at this moment sipping their cocktails and discussing how much harder laborers can be made to work if only they can be kept from festivity. This is what it means, and all it means, and men are divided about it according to whether they believe in a certain transcendental concept called justice, expressed in the more mystical paradox as the equality of men. So long as you do not believe in justice, and so long as you are rich and really confident of remaining so, you can have prohibition and be as drunk as you choose. I see that some remarks by the Reverend R.J. Campbell, dealing with social conditions in America, are reported in the press. They include some observations about Sinn Féin, in which, as in most of Mr. Campbell's allusions to Ireland, it is not difficult to detect his dismal origin or the acrid smell of the smoke of Belfast. But the remarks about America are valuable in the objective sense, over and above their philosophy. He believes that prohibition will survive and be a success, nor does he seem himself to regard the prospect with any special disfavor. but he frankly and freely testifies to the truth I have asserted, that prohibition does not prohibit as far as the wealthy are concerned. He testifies to constantly seeing wine on the table, as will any other grateful guest of the generous hospitality of America, and he implies humorously that he was asked no questions about the story told him of the old stocks in the cellars. So there is no dispute about the facts, and we come back as before to the principles. Is Mr. Campbell content with a prohibition which is another name for privilege? If so, he has simply absorbed along with his new theology a new morality which is different from mine. But he does state both sides of the inequality with equal logic and clearness, and in these days of intellectual fog, that alone is like a ray of sunshine. Now, my primary objection to prohibition is not based on any arguments against it, but on the one argument for it. I need nothing more for its condemnation than the only thing that is said in its defense. It is said by capitalists all over America, and it is very clearly and correctly reported by Mr. Campbell himself. The argument is that employees work harder, and therefore employers get richer. That this idea should be taken calmly by itself as the rest of a problem of liberty is in itself a final testimony to the presence of slavery. It shows that people have completely forgotten that there is any other test except the servile test. Employers are willing that workmen should have exercise, as it may help them to do more work. They are even willing that workmen should have leisure, for the more intelligent capitalists can see that this also really means that they can do more work. But they are not in any way willing that workmen should have fun, for fun only increases the happiness and not the utility of the worker. Fun is freedom, and in that sense is an end in itself. It concerns the man not as a worker, but as a citizen, or even as a soul, and the soul in that sense is an end in itself. That a man shall have a reasonable amount of comedy and poetry and even fantasy in his life is part of his spiritual health, which is for the service of God, and not merely for his mechanical health, which is now bound to the service of man. The very test adopted has all the servile implication, the test of what we can get out of him, instead of the test of what he can get out of life. Mr. Campbell is reported to have suggested, doubtless rather as a conjecture than a prophecy, that England may find it necessary to become teetotal in order to compete commercially with the efficiency and economy of teetotal America. Well, in the 18th and early 19th centuries, there was in America one of the most economical and efficient of all forms of labor. It did not happen to be feasible for the English to compete with it by copying it. There were so many humanitarian prejudices about in those days, but economically there seems to be no reason why a man should not have prophesied that England would be forced to adopt American slavery, then as she is urged to adopt American prohibition now. Perhaps such a prophet would have prophesied rightly. Certainly it is not impossible that universal slavery might have been the vision of Calhoun, as universal prohibition seems to be the vision of Campbell. The old England of 1830 would have said that such a plea for slavery was monstrous, but what would it have said of a plea for enforced water drinking? Nevertheless, the nobler servile state of Calhoun collapsed before it could spread to Europe, and there is always the hope that the same may happen to the far more materialistic utopia of Mr. Campbell and soft drinks. End of section 30. Recording by Greg Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida. Section 31 of G.K. Chesterton's Newspaper Columns, The New Witness, 1921. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Giordano. G. K. Chesterton's Newspaper Columns, The New Witness, 1921, by G. K. Chesterton. Section 31. At the Sign of the World's End, Leaving Out the Story, by G. K. Chesterton. There is one thing that nobody seems to notice about anti-Semitism, and that is that the very name is a surrender to Semites. Anti-Semitism, so far from being a cry of fanaticism, is a feeble and frightened euphemism. One of the 99 reasons for not calling oneself an anti-Semite is that it is so wretchedly polite and apologetic a thing to be. A man implies that he dislikes the Semitic race because he dares not admit that he dislikes the Jewish people. This is not only morally a hypocrisy, but intellectually an unreality. That is to say, the reason given is not only not the real reason, but it is not a reason at all. The idea expressed is intrinsically less genuine than the idea suppressed or concealed. That there are such things as Jews is a fact of immediate integration and experience, of which we are all certain. That there are such things as Semites is a theory of indirect and partial scientific synthesis, of which we are not certain at all. There are people who dislike Jews, though I am not one of them, but I doubt if there are any people who dislike Semites, as distinct from the people whose large-minded imperial mission it is always to dislike natives. The imperialism that is based on ignorance may regard all people who are somewhat sunburnt and live in the east of the Mediterranean as more or less graduated Negroes. The imperialism that is based on information and local knowledge may prefer one tribe of Arabs to another tribe of Arabs for some special reason of custom or discipline or tribal policy. But I doubt whether any human being looks first at an Arab to see whether he is a Semite, whether he has certain craniological or other marks supposed to connect him with the same large human division as the Jews. No anti-Semite expects the vices of a Jew from a Muslim Arab merely because he is supposed to be a Semite. No Zionist glorifies in the triumphs of a Muslim Arab who is supposed to be a Semite. Nobody goes poking about in Egypt or the Levant to find any qualities that are Jewish among any people that are not Jews. All men know in their hearts that Jews are Jews, and there is nothing like them in the world. Israel, like the Lord her God, is one, and there is no other tribe to share with her either the admiration or the power or the persecution that attend her on her wandering way. The truth is that the very name of anti-Semitism dates from the same artificial age as the convention of anti-Semitism. The very title records the time when people were afraid to touch the Jewish problem. While the majority talked as if there was no problem, even the minority tried to talk as if it were not a Jewish problem. They tried, unconsciously perhaps, to imply that it was merely an anthropological problem, to be discussed by professors, like the problem of why the Patagonian is tall, or why the hairy Ainu is hairy. In other words, the very term anti-Semite bears all the marks of the liberal age which denounced it. It is, in the bad sense, a very Victorian expression, a phrase that strikes the note of the middle of the 19th century, and it is so chiefly in this that it takes refuge in science to escape from truth. It is needless here to recapitulate all the shifts to which that sham science lent itself, just as it confused the Jewish problem by generalizations about Semites, so it confused the Irish problem by generalizations about Celts. But muddled as it was, it had in it a certain magnetic power strangely akin to magic. It could make the fancies more vivid than the facts. Many a sturdy Unionist would be a skeptic about the very existence of the historic nationality, and never dream of being skeptical about the prehistoric tribe. He would ask you with irritation what you meant by the Irish, and never think of asking himself what he meant by the Celts. there are still people asking whether Ireland is a nation, or, in other words, whether Ireland exists. But it has never occurred to them to ask whether the Celtic fringe ever really existed. There is a wonderful achievement of the talismanic tyranny of imagination. It is as if a man were so fascinated with staring at the skeleton or fossil of Eohippus, the supposed ancestor of the horse, that he argued from it that there are now no horses at all, that every race-horse must be a fossil, and every dray-horse a skeleton. It is as if a man were so obsessed with the image of a missing link that he deduced that there was no such thing as a man. And the worst of it is that the learned are more liable to this extraordinary delusion than the ignorant. We hear much from reformers about the need of educating the democracy so that it can be trusted. We hear much from reactionaries of the need of distrusting the democracy until it is educated. But in truth, there is a deeper argument for democracy, and it is founded, if not on our failure to educate democracy, at least on our failure to give it this education. For in this sense, culture is almost another name for the loss of common sense. If anyone were to ask me why I trust a peasant or any such plain man more than most intellectual aristocracies, I should be content to answer with this case alone. The man I mean, and the man I trust, is the man who knows quite well that a Jew is a Jew, whether or not he was ever a Semite, and that an Irishman is an Irishman, whether or not he was ever a Celt. For the beginning of all practical politics, it is to see that there is a problem about the Irish, which is complicated and not simplified by bringing in the Bretons or the Scotch Highlanders, and a problem about our conduct in Jerusalem, which is clouded and not simplified by our conjectures about Tyre and Sidon. And the effect of this scientific illusion on practical politics has been shown at least in one staggering stroke of topsy-turvydom. It is enough to say that in order to despise the Irish as Celts, it was necessary to exalt the English as Teutons. Nor need we linger here on the story of how we all learned to love the name. All this is old and obvious enough, but there is another way in which this ethnological euphemism contrasts with the sense of reality, which is common to the common man and the Christian mystic. All this obsession with the origins resolves itself into the habit of leaving out the story. If you ask the common conscience of man, what has made Smith a rascal? 9 times out of 10, it will answer, Smith has made Smith a rascal. After that, it will in due proportion make all decent allowances for heredity and environment, for race or for climate, but no sane man who does not know Smith will dream of deducing whether he is or is not a rascal from the facts of race or climate, from the skull of his great-grandfather or the weather chart of his parish. That is, the same man will recognize that the most important thing about Smith is what he has done with himself, and that the next most important thing is what other people have done to him. He will want to know what has happened, and not merely what conditions existed before anything happened. In short, he will want history. And all this talk of primitive conditions of climate or anthropology is a dodge for leaving out history. And this is the first fact to note if anyone asks what has made the Jews secretive, or tenacious, or restless, or inspiring, or whatever we may think him to be. The first answer is that the Jew has made the Jew secretive, or tenacious, or whatever he may be. The next most important fact is what the Gentiles have done to the Jew, that is, what other free and responsible human wills have done to check or change his own free and responsible human will. This has nothing to do with whether we do is in fact blame the Jew or the enemies of the Jew. It has nothing to do with whether we happen to be congratulating him on serving Jehovah or condemning him for slaying Jesus. It only means that what he is mainly the result of what he does and what other people do, and not merely the result of the physical type of the remote tribe from which he sprang. It may be credible to him, for instance, that through the Christian ages he remained in religious isolation. But his problem is due to the fact that he did remain in isolation, not to the fact that people with Semitic skulls are bound to remain in isolation. He cannot be explained by the theory of race, and he is himself sufficient to expose and explode the theory of climate, for he has continued to be himself for centuries in all the climates of the world. Even those who accuse me of being anti-Semitic will hardly accuse me of being particularly anti-Celtic. And the same point about the importance of the historic will, as compared with the prehistoric and conjectural conditions, applies to the other very different case which I have coupled for convenience with this one. The Irish may have come from the Celts, but it was not in the least necessary for the Celts to turn into the Irish. That was done partly by their own conduct, and partly by other people's conduct, but at any rate by conduct and not merely by conditions. Ireland made Ireland, with some unintentional assistance from England. It was the Irish, and not the Celts, who chose to remain Catholic, and being Catholic is a choice, while being Celtic is not. I have taken these two working examples merely as being both familiar and dissimilar. But there is one more odd thing to note about the comparison, a thing I have never understood. If you tell an Irishman that he is an Irishman and not an Englishman, he will say he has always insisted that he is not an Englishman, possibly that he thanks God he is not an Englishman. But if you tell a Jew he is not an Englishman, he says you are an anti-Semite. End of section 31. Recording by Greg Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida.
Section 32 of G.K. Chesterton's Newspaper Columns, The New Witness, 1921. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. G.K. Chesterton's Newspaper Columns, The New Witness, 1921, by G.K. Chesterton. At the Sign of the World's End, The Spade and the Spinning Wheel. Hundreds of people have read the story about the medieval demagogue who went about repeating the rhyme, "When Adam delved and Eve span, who was then the gentleman?" Many have doubtless offered the obvious answer to the question, the serpent, for he had no such vulgar task, but followed the profession of diplomacy, not to say secret diplomacy. And he offered to human beings the opportunity to become as gods by the possession of superior information, which may be regarded as an aristocratic ideal. But few seem to have noticed a much more obvious fact about this very familiar story. Whatever answers were given to the demagogue then, there can be no doubt about the answer that could be given to him now. If that innocent agitator went about propounding his simple riddle in the modern world, the modern reply would naturally be, Adam never delved and Eve never span, for the simple reason that they never existed. They are fragments of a Chaldeo-Babylonian mythos, and Adam is only a slight variation of Tagtug, pronounced Utu. For the real beginning of humanity, we refer you to Darwin's Origin of Species. And then the modern man would go on to justify plutocracy to the medieval man by talking about the struggle for life and the survival of the fittest, and how the strongest man seized authority by means of anarchy, and proved himself a gentleman by behaving like a cad. Now, I do not base my beliefs on the theology of John Ball, or on the literal and materialistic reading of the text of Genesis. But it does seem to me a cogent and crucial fact that the idealism of the leveler could be put in the form of an appeal to Scripture, and cannot be put in the form of an appeal to science. It is true that I come across a great deal of crude skepticism, which seems really to be a sudden emancipation from an equally crude credulity. I, for one, never took the letter of the Hebrew Scriptures, or of any religious records, quite so much for granted as the skeptics seem to have done. The newspapers are always taking note of some learned latitudinarian who says he can no longer believe, something that I am surprised to hear of his ever believing. When the Dean of Dunstable startles the journalist by saying, "We can no longer accept the doctrine that heaven is on the other side of the moon," or when Canon Cadgerboy, that fine scholar, observes, "I cannot pretend that the idea of the devil living up the chimney stands where it did," I do indeed share something of the journalist's wonder, but it is rather at what such distinguished scholars did believe than at what they don't. But about the proper interpretation of Genesis I am quite agnostic, and have that readiness to accept authority which is the real logic of agnosticism. I am dealing here only with the moral and social effects of the notion, and the negation of the notion, and I think it obvious that in the medieval argument equality does really stand or fall with Eden, or with something analogous to Eden. If there was never a platform of equality on which humanity began as purely human, if at every stage there was only the inequality of relative and varying evolution, the particular argument of the medieval democrat certainly fails. Yet every one is driven back on using it, in one form or another, whenever it is necessary to assert the equality or even the fraternity of men. Tennyson was, if ever there was one, an evolutionist in his vision and an aristocrat in his sympathies. His political ideas were so little revolutionary that he could never mention the French Revolution without some shrill and febrile sneer at the French for not having stopped at the exact stage of constitutional compromise at which John Bull had just planted himself. Yet even the evolutionary prophet of John Bull has to use the doctrinal argument of John Ball. When he happens to be annoyed with a society lady, he reminds her that the grand old gardener of his wife smile at the claims of long descent, their own descent being a trifle short. He has evidently forgotten all about Darwin and the long descent of man. If the religious argument for democracy is used by an evolutionist like Tennyson, it is used far more resolutely by the real revolutionists like Robespierre and Jefferson. Robespierre was so certain that there could be no republic without God that he wanted to execute atheists as traitors, and the Declaration of Independence, on which the great republic of the West is founded, dogmatically bases all rights on the fact that God created men equal. And it is right, for if they were not created equal, they were certainly evolved unequal. But there is another application of the old rhyme which is not inappropriate to the New World, and especially to what is called the New Woman. I am here using the Eden story merely as a convenient parable, and indeed it is obvious that John Ball himself was referring to a period subsequent to Eden. Adam may have delved in the garden, but it seems rather superfluous for Eve to spin, in the light of the fashions then in vogue. But if we take for the sake of symbolic simplicity the image of the man and woman first starting to support themselves on this earth, certain primary ideas are plain enough. Adam will certainly regard the land he delves as his own land, if only because there is nobody to dispute it with him. But by the time that Eve has really begun to spin, she will certainly regard spinning as an even more personal and private act than delving. There is about the material apparatus and circumstances of the old spinning something a little less public, communal, and plainly dependent on conditions outside than is the case with agriculture. And there is about the ultimate business of clothing humanity something more personal than the immediate business of feeding him. Being more domestic, it is also more despotic, more at the mercy of that artistic authority which looks like caprice. Corn cannot be grown green or red at the last moment, as clothes can be dyed green or red at the last moment. You cannot trim a hedge as you trim a hat, by hanging new and fantastic things onto it. Nor can the outline of the coming cabbage fluctuate and expand in the mind like that of the coming coat and trousers. From the very first there is about the traditional occupation of Eve something a little more distinguished and individual, and the modern world retains this touch of liberty so far as it retains any liberty at all. We know the process by which the primitive liberty has been lost, if it were ever found. Multitudes have never dug in their own land, but in our own phase of history a peculiar growth of greed and pride, with philosophies supporting them, have shut out the majority, first from working on their own land, and then from working on the land at all. Machinery has deprived both man and woman of their tools. Adam is henceforth forbidden to call a spade, if only because he has to call it an electro-hydraulic excavator, or something of the sort. In what was once woman's department, the spinning wheel has given place to the spinning jenny. It sounds like a pathetic pun that it should be given a sort of feminine nickname at the very moment when it ceased to be feminine. The process has become as public and impersonal as any other type of industrial toil. As we accept as normal a nameless army of miners, so we accept a nameless army of spinners. At least it would surprise them to be called an army of spinsters. The old freedom of property and privacy has failed for both sexes. But the point to seize is that in spite of all the real domestic abuses, more of it remains for the woman than for the man. What the clerk's wife does in the suburbs may be a little like spinning. What the clerk does in the city is not in the least like delving. When the wife dyes the curtains or the clothes, she does do it to some extent, at least in accordance with her own taste in colors. It would be unwise for the clerk to arrange the postage stamps on a parcel in a decorative scheme in accordance with his own taste in colors. Above all, the woman does feel that she is dealing freely and confidently with private property, whereas her husband is naturally nervous in dealing with the firm's property. And the sensations of a man working in a big bank are almost exactly the same as those of a man working in a big post office. In both, the machinery is not only not his own private property, but it does not feel like private property at all. The great shop can be quite as impervious to its customers as the government department, and the government department can be quite as callous to its servants as the great shop. This modern oppression, the very machinery of monotony, has really driven all the freedom worth having, the creative freedom of the craftsman or the cultivator, into smaller and smaller areas. One of the few social figures that still has some remnants of it, though holding them at 100 disadvantages, is the old-fashioned housewife. She alone is left, and they seek her life to take it away. In the discussions about the new woman, we are incessantly informed that in the society of the past the feminine partner was despised. The more enthusiastic feminists seem to prefer to add that the feminine partner was not only despised, but despicable. An excellent corrective to all this nonsense can be found in the popular mythology and imagery of the past. And an excellent example of it can be found in the very case of the image employed in the rhyme of John Ball. It was never suggested that the Lord of Olympus should be represented holding a spade instead of a scepter, or even that the warrior king of old should be equipped with spades instead of spears. But high above all heavenly and human thrones, the ancient world saw its vision of the mysterious mothers, in whose hands at least lie all the destiny and death of men, and saw in a woman's spinning wheel the symbol of the wheel of the world. End of section 32.
Section 33 of G.K. Chesterton's Newspaper Columns, The New Witness, 1921. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eric Whitman, St. Charles, Illinois. G.K. Chesterton's Newspaper Columns, The New Witness, 1921, by G.K. Chesterton. Section 33, At the Sign of the World's End, Prohibition and Property. There is one point in the history of Prohibition which I think nobody has noticed. It is an exact endorsement of the case for private property which my friends and I have maintained against the Socialists. Our position is, briefly, that without property there is no liberty. And as a fact, the American government were forced to recognize liberty where they had to recognize property. This is not an impression or an opinion, but a matter of fact and formal statement. The Republic first decided that it could interfere with the citizens' private tastes, and then added a particular proviso that it could not interfere with the citizens' private property. Since this meant that it could touch the wine shop but not the wine cellar, it meant, of course, that rich men could have drink in large quantities, while poor men could not get it in small quantities. As such, it was a mortal sin against the moral ideal of equality, but it does happen to show what is the material reality on which depends the moral ideal of liberty. For the sake of clarity, it may be well to recapitulate our position on the two separate points of prohibition and property. As for prohibition, there are many different ways of stating the truth about it, which is also the case against it. One simple way of stating it is this: that it transfers to white labor the limitations already laid upon black labor. Many of the states of the American Union, which first forbade liquor to citizens, meant simply to forbid it to Negroes. There is a perfectly arguable case for forbidding it to Negroes. There would be even a perfectly arguable case for forbidding it to poor whites also, if the oligarchs of our time had the courage of their own cynicism. The true philosophical defense of the modern oppression of the poor would be to say frankly that we have ruled them so badly that they are now unfit to rule themselves. But this none of the modern oligarchs have the moral courage to say. For like all virile cynicism, it has an element of humility, and modern misrule must always have an element of hypocrisy. The American politicians dared not disfranchise the Negroes, so they coerced everybody in theory and only the Negroes in practice. Since then, the trick tried successfully on black labor has been extended to all labor, and we know it in 100 forms. We have not the honesty to say that the rich may bet because they can afford it, so we forbid any man to bet in any place, and then say that a place is not a place. It is exactly like an American law allowing a Negro to be murdered because he is not a man within the meaning of the act. We have not the honesty to drive the poor to school because they are ignorant, so we pretend to drive everybody and then send inspectors to the slums, but not to the smart streets. In the same way, in the case of drink, the rich first make a rule and then offer themselves eagerly as exceptions to prove the rule. That is the whole truth about prohibition, and it is a spiritual relief to turn to the topic of property. Property is the sacramental solidification of liberty. Property is to liberty what arithmetic is to algebra, what art is to beauty, or, if I may use the highest example, what Christ is to God. It is an embodiment, which is in some sense necessarily a limitation, as every Christmas carol contains the suggestion that the incarnation itself is a sort of colossal limitation. Liberty says, I have a choice. Property says, this is my choice, this green hedge, or white paling, or possibly purple front door with pea-green spots. And as even Christ could not be born at once in Bethlehem and Babylon and Rome, so the average artist in property cannot have a white paling if he decides to have a green hedge, and must wave a reluctant farewell to a purple door if he decides to have a peacock blue door. Liberty without property is aimlessness. Property is simply the achievement of its aim. It is narrow in the sense that all creation is narrow, as all art is limitation because it is selection. In this sense, it is not unnatural that those utopians who are communist in politics are generally pantheist in philosophy, while the utopia of Christendom has been the distributive state. It is obvious that a defense of property cannot be a defense of capitalism, for capitalism is simply the name given to a process by which most men have lost all their property. The defender of capitalism, if he exists, should be engaged in proving that most men do not need property, not that they do. But it is true, as Mr. Belloc has more than once pointed out, that such security as the insecure capitalist state still possesses, it owes to a lingering loyalty to the idea that property, after all, is a right. The conservative attitude may have in it a subtle but sane instinct that, while property should be established more equally, it will not do to destroy the sanctity of the very institution we are seeking to establish. The estate that is now legally one man's land ought ultimately to be 10 men's land. But if we utterly disdain and dismiss as nothing the notion that it is legally his, the future may take as lightly the notion that is legally theirs. We wish to establish just property and popular property, but we wish to establish solid property, or in more than the legal sense, real property. And we do not wish to lose the popular tradition that real property is real. But however much may be common sense, and however much mere cowardice, in the conservative attitude of the English masses, there can be little doubt that they are disposed to spare even disproportionate property from the traditional sentiment that it is property after all. And as it happens, an interesting illustration of this view of the problem of property can be found in the recent controversy about prohibition. When the United States government refused to allow the prohibitionists to ransack the rich man's cellar, it did no doubt declare in effect that no man is a citizen unless he has a butler. But in principle, it was a tribute to property, though in practice only to plutocracy. It said exactly what we say, that the owners of property are, and always will be, the only full citizens of the state. We desire them to be many rather than few, but many or few, they alone are free, and the wine in the pork packer's cellar is like the wealth in the peasant's stocking. It is a store of ammunition, enabling him to stand a siege, to hold out against the public tyrant as well as the private thief. In a vulgar and invidious form, it is a small model of the power we should like to enlarge into the popular possession of the means of production. It would be an exaggeration of the example to say, even symbolically, that if we may make the wines of a people, anyone may make its laws. But it would be strictly true to say that if we could provide possessions for the people, it would matter far less who made its laws. It would matter far less even if the laws were as benighted and barbarous as the last great amendment to the American Constitution. It might matter as little as prohibition matters to the millionaires of New York. But there is another element indicating the presence of property, and that is the presence of privacy. The luxurious do what they like, partly because they are allowed to do it, but partly because their enemies need not know what they do. And this also, though it may take a monstrous form in luxury, must always have a definite place in liberty. Privacy is like property in this, that while a few people ought to have less of it, most people ought to have more of it. We should like to realize the romance that the Englishman's house is his castle. The historic injustice has been that, unless it was a castle, it was hardly even a house. The eccentric in the romance of Dickens, who lived in a pygmy castle with pygmy battlements and drawbridge, may have been expressing more of the national need than he knew, as did indeed the very national genius of his great creator. If he were asked to sum up all that has been vaguely suggested here in a single word, all this normal combination of festivity and privacy, now narrowed to one class but belonging of right to all classes, it could be marked sufficiently by the mere name of Dickens. Dickens defended it against the official as well as the oligarch, and he certainly would not have been persuaded by any Fabian socialists to allow the Christmas pudding of the Cratchits to be taken out of the control of Mr. Scrooge and put into the control of Mr. Bumble. But Dickens had to defend it, even in those days,
for the shades of the prison house were beginning to close upon the last liberties of the English. What he would have said of the politicians who launched Prohibition, no mortal imagination can now describe. It seems almost as if they waited till he was dead before they did it. End of section 33.
Section 34 of G.K. Chesterton's Newspaper Columns, The New Witness, 1921. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Scott Schermerhorn. G.K. Chesterton's Newspaper Columns, The New Witness, 1921. By G.K. Chesterton. Section 34. At the Sign of the World's End, Feminism and Freemasonry, by G.K. Chesterton. That essential weakness of mind, which is so much more apparent in feminism than it is in femininity, is exposed with extraordinary frankness in the affair of the ladies who are reported in the papers as having insisted on a position in a new Freemasonry. But at least the vote is supposed to be normal and national, whereas the secret is avowedly secretive. Parliament is at least supposed to be a public body, and every woman ought to influence it, whether or no she votes for it. As a matter of fact, nobody can influence it, and therefore anybody can vote for it. But in theory, a case can be made for any woman's right to vote. I cannot see how any case can be made for anybody's right to the Masonic secret, except in the sense that there ought to be no secret. A woman has as much and as little claim to it as she has to know the words of initiation in the Brotherhood of the Yellow-Spotted Dragon of Cheng Fu, or the minutes of private business of the Invisible Conclave of Veiled Prophets of Tibet and Tompkinsville, Pennsylvania. Upon no possible argument can such a secret be a public right. Upon no possible argument can such a secret be a public right, because it is not public. It is either a lawful private secret, in which case it belongs to those who have got it, or it is an unlawful antisocial secret, in which case it ought not to belong to anybody. If everybody has a right to the secret, everybody ought to have it, and then there would be no secret. If it be a harmless private matter, other people have no more claim to it than to the secret languages invented by two lovers. If it be a conspiracy, it ought in normal cases to be crushed. But who in the world ever heard of anybody having a right to be in a conspiracy? Did any ladies lament that they were unjustly excluded from the gunpowder plot? Or did a haughty minority refuse to others the privilege of assassinating Abraham Lincoln? But the most interesting feature in this feminist affair does not lie so much in any of these obvious questions as in the fact that none of them are asked. A curious mindlessness marks all this imitative and servile sex war. The feminist in question never thinks or thinks of thinking about the thing itself that she is asking for. She never inquires, even of herself, whether it is the sort of thing she would have invented for herself. She never pauses, even for an instant, upon the problem of whether it is intrinsically a rational or desirable or legitimate thing. Two thoughts seem quite sufficient to fill her mind. One, that the man has got it, and the man must be imitated in all things. Two, that the woman has not got it, and why should she not imitate him in this as in everything else? Now,
If a free mind be turned upon Freemasonry, its first function will be criticism. We try to define a thing before we desire to belong to it. At least, this is done by free minds, whether or no they are Freemasons. Now, the first fact about the Brotherhood is that it has or claims to have a secret. That is, it is a secret society. Its secret may be very harmless, and I am pretty certain that the ideals it sets before the mass of English Masons are quite mild and humane. This is not indeed by any means the same as saying they are harmless. Half the harm in modern England is done by means of mild and humane ideals. Doubtless secret societies are softened in the English atmosphere, as are so many other things, and though such hazy humanity has its dangers, it is humane as well as hazy. But whether the substance be hardened in the French or Irish furnace, or softened in the English fog, we ought to know a substance when we see it, and the substance is a secret society. Now, since disputes have raged round secret societies from the beginning of the world, since they have been credited with the wrecking of the world and the saving of the world, and raising all sorts of controversial passions in every corner of the world, one would think that the first question asked by a feminist about to become a Freemason would be, "What do I think of secret societies?" How much has there been about that particular question in all the newspaper reports and newspaper articles about female Freemasonry? To the best of my belief, not a single word. For my part, in any case, I have no use for secret societies. I do not wish to have, and I do not think it moral to have, any occult bond with other persons, outside and over against the open loyalties I bear to my nation and my household and my kind. I agree that in certain conditions of oppression, such a bond may be justifiable. I think the Ku Klux Klan and certain Irish agrarian conspiracies were justifiable. But nobody who has seen a procession of honest stockbrokers and chartered accountants coming out in their aprons from a Masonic dinner will be wholly convinced that they are men maddened by misery and starvation, or tortured by intolerable memories to an intolerant rage. But, though I am, in normal cases, against the secret society, I can imagine people making a case for it. And I should have thought that an appropriate moment for any person to make a case for it would be the moment when he was going to join it. But this is the last thing the ladies seem to think of. We do not find them facing the fact of secrecy and saying what might be said for it. We do not find the enthusiastic feminist saying, "Consider what the world owes to the Eleusinian mysteries, to the secret dramas of Orpheus, to all the allegorical arcana which educated the ancient world in its transition from paganism." We do not find her even raising the cry that the Christian Church was itself once forced to be a secret society. We have no attitude towards the idea of secrecy at all, unless it be the very attitude of a silly and prying curiosity which has always been imputed by cheap satirists, perhaps falsely to females, but apparently truly to feminists. But if the ladies of whom I read are to be excused by so natural a weakness, they are evidently quite unconscious of it. They do not treat it as the entrance to a secret league, however harmless, but like the triumphal entry to some palace of publicity. The female Freemason mounts the sacred steps like the first female president of the world state. Now turn abruptly from all this to the position of the normal woman, as she has been in thousands of villages and millions of households. Is there anything in the world which she would regard with quite so much contempt as Freemasonry? What would the ordinary housekeeper in an apron, doing the housework, actually say about all these middle-aged gentlemen in aprons, solemnly doing nothing? How much significance would she really see in those singing masons? Not building roofs of gold, but merely squandering subscriptions in gold. The very virtues of Freemasonry, its endless talk and aimless festivity, have been of the sort against which women have mostly been at war, and the new woman has only differed from the old woman in meeting festivity, not with the old genial disdain, but with a new fanatical denunciation. Obviously, this particular institution, even at its best, is quite a typical product of the peculiar tastes and weaknesses of the male. But the fact is that the male is so much worshipped by this modern movement that even his weaknesses are regarded as strength, and his tastes are taken as a final judgment. Obviously, what we call feminism ought rather to be called masculinism. It is the imitation of things, not because they are good, or even because they are human, but solely because they are masculine. And the final truth of this interpretation of feminism can be found in this plain and pointed example of Freemasonry. It may be fairly argued that a woman wishes to vote because she is a social being apart from her sex. It may even be argued, though more fallaciously, that she wishes to work in an office or factory because it is a universal human necessity to work directly and independently for daily bread. But nobody can think it is a universal human necessity to pay a certain number of guineas to wear a blue apron covered with compasses and triangles. Nobody can pretend that the human being is naked and ashamed without this apron, or is but half human and imperfect without this experience. The desire to copy all this in detail can only be servile and snobbish, for the details themselves are quite arbitrary and artificial, and correspond to no obvious and universal ideal. If a lady in the suburbs imitates the precise number and pattern of buttons on a lady in the smart set, she cannot pretend that those buttons were revealed to her in a vision as something eternally necessary to all the children of men. It is obvious that the thing is thus literally copied, even in its accidents, because it is aristocratic, and in the other case, because it is masculine. Now, in the matter of festivity and its forms, I myself, of course, feel more sympathy with the Freemason than with the female, but I am sorry to see the female attitude and influence entirely disappear from the world. I am sorry to lose all that salt of humor and candor with which any common woman was wont to greet her husband, returning from the lodge, tricked out in all his unearthly vestments. I am sorry to see her beginning to treat those vestments reverently, like the vestments of a priest, for there is a true and fruitful sex war apart from the silly one, and I am sorry to see it end in so complete and crushing a victory for my own sex. End of section 34. Recording by Scott Schermerhorn. Section 35 of G.K. Chesterton's Newspaper Columns, The New Witness, 1921. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Scott Schermerhorn. G.K. Chesterton's Newspaper Columns, The New Witness, 1921, by G.K. Chesterton, Section 35. At the Sign of the World's End, Is the Parent a Paradox? By G.K. Chesterton. A magistrate recently remarked, in reference to some outbreak of petty thievery, I think, that this new lawlessness was due to the loss of parental control, and I think it reasonable, whether the magistrate thought so or not, to say that the loss of parental control is in its turn due to the increase of official control. And this is surely the more natural because it is an increase of official control over parents. The child cannot be expected to treat the parent as a parent when the rulers of the city do not even treat him as a citizen. This is especially true to the eclipse of the father by the schoolmaster, and this again is especially applicable to the particular moral problem with which the magistrate had to deal. It is stark common sense to say that the sense of private property can be learnt better in a private house than in a public school. The master must at best teach morality mainly in theory, while the mother is obliged to teach it in practice. Neither the tests, nor the temptations, nor the spiritual triumphs of this sort of sense of honor are likely to occur in an official school. No little toddling infant is likely to attempt to carry off a blackboard. He is not even very likely to want to steal a piece of chalk, but he is quite likely to want to steal a piece of cheese. He is even more likely to want to steal a piece of chocolate or of toffee. It is unlikely that the average schoolboy will be so madly devoted to his studies as to desire to run away with the map of Europe. It is perfectly possible that the average child in the nursery may wish to snatch a highly colored picture book out of the hand of another average child. It is improbable that the average schoolboy will piratically possess himself of other people's French grammars or books of geometry, though I did once know a boy who stole 27 copies of Hall and Knight's algebra. But he was not an average schoolboy. He was a very studious, scholarly, and attentive schoolboy. He was also mad. The point here, however, is that if we are going to teach children this antiquated idea of honesty at all, the people who can really teach it with reasonable grip and good nature and sense of proportion are certainly his father and mother. From various letters I have received, I fancy I have rather failed to make plain this platitude about parents. Indeed, the platitude seems actually to be regarded as a paradox. The truth is, as somebody once pointed out very effectively in the New Age, that when very simple things have once ceased to be self-evident to anyone who is sane, they always have to be set out with extreme subtlety by someone who is rather subtle. The present case probably requires somebody who is much more subtle than I am, but since I have made this criticism of the modern view of the family more than once before, both in connection with the modern view of marriage and the modern view of education, I will try once more to explain to my critics and correspondents what I mean. And since I cannot be subtle, I will try to be simple. There are two human relations which modern rulers are everywhere disposed to dissolve. They are the only two relations which ordinary people are so naturally constituted as to desire. Indeed, they are the only two relations which are in a direct sense founded on desire at all. It is only in an indirect sense that the human soul can be said to desire a greengrocer. Considered as an individual, doubtless the greengrocer is a man and therefore a miracle. But in the ordinary sense, we only express our longing for a greengrocer as a symbol of our longing for greens. And though we have a relation to greens, it is hardly a human relation. At any rate, it is a rather one-sided relation. If it be so with symbols of commerce like the greengrocer, It is still more so with symbols of compulsion like the policeman. There may be moments of crisis and high emotion when we ardently desire a policeman, or even cry aloud for one. But those are not moments of minute intellectual self-analysis, or even of a very fastidious and logical selection of words. At such times it would probably look like lingering on too fine a shade to insist that we do not, in the ultimate sense, desire a policeman, but only certain results that can only be obtained through a policeman. We do not directly desire the policeman as a thing of beauty, or feel a mysterious happiness in the mere sight of his helmets or his buttons. But a man can desire a woman as a thing of beauty, or a woman can desire a baby as a thing of beauty. And these two relations, that of a man and wife, or mother and child, are the only two recognized combinations found on this natural satisfaction with the thing itself. They are also the only two recognized combinations in capitalist civilization which that system has set out to destroy. It is essential to note that no other relation is really being attacked. There is no real effort to do without the greengrocer, even if the greengrocer is a profiteer. Peasants do to some extent without the greengrocer, because they grow their own greens, but none of these emancipators are trying to create the particular sort of emancipation that belongs to peasants. There is no serious effort to do without the policeman, on the ground that he may be a bully. I am not here arguing that he is a bully, or that I desire to do without him. I am pointing out as a fact that there is no particular probability of our curtailing his powers on the possibility of his being a bully. But there has been a marked tendency to curtail the husband's or the parent's powers on the possibility of his being a bully. And this although there is at least something in his case which tends against that possibility being a probability. It is in the ordinary human sense a mere toss-up, an equal chance, whether a greengrocer or a policeman is a good man or a bad man. But it is not a pure toss-up or an equal chance whether a mother loves or hates her children. The hatred is in its nature abnormal. In a quarrel between the greengrocer and the greengrocer's assistant, the right may be on either side, but if the greengrocer's conduct is unjust, it need not be unnatural. There is present no natural bias, as in the case of maternity, no original sex attraction, as in the case of marriage. Yet we hear little in the case of capital and labor, except exhortations to promote their interdependence. And we hear little in the case of man and woman, except exhortations to promote their independence. And it is the same with the government official as with the capitalist employer. A costermonger may knock his wife needlessly about the head, and a policeman may knock the costermonger needlessly about the head. But it is unlikely that there was ever a time when the policeman went courting the costermonger with love lyrics in the style of Albert Chevalier, and it is unlikely that the policeman ever had his sleep disturbed or his dreams enriched with visions of the moke and the mother-of-pearl buttons. There is not, and there never has been, any natural attraction or tenderness between a policeman and a costermonger. Yet we assume that the relations between the coster and the copper will be all right, while we are more and more assuming that the relations between Mr. and Mrs. Henry Hawkins will be all wrong. Yet it is obvious that in the first case the right may be on one side and the might on the other, while in the second there may be something beyond might and right, which there cannot possibly be in the first. If this principle be true to some extent of husbands and wives, it is yet more manifestly true in the case of parents and children. By the ordinance of nature, the child is from the first in the care of the only people who have normally a bias in his favor. It is possible that he may be badly treated by them, but it is also possible that he may be badly treated by anybody else, by all the people who have not a bias in his favor. Of any of those people, it is in the abstract more logical to predict cruelty than it is to predict it of his parents. All that can be said about parental cruelty is that some individuals are so wicked as to be capable of it, and that can be said with even more plausibility of any other class or type or trade in the world. We may know a mother who has an unfortunate habit of boiling her baby, and in that case it will be well for the state to prevent her from doing so. But when we merely hand a baby from a mother we do not know to an official we do not know, we are in logic transferring it to a less safe position from a safer one. These are all very primary and obvious principles, and are therefore nowadays entirely neglected. Divorce and the destruction of parental control therefore are the two main modern reforms, because they both express distrust of the two natural emotions that can in some reasonable degree be trusted. It is unjust, but it is not unnatural, for a greengrocer to engage an assistant with the intention of sweating him, or a policeman to shadow a man with the intention of getting him into trouble. It is at least in a sense unnatural for a man to make love to a woman with the intention of beating her with a poker, or for a mother to bear a child with the intention of boiling him in a big pot. We should naturally infer, therefore, that human vigilance would be directed to watching and restraining the more probable rather than the less probable offense. As a matter of fact, modernity seems to ignore both the natural affection of fathers and mothers and the original sin of greengrocers and policemen. There is one thing, however, which the official classes certainly must not do. They must not complain of the chaos or criminality due to the loss of the authority of parents. That authority has been steadily undermined, not by the children, but by the officials, and though there is no reason to allege it of that particular magistrate, a good deal of it has been destroyed by the magistrates. End of section 35.
Section 36 of G.K. Chesterton's Newspaper Columns, The New Witness, 1921. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kristen Hand. G.K. Chesterton's Newspaper Columns, The New Witness, 1921, by G.K. Chesterton. At the sign of the world's end, the Madhouse and the Nursery. The much criticized criticism of nursery rhymes, which was recently uttered by Mrs. Barnett, was but part of a current cant generally uttered less courageously. Mrs. Barnett's surprise on discovering that a nonsense rhyme was nonsensical is only the logical application of a criticism now turned against all natural things, and therefore especially against all childish things. Our grandfathers made a child dress like a grown-up person, but they allowed him to think as a child and to feel as a child, and did not prematurely or impatiently require him to put away childish things. It is true that St. Paul says that when he becomes a man, he puts away childish things, and, with all reverence, I think it is perhaps one reason why popular Christian tradition has preferred St. Peter. But we do not wait until little Paul has become a man. People 100 years ago dressed him like a mute at a funeral, but they allowed him to go on bowling a hoop to the verge of manhood. We dress him like a fairy in a pantomime, and then ask his opinion upon relativity and the League of Nations. For instance, there are new schools where children are taught to play at being politicians. They are no longer left to play at being pirates, that infinitely more honorable trade. They are assembled in little parliaments to vote on amendments and move the previous question and draw the speaker's attention to the fact that there are not 40 members present, or whatever are the terms of the oligarchical tomfoolery which their elders endure. The child also will have nothing to add to what his right honorable friend told the House on April 1st, 1901. The infant also will discover that it is not in the public interest to state whether the Germans have landed in Kent. If this were all indeed the training of the rising generation in parliamentary politics, would be merely elegant and external. But I presume that they are taught the realities as well as the ritual. A charming comedy is enacted when little Tommy toddles across to little Willie and offers him a coin or counter representing a financial share in return for his support for a government contract. Even more exciting would be the scene in which Polly, aged 6, boldly attempts to blackmail Peter, aged 7, and threatens to cover the nursery wall with posters, in colored chalks, revealing his naughtiness unless he hands over an adequate amount of toffee. Nor must we forget the occasion on which Tommy buys his toy cornet for 2,000 acid drops, or the responsibility of the 2 infants who act as party whips and have to carry all these sweets secretly in their pockets until they have dispensed them in various forms of corruption for the good of the cause. These are all operations requiring skill and training, and as it is obviously impossible to imagine modern parliamentary politics being conducted without them, it naturally follows that we shall carefully equip our young politicians with them. For the older and more experienced politicians perpetually tell us that the anomalies and abuses we criticize are inevitable and inseparable from all practical politics. As when Mr. Balfour said, of the Marconi case, that politicians must judge each other differently from the judgment of the cold world without. Or Mr. Bonar Law said it would be useless to audit the party funds, apparently because politicians are so passionately resolved on secrecy that they would start another secret fund to evade the audit. So that if these things are a part of parliamentary politics, and if those politics are to be taught to the little ones, we must certainly lose no time in teaching them the safest and most delicate methods of concealment and corruption. The truth is that all our educational experiments are in the wrong direction. They are concerned with turning children not only into men, but into modern men, whereas modern men need nothing so much as to be made a little more like children. The whole object of real education is a renascence of wonder, a revival of that receptiveness to which poetry and religion appeal. Instead of turning the nursery or the infant school into an image of the political meeting or the stock exchange, there would be a far better case for turning the Senate or the market into imitation of the nursery. It would do the masters of bureaucracy or big business a great deal of good to be governed as children are governed, and taught to amuse themselves easily as children do. Those aristocrats who suffer the charge of inhumanity when they hunt the fox would be wisely limited until they had learned to hunt the slipper. Those financial magnates who are never happy till they have made a corner would have to be content with puss in the corner. Their only ring would be poetically described as a ring of roses, and they would play at honey pots instead of money pots, as in the ordinary sense of making pots of money. I am not prepared to say how far such a saturnalia of simplicity can be regarded as being within the sphere of practical politics. But I am quite serious when I say that this should be the direction of all education, and that nearly all modern education is a wild waste of money and time because it is working in the opposite direction. It is trying to sophisticate the people who are simple, or in other words, to pervert the only people who are right. When I was in America, for instance, some lunatics were actually trying to teach children to take care of their health. In other words, they were teaching babies to be valetudinarians and hypochondriacs in order that they might be healthy. They were even proud of their half-witted and wicked amusement, and one of them actually boasted that his school children were health mad. That it is not exactly the aim of all mental hygiene to be mad did not occur to him, but surely such teachers have everything to learn, I will not say from healthy children, but from all the naughty children who ever fell into the river, and possibly got drowned, before they could grow up into maniacs. If anyone thinks this is a merely violent form of words, I refer again to the example in which the words themselves were used by the people themselves. In America, some educational enthusiasts did really announce with pride that the children in a particular school were all health mad. It really and truly meant that the infants were in an intense state of vigilance and concentrated excitement on the problem of the preservation of their own bodily health, on how to foresee indigestion or mark the stages of a cold. And the man meant, he really and truly meant, that this was a condition on which they were to be congratulated. So that, instead of toy helmets or toy swords, they would have toy goggles and toy respirators, possibly little toy bottles of a disinfectant, or even a toy hypodermic syringe. That anybody should be mad on anything is not exactly the goal and ideal of all mental science. That anybody should be mad on health is always of all things the most unhealthy. That children should be mad on health is something so horrible that one could hardly dream of it outside some such torture chamber as the tale called The Turn of the Screw, where children are possessed of devils. Yet I repeat that I read the boast with my own eyes in an American paper as a report of the success of a hygienic educational campaign. It was some silly stuff about sending a clown round to give serious advice on hygiene, enlivened with jokes. I bet the jokes were not so amusing as the serious remarks. I have noted more than once that the modern world is too ridiculous to be ridiculed. If we have grown so ignorant of the very shape and posture of man that we do not know his head from his heels, it will not even amuse us that he should stand on his head. There would be faint amusement in an amoeba standing on his head, because we are a little vague about which is his head. If we met some monster on the cyclic pattern of certain animalculae, but swollen to monstrous size and rolling down the road, we might show a shade of surprise, but we should hardly be overwhelmed with really hearty laughter. There would be nothing comic about his turning a cartwheel. He would be too like a cartwheel. It is amusing to see a little boy turn a cartwheel, in moderation, precisely because a little boy is not a wheel, and is designed by his Creator for a loftier end than that of drawing a cart. Now, the modern world cannot make head or tail of itself, and therefore cannot see the fun of itself, even when it is engaged like a kitten in chasing its own tail. The little boy cannot become funny by being upside down, because his earnest and thoughtful teachers are by no means certain about when he is right side up. At any moment, a professor of the new hygiene or the higher athletics may prove that a child standing on his feet is in a strained, unnatural posture, throwing too much weight on the ankle bone and undermining the whole nervous system. And then all the children will rest standing on their heads, and we should all be expected to take it seriously. And if the image be considered exaggerative, I recur to the example I have given before, that in certain educational institutions in America, children are actually taught to cultivate a meticulous and medicinal care of their health, and that a eulogist of this extraordinary system actually used, as part of his eulogy, the statement that children were health mad. You cannot get anything madder than that. You cannot get anything regarded as mad where that is regarded as sane. You cannot get anything treated satirically where that is treated seriously. Satire is necessarily dead in a society so incapable of any natural reaction, in a society that has no kick in it, even when it has such things to kick. Imagine what a satirist of saner days would have made of the daily life of a child of 6 who is actually admitted to be mad on the subject of his own health. These are not days in which that great extravaganza could be written, but I dimly see some of its episodes like uncompleted dreams. I see the child pausing in the middle of a cartwheel, or when he has performed 3/4 of a cartwheel, and consulting a little notebook about the amount of exercise per diem. I see him pausing halfway up a tree, or when he has climbed exactly 1/3 of a tree, and then producing a clinical thermometer to take his own temperature. But what would be the use of blazoning to the whole universe, in all imaginative colors, the manifestation of this idiot's madness, when he himself praises it for being mad? End of section 36.
Section number 37 of G.K. Chesterton's newspaper columns, The New Witness, 1921. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by B.S.L. Reader. G.K. Chesterton's newspaper columns, The New Witness, 1921, by G.K. Chesterton, Section 37. At the Sign of the World's End, The Sea Monster and the Mob, by G.K. Chesterton. I happened to visit a well-known watering place somewhere about the end of this summer, or somewhere about the time when people were wondering whether it would ever end. It was a popular resort, so popular that many would describe it as vulgar. But at least it was popular as well as vulgar, and I know many more fashionable and luxurious resorts that have achieved the distinction of being vulgar without being popular. It was the sort of place where one might still see the modern mummers who blacken their faces and call themselves niggers, as well as the yet more modern and less national sort that whiten their faces and call themselves Pierrots. But the blackening of the face is an old custom even in rural England, and when I first went to live in South Bucks, a man appeared on Christmas Eve announcing that he was St. George, and clinching the contention by wearing a top hat and a nightgown, flourishing an umbrella and presenting a smiling face covered with soot. I felt he was much more like St. George than the white comedian is like Pierrot, for at least his gestures and his generous eagerness to thump the Turkish knight with his umbrella were in the spirit of the comic combat with the dragon, whereas the other brought with him no whisper from that world of Watteau, with its sad and silvery frivolity, in which the French clown turns his moon-like face to the moon. Indeed, I once saw a local entertainment in which a whole mob of my most respectable neighbors all blacked their faces, and became admirably wild and witty in the liberty of the disguise. I wondered whether the method might not be tried with advantage in the House of Commons, or the Peace Conference, or some other grave political group. We have but to call up before our imagination the portraits of our principal rulers and public men to realize how much their appearance would be improved by a thick coat of blacking. And my experience of the encouragement given by this sable masquerade is such as to lead me to hope that their utterance would show a similar improvement. If only all members of Parliament wore these black masks, their present timidity might vanish, and bursts of brilliancy, of eloquence, and of reason would startle the world. But I must not be led away even by the promise of this great progressive reform, for it was not my intention to write about Negroes, natural or artificial, but about watering places, which at best perhaps are rather artificial than natural. In one sense, perhaps they have grown more artificial, in growing more natural, or at least in seeking a wilder aspect of nature. It was logical in the 18th century to speak of watering places for men almost as we speak of watering places for horses. Men made pilgrimages to particular springs in order to drink the waters. It is rather curious that they now make pilgrimages to see the only water they cannot drink. Of course there are medicinal motives in the latter, as in the former case, but though people certainly go to bathe in the water, or to paddle in it, there is still a certain significance and something symbolic of the whole social trend of the time in the fact that many of them merely go to see it. The significance or mystery of that mob is that it is so largely a mob that has marched and gathered merely to stare at the sea. In this respect, it is like the mob that gathers merely to stare at a football match, or still more that which gathers to stare at a horse race. The horse is a beautiful and wonderful animal, and the sea is a beautiful and wonderful element. But there is something lacking in the modern interest taken in the white horses of the sea, as in the motley horses of the racing track. The distinction can be seen in those places, like the place I visited, where the new watering place is linked with an old fishing village. Our fathers used their seas as they used their horses, and perhaps did not often contemplate them except when they were using them. Swinburne, a spirited exponent of the latter and more Byronic view of nature, perpetually praised the sea. But he praised it as barren. He praised it in so many words as sterile and fruitless. In short, he perpetually praised it as useless and hopeless and vain. But for a fisherman setting forth from that little port in the Middle Ages, the sea was not vain or sterile. It would never be without fruit until it was without fish. But Swinburne certainly at least swam in the sea, and he did not even confine himself to paddling. There is a verse of his, however, which might fancifully be supposed to conceal, though probably unintentionally, something like a humorous criticism upon the paddlers, and still more on the starers. I think it is at the end of the dedication to William Morris of the second volume of, quote, Poems and Ballads, close quote, that there occurs something like the following verse, which I quote from memory. Till the sons of the Norsemen watch hurtling to windward and lee, round England, unbacked of her horsemen, the steed of the sea. Swinburne was proverbially prone to make some sacrifice of sense to sound, and I confess I am not very clear about what, quote, unbacked of her horsemen, close quote, means. But it might be held, by the more satirical, to mean that England now contains a good many horsemen who never ride on horses. And it might still more cogently be held to mean that the sons of the Norsemen had so far degenerated from their ancestors that they much preferred staring at the sea to sailing on it. And certainly there are many nowadays who accept the hygienic advantages of the sea without even the Swinburnian swimming, let alone the Scandinavian sailing. The point is not, however, that there is necessarily any degeneracy in this. In simpler days, the number of those who either sailed or swam or saw may perhaps have been no larger, or may possibly have been smaller, merely because the population was smaller. The point is in the popularity of the purely contemplative pleasure. The point is that there is something strange about the very idea of whole huge crowds of people looking at the sea, as there would be about whole huge crowds of people listening to the skylark. We talk about the bustle and movement of these urban multitudes, but surely there is something almost more singular about their immobility and their repose. Under all else, the modern mood is the passive mood. With all its superficial revolutions, it is the very reverse of revolutionary. So far from having an ambition of ruling itself, it has lost the old and universal habit of amusing itself. For modern men do not amuse themselves. They are amused, which is quite a different thing. There has been an enormous increase in the machinery of amusement, such as ballets and cinemas, but it is almost the definition of a machine that it has only a few handles worked out by a few hands. Everywhere there is a new apparatus of amusement made by the few for the many. There was just such a new apparatus in the old amphitheater. Doubtless the gladiators and wild beasts were advertised in much the same manner, and in some cases more appropriately. It would seem more apt to speak of releasing a lion than of releasing a film. And those old comic actors who acted in monstrous or bestial masks might more rationally be described as featuring their parts. But the essence of the panem et circenses method is that it is imposed from above upon a servile population, that is, upon a population in the passive mood. Meanwhile, these same vast urban populations have largely lost what used to be the mark of all mankind, the spontaneous invention of ceremonials and festivities, dithering from village to village and sometimes from house to house. I speak of the modern tendency as meaning the tendency of the most recent centuries, and especially of the 19th century. That passive and servile tendency may be drawing to its end. I am sure I hope it is, and there are moments or moods when I think it is. There may possibly be, even in the present generation, a sudden general realization and therefore a revolution or reversal of tendency. There are certainly signs in various parts of our private life of a more spontaneous sort of social creation, and it is always possible that this may grow strong enough to overturn the theatricals of our public life, as the early Christians overturned the theatricals of the amphitheater. But it seemed to me, as I stared at those seaside crowds who stared at the sea, that upon them at least lay heavy, even in their pleasures, the passive mood of the servile state. It was not their vulgarity that alarmed me, but rather their quietude and good behavior. It was the mood of the pagan circus, because it was the mood of acceptance rather than creation. They looked at the sea as their prototypes looked at a lion in the Colosseum, or as their children look at a lion in the zoo. But the fisherman, the man of all the ages, the man of the morning of the world, is compared with that crowd like a man who suddenly leapt down into the arena and fought with the lion. The older dealing with the sea, at once fiercer and more fruitful, involved assaulting such a roaring and foaming monster, but also involved using him like a beast of burden. Doubtless there are still many who enjoy such dealing with the sea, as with a dragon of green and blue and every changing tint, but a dragon who guards a treasure. But at that moment there seemed to me something strange about that great multitude in a trance. I had a weird fancy for a flash that they were all in church, in a temple, worshiping a sacred snake. End of section 37. Reading by B.S.L. Reader.
Section 38 of G.K. Chesterton's Newspaper Columns, The New Witness, 1921. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kristen Hand. G.K. Chesterton's Newspaper Columns, The New Witness, 1921, by G.K. Chesterton. At the sign of the world's end, Stephen Graham and his Servile State. Mr. Stephen Graham has written for a new magazine called The Beacon, a thing called A Credo for a New Era. He has often shown himself a fine critical and even creative artist, and I sincerely wish I could admire this composition as a creation, since I cannot admire it as a creed. But in both characters it seems to me both hasty and hazy. It is spaced in separate sentences like separate paragraphs or lines of poetry, but it is hardly clear whether this is the extreme of snippety journalism or an experiment in vers libre. It is certainly a proclamation, but I know not whether its form is founded on Walt Whitman or the Post Office regulations. It is not a creed, for it does not maintain the method of dogmatic and orderly affirmation of things believed. It wanders away into metaphors and impressions and historical memories, and is certainly not the creed for a new era, for it was the view of nearly all the more aged intellectuals when I was 10 years old. It is internationalism as it was before the war, and communism as it was before the Russian Revolution. We sigh as we read once more, as in some dog-eared old copybook of our school days, for patriotism is another word for a nation's selfishness. We read patriotism has had its day, and sigh again. It hardly seems necessary to say anything, but if I had to answer Mr. Graham, it would be in 2 words. They are words in a foreign language, and one I do not understand. Sinn Fein. So far as an intellectual principle runs through the process, it is extraordinarily simple. It is that what matters is quantity and not quality. The larger and larger grow the groups we belong to, the better. It is good when a man thinks for 2 as if they were 1, as when he marries. The example is excellent, but the test may appear somewhat alarming. For instance, if a man marries 2 wives, he thinks for 3 as if they were 1. Or should he prefer to marry 10 wives, he will think for 11 as if they were 1. Now, even if the new era thinks the Muslim or Mormon view of women superior to the Christian, it is surely obvious that nothing can be settled by so simple an arithmetical process as this. It would give a moral superiority, not only to the man with 10 wives, but still more to the man with 10,000 slaves. And indeed, Mr. Graham seems to imply, though in a rather confused fashion, that feudalism and capitalism are thus relatively good merely because they are relatively large. If there was one good thing done by the Bolshevist revolt amid all its evil, it was that at least it left for dead this piece of 19th century nonsense about encouraging big shops because they could be turned into state departments, of promoting capitalism in order to turn it into socialism. The socialist revolt did not come in a capitalist country at all, and the best thing about the Marxian movement was that it falsified all the Marxian calculations. The 3 most important sentences in this creed, so far as I am concerned, run as follows. There should be no absolute property in house and land, no real estate. The houses we live in we should be bound to leave more beautiful and more fitting to be lived in, not relying on landlords or lords of the manor, or on any lords but upon ourselves. Now, I cannot for the life of me see how we can be especially said to rely on ourselves if somebody else bind us to make the house we live in more beautiful, according to his taste and not ours. Obviously, there is nothing about which men differ so much as beauty, including beauty of house decoration. and I must either be free to make it what I think beautiful and others may think ugly, or others must be free to make it what they think beautiful and I think ugly. And the latter is obviously what Mr. Stephen Graham does mean, for he talks of my being bound to do it, not disposed to do it. Now, whoever these other people are, they are authorities, and very arbitrary authorities, for in the realm of art, authority is especially arbitrary. They may not be called lords of the manor, but they will certainly be lords. Indeed, they will be something more than landlords. They will be, in a peculiar sense, house lords. They will be lords not only of my land, but of my life. In one point, indeed, Mr. Stephen Graham has been particularly careful to produce a positive parody of the very worst landlordism. In Ireland, and in every country that has suffered a tyranny of landlords, the worst feature was always the fact that the tenant could only improve the house for the benefit of his master. But at least nobody ever proposed that he should be forced to improve the house for the benefit of his master. That last right of the rack-renting spirit is left for Mr. Stephen Graham and the credo of the new era. It is a pleasing picture, and worth pausing upon for its own sake. I like to think of the new tenant who is burdened with the duties of a new architect. I like to think of his face and reflections when he finds he has not only got to leave the house in reasonable order and repair, but to add to it such gargoyles, flying buttresses, pinnacles, or pagodas as may seem most likely to please posterity, or rather the prophets who think they know all about posterity. As a matter of fact, a most fantastic comedy could be written about such prophets and how their prophecies would fare. Of course, the old abbot would be turned out of the old abbey because he had made it ugly with barbarous Gothic, which the Renaissance noblemen would replace with a more or less Greek temple with graceful Corinthian columns. But the extraordinary thing is that by the time of Pugin and Ruskin, not only would the Corinthian style be regarded as ugly, but the old original Gothic style would be regarded as beautiful. Even in the past, the process of leaving to others what they would think more beautiful would be a risky business. In the conditions of the present, the changes would be a series of dizzy disappointments. The brain reels in considering the dilemma of a householder not only required to add a few vorticist touches to a cubist building, but necessarily bound to wonder what was coming after post-Impressionism, and whether any form of futurism has a chance of surviving into the future. The truth is that from this single case of domestic decoration which Mr. Graham has selected, Mr. Graham's communism could be refuted. Art is in its nature an act of authority and therefore of possession, and all possession which passes into production has something of the authority of art. To talk of a peasant as a mere grabber of so much mud is exactly like talking of a sculptor as a mere grabber of so much clay. You may say, if you like, that the artist is selfish in modeling a statuette so as to satisfy himself, but that is the way that statuettes are made when they are worth making, and that is the way that life is lived when it is worth living. Here are two other lines from the new creed. There shall be economic peace. The only war will be against obstructive privilege and private interest. It is somewhat typical of the form, or rather formlessness, of the whole thing. It rather reminds me of a passage in some satire which ran rather like this. There was a profound silence, broken only by the hooting of the siren, the booming of the guns, the loud braying of the brass band, and so on. Why say there is going to be a peace, if there is going to be a war so huge as one waged against all the private interests of men? I, for one, can assure Mr. Graham that if the private interest he denounces is my own interest in the decoration of my own private house, I can promise he shall have as little economic or other peace as I can give him. If the obstructive privilege is my own present privilege of hanging up English watercolors instead of diagrams out of blast, I will promise him that it shall be an extremely obstructive privilege. I shall certainly join in the obstructionist party, and it will be a larger party than he seems to suppose, even in the new era. But what would his peace be, even if he could get it? About this also he is commendably candid. There shall be a standard rate of wage for labor in all lands. The conditions of employment shall be one and the same in all lands. These two things, taken together, at least make two other things equally clear. First, that he contemplates the continuance of the wage system through his utopia, and second, that he actually proposes to extend the wage system and force it upon those who are at present free from it. Every independent peasant is to be robbed of his independence and made dependent on a wage. Every independent guild is to be broken up, for conditions of employment must be one and the same in all lands. Every peddler or hawker of the wages he has made in every village fair in the world is to be captured and conscripted as a new sort of wage slave. This is what the creed means, on the assumption that it means anything. That anybody should propose so sweeping an enslavement would be extraordinary. That it should be proposed by the man who wrote the beautiful studies of the Russian peasantry is almost incredible. End of section 38.
Section 39 of G.K. Chesterton's Newspaper Columns, The New Witness, 1921. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Giordano. G.K. Chesterton's Newspaper Columns, The New Witness, 1921, by G.K. Chesterton. Section 39. At the Sign of the World's End. Murder in the Might Have Been, by G.K. Chesterton. There had grown upon me of late, or at least until very lately, a mystical and almost fatalistic feeling that I should end in a state of great sympathy with the Dean of St. Paul's, even if the sympathy were by no means reciprocated. It was a strange and solemn sensation, but there was certainly something of virility and even of virtue in his very cynicism, especially after a debauch of the dull optimism and progressive sentimentality of so much of the press. Certainly the most defensible thing about the gloomy dean is his gloom. I cannot but think it somewhat more defensible than his deanery. Considered as a Christian, he is an anomaly, but considered as a heathen, he is a sincere and suggestive thinker. Indeed, he is sometimes so thoroughly heathen as to be positively human, and so almost to be Christian without knowing it. For instance, when he said that all forms of government are so bad they will never last long enough to do much harm, or words to that effect, my soul sang aloud over that happy and cheering piece of pessimism, that at least is perfectly Christian, though hardly typical of his own school of Christianity. It is a far more sensible test of the doctrine of the fall of man than following the endless doubts and doubtings of the higher criticism of Genesis. And then, just as I am drifting into a positive enthusiasm for the dean, I am rescued and restored to sanity by his remarks about unwanted children. I do not criticize primarily his dallying with the doctrine of birth control, warmly as I condemn it. I criticize something in his tone, even about more tenable things. Thus, when he says that the unwanted child takes the place of a potential superior, he says it in an undescribable and individual way that rouses in me a highly individual impatience. To begin with, the whole of this question of persons occupying space that might be occupied by other persons is itself highly personal. I am conscious that wherever I stand, I fill up the standing ground of another man, or, as the more satirical have been known to suggest, of several other men. I certainly do, in an appreciable degree, cover the ground, and it is always very arguable that I cumber the earth. But Dean Inge also is himself an occupant of space potentially useful for other purposes, and he fills a much larger place, if not physically, at least socially. I trust it will be taken as a compliment, and not merely as a flippancy, if I say he can fill St. Paul's Cathedral. No characterist ever compared my dimensions to those of St. Paul's Cathedral, though some have assimilated my outline to the same architectural style. Moreover, the dean is comparing the occupant of any place, not merely to everyone who exists, but to anyone who might have existed. Our arrivals are the great might have been, or the babe unborn. And if we are to allow our imagination such flights into the prenatal twilight, or the primeval dawn, we might surely even allow ourselves the audacity of fancying somebody more fitted than Dr. Inge to fill St. Paul's Cathedral. Thus we might imagine a man occupying such a pulpit in such a church, who might actually prefer to say a word or two in favor of the peculiar ethics of Christianity. It is at least conceivable, in the abstract, that a man in that position might prefer that course to specializing entirely in its alleged doubts and difficulties. The dean may be entitled, and doubtless he sincerely thinks himself entitled, to use the supreme pulpit of the supreme city of the British Empire to impose his individual shade of modernism or monism, or whatever it is that makes him doubt the resurrection of the body or the miracles of the New Testament. Still, our imagination can take in the possibility of a preacher in the Apostles' Cathedral who should happen to be satisfied with the Apostles' Creed. We can call up the fancy picture of a priest of St. Paul's who should agree with St. Paul. It hardly involves a contradiction in terms, or even a physical impossibility. It only involves the same logical flight of fancy which Dr. Inge himself indulges about alternative or hypothetical children. We also are free to fancy a dean unborn, or an Inge that might have been. We are at liberty to picture him not even as a gloomy dean, but as a gloriously jovial and dancing dean. Somewhere in these golden skies beyond the skies we know, hovers like a bird the gaily feathered cherub or bright-winged babe who might have been Dean of St. Paul's. Somewhere in the mysterious antechambers of creation he is kicking his heels with impatience, perhaps, but with undiminished hilarity, whose twirls and capers might have enlivened the world on the top of Ludgate Hill. Such speculations may seem to fall short of the practical, but they seem to me quite as morally helpful as those about the unwanted child, and I suggest that a little modesty, not to mention humor, would suggest to most of us that there is always a potential query about who is wanted. Now, as a general truth, a man is no more to be trusted with a theory to decide what prospective type of child ought to be brought into the world than he is to be trusted with a loaded revolver to decide what sort of man ought to go out of the world. In this sense, at least, such a scientific hypothesis has something of the mystical character of murder. How varied and how extraordinary are men's opinions about other men's claim to existence could be illustrated by 100 modern instances, and by one at least, in which Dr. Inge himself has been made to figure. I saw him quoted the other day as having said that he would like to see the leaders of a strike hanged. Naturally, I hope that the report might have been a slander, for, whatever our controversial differences, I cannot wish him so ill as to hope that he really said that. Supposing, for the sake of argument, that he said something like it, it is an interesting example of the sort of thing I mean, of the amazing moral abysses between different modern minds on this matter. A man who goes on strike is simply a man who happens to agree with a number of other men that a certain proposed monetary bargain is not worth accepting. One free citizen offers another free citizen a shilling to induce him to do a certain thing, and the second free citizen comes to the conclusion that he cannot afford to do it except for 18 pence. These contracts are considered and debated over the commercial world, and all sorts of advice or personal influence are called in the course of the conversations that culminate in acceptance or rejection. According to the moral judgment quoted, any adviser ought to risk the gallows if his advice is likely to lead up to rejection rather than acceptance. If a solicitor suggests to his client that he is being asked too much in the sale or purchase of an estate, the solicitor deserves death. If a doctor strongly advises his patient not to take the lease of a rather damp house by the river, the doctor ought to be killed. If a cricketer advises his friends not to club together to buy a particular meadow for a cricket field, justice cries to heaven for his blood. But this is exactly what is done by anybody who advises a workman not to work for a wage because it is inadequate or unjust. I am well aware that neither the Dean of St. Paul's nor anyone else, however much in agreement with him, would be likely to erect a row of gibbets for the solicitor, the doctor, and the cricketer. But that is only because the thinkers of that school of thought will do anything except think. They have never even stopped for a moment to consider what a strike is, beyond the fact that it is a nuisance. They are generally, as a matter of fact, the mere dupes of the verbal accident by which the word strike happens to sound vaguely like an act of violence. In other words, they are in the position of people who should suppose that beating a man down is a bargain actually meant bashing him down to the ground with a bludgeon. They are like men who should suppose that putting your shirt on a horse really meant attiring the noble quadruped in your own nightshirt. The sort of journalese verbalism that makes the confusion in the case of strikes may seem less startling to the imagination than these images, but the talk about hanging strikers, and it has been talked by some people, at least, is enough to show that it is quite as startling in its effects as the moral sense. It is clear that it leads straight to murder, if it be only judicial murder. I may say something on a future occasion about the particular case of the Dean and his sociology, but I am only remarking here on the general morality of these speculations about who ought or ought not to exist. If men can believe that the miscarriage of an economic bargain is a case for killing, what are we to think of their judgment of the conditions, economic or other, which constitute a case for giving life? If they have such wild and crazy notions about the people who have a right to live, why should we trust their notions about the people who have a right to breed? If they would cut short a life for nothing, would they not prevent a life for less? I have already admitted that they are unconscious of the horrible issue of their own ideas. They have a claim to something more than divine indulgence, extended to those of old time who are equally eager and ready to erect a gibbet. They not only know not what they do, but they know not what they say. But surely it does not entirely restore intellectual confidence in them to explain that they cannot comprehend the meaning of their own remarks. And the ancient parallel to which I have alluded is not perhaps the least appropriate, because that glorious gibbet was avowedly set up to slay an inciter of the people and a disturber of the peace. End of section 39. Recording by Greg Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida.
Section 40 of G.K. Chesterton's Newspaper Columns. The New Witness, 1921. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jonna Cabuchan. G.K. Chesterton's Newspaper Columns. The New Witness, 1921. By G.K. Chesterton. Section 40. At the Sign of the World's End. Concerning a Strange City. Everyone has his own private and almost secret selection among the examples of the mysterious power of words. The power which a certain verbal combination has over the emotions, and even over the soul. It is a commonplace that literature sometimes has a charm, not merely in the sense of the charm of a woman, but of the charm of a witch. Historical scholars question how the ignorant imagination of the Dark Ages distorted the poet Virgil into a magician,
And one answer to the question, possibly, is that he was one. Theologians and philosophers debate about the inspiration of Scripture, but perhaps the most philosophical argument for certain scriptural sayings being inspired is simply that they sound like it. The great lines of the poets are like landscapes or visions, but the same strange light can be found not only in the high places of poetry, but in quite obscure corners of prose. And in my own personal case, there are no words in literature that more directly produce this indescribable effect than a few that appear almost accidentally in one episode of Malory's Romance of Arthur. They occur in one of the visions of Sir Galahad, or it may be Sir Percival, for the rest of the scene has rather faded from my memory, save for the constellation of words that shines in the midst of it. But I think that Saint Joseph of Arimathea shows the knight a vision of a veiled object, presumably the Holy Grail, and he adds the sentence, "But you shall see it unveiled in the city of Sarras," in the spiritual place. The soul of this, of course, escapes analysis, but for all that, an attempt at analysis has certain aspects of interest. I can only express what I mean by saying that it is the finite part of the image that really suggests infinity. Most worthy and serious people, instead of saying the spiritual place, would say the spiritual world. Some dismal and disgusting people, instead of saying the spiritual place, would say the spiritual plane. And the immediate chill and disenchantment of these changes is due to a vague but vivid sense that the spiritual thing has become less real. A world sounds like an astronomical diagram, and a plane sounds like a geometrical diagram, and both these are abstractions. But a place is not an abstraction, but an actuality. And the writer not only says definitely that it is a place, but he gives it a definite name like the name of a place. Sarras is not an abstraction. It is not even an allegory. It is not even as if he had said the city of heaven or the city of paradise. These, though not unreal, are at least universal. But the name given has identity, which is something much more intense than universality. Sarras only means Sarras, as Sarum only means Sarum, or, for that matter, as Surbiton only means Surbiton. But the very fact that we have never heard of it before, and that it is never mentioned again, that it is referred to in passing and without explanation, gives a curious intensity to the hint of something at once distant and definite. The spiritual thrill is all in the idea that the place is a place, however spiritual, that it is some strange spot where the sky touches the earth, or where eternity contrives to live on the borderland of time and space. I wish there were a real philosophy of comparative religion, and one that was not full of inhuman nonsense. I wish it did not tend, for instance, to one particular trick of unreason. The most recent example I know is a phrase in the interesting Outline of History of Mr. Wells, that in which he says that the Christian sacrament of bread and wine was a breakback to primitive blood sacrifices. Or sometimes a man will say that the feeling about the Madonna is only the revival of the worship of Isis, or that the idea of Saint Michael smiting Satan is the same as that about Mithras, who slew a bull. Now, there are many other more historical objections to this sort of thing, but my primary objection to it is that it not only puts the cart before the horse, but gives me directions for finding my own horse in my own stable, by looking for a primitive Mycenaean chariot of which no traces remain. Instead of explaining x by saying it is equal to 5, it undertakes to explain 5 by saying it is equal to x. It is as if a man said, "You may not be aware that your feelings about your wife are best described as those of the missing link at the sight of an oyster shell." Or it is as if he said, "Should you desire to know what are your opinions about the coalition government, they are identical with those of the man who built the Great Pyramid on the choice between a bronze and iron currency." I know what a Christian feels about the idea that Michael smote a rebel angel. I do not in the least know what a Mithraist feels about the idea that Mithras killed a bull. It may really have been something like the Christian feeling, for all I know. It may also have been the worst sort of heathen feeling, for all I know. But to have the thing that I do know explained to me by the thing that I don't know is like nonsense out of Alice in Wonderland. It is offering something inexplicable to explain something that needs no explanation. I cannot tell whether anybody really felt anything about Isis comparable to what men feel about Mary. If anybody did, I am sure I congratulate him. But I decline to have my own feelings revealed to myself, in the light of some remote alleged feelings that no man alive has ever felt. But though there is this abyss of agnosticism between dead faiths and living ones, and between religions that are experienced and religions that are only explored, it might be possible to establish some human connection if the people who did it were more human, if they took the simple things that really are similar, instead of merely trying to assimilate the civilized things to the barbaric things. They might really bridge some of those abysses in the name of the brotherhood of men. If they were not so anxious to say that the sacrament and the sacrifices were both cannibal orgies, which is nonsense, they might say that they were both sacrifices, and had something to do with the philosophy of sacrifice, which is sense. And then, instead of having less respect for the Christians, we might have more respect for the cannibals. If they were not so anxious to compare the Virgin to a heathen goddess, they might possibly compare them both to a human mother, and at least get near to something human, if not to something divine. And in the same way, if they were not so eager to compare a shrine or a sacred soil to fetishism and taboo, they might get some sort of glimpse of what all men mean by making a deity local, or talking of a spiritual place. At least in the mind of man, if not in the nature of things, there seems to be some connection between concentration and reality. When we want to ask in natural language whether a thing really exists or not, we ask if it is really there or not. We say there even if we do not clearly understand where. A man cannot enter a house by 5 doors at once. He might do it if he were an atmosphere, but he does not want to be an atmosphere. He has a stubborn, subconscious belief that an animal is greater than an atmosphere. In proportion as a thing rises in the scale of things, it tends to localize and even narrow its natural functions. A man cannot absorb his sustenance through all his pores like a sponge, or some low sea organism. He cannot take in an atmosphere of beef, or an abstract essence of buns. Any buns thrown at him, as at the bear at the zoo, must be projected with such skill as to hit a particular hole in his head. In nature, in a sense, there is choice even before there is will. The plant or bulb narrows itself and pierces at one place rather than another, and all growth is a pattern of such green wedges. But however it be with these lower things, there has always been this spear-like selection and concentration in man's conception of higher things. And compared with that there is something not only vague, but vulgar in most of the talk about infinity. The pantheist is right up to a certain point, but so is the sponge. Both vitally and verbally, this infinity is the enemy of all that is fine. Such philological points are sometimes more than mere pedantries or mere puns. And it is more than a pedantic pun to say that most things that are fine are finite. We testify to it when we talk of a beautiful thing having refinement or having finish. It is brought to an end like the blade of a beautiful sword, not only to its end in the sense of its cessation, but to its end in the sense of its aim. All fine things are in this sense finished, even when they are eternal. Poetry is committed to this concentration fully as much as religion, for fairyland has always been as local, one might say as parochial, as heaven. And if religion in the recognized sense were removed tomorrow, the poets would only begin to act as the pagans acted. They would begin to say, lo, here, and lo, there, from the incurable itch of the idea that the something must be somewhere and not merely anywhere. Even if it were in some sense found to be in everything, it would still be in everything and not merely in all. And if men did indeed seek the secret in primitive sacrifices, it was a secret and not a superficiality, like fetish worship. If they did indeed look for it behind the veil of Isis, it was a secret and not a platitude like nature worship. And if indeed it is better sought in another fashion, it will be a secret, and therefore a real revelation, for those who see it unveiled in the city of Saras, in the spiritual place. End of section 40. Concerning a Strange City. Recording by Jonna Kabachan.
Section 41 of G.K. Chesterton's Newspaper Columns. The New Witness, 1921. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. G.K. Chesterton's Newspaper Columns, The New Witness, 1921, by G.K. Chesterton. At the sign of the world's end, the Orangeman and the Englishman. The English quite sincerely hate cruelty. That is why they hate to hear of their own cruelty. That is why it goes on. They never desire a direct democratic revenge, with a mob committing a massacre. The details of such visible vengeance, in all sincerity, sicken them. There is always somebody or something deputed to do the dirty work, if it be only an aristocracy. The nation has tended to an oligarchical polity, very largely because such government is generally a secret, and is kept a secret from the nation in whose name it is done. Whenever the nation itself happens to learn what is done, it generally has a revulsion of better feeling, as it has recently had after the revelations about reprisals. Its fault is that at the best it is too often content not to know, and at the worst that it tries to avoid knowing. But though this dislike of conscious ferocity has done good service of late, it is itself responsible for some lingering misunderstandings. One of them is this, that there is quite as much misunderstanding between Westminster and Belfast as between Westminster and Dublin. The Englishman does not understand the Orangeman, any more than he understands the Sinn Feiner. The Orangeman does not understand the Englishman, probably not half so well as he understands the Sinn Feiner. The Englishman and the Orangeman have talked the same sort of nonsense for nearly 100 years, but they have never talked the same sort of sense. If ever the two kinds of Irishmen talk the same sort of sense, the problem will be solved. But even then an Englishman like myself will not understand the solution. The Orangemen are anti-national, but they are not unnational. They may hate Ireland, but they are Irish. They are certainly the very reverse of English. Indeed, it is the paradox of patriotism, and the profoundest argument for it, that a man is never so national as when he struggles not to be. The internationalist avoids being nationalist, but not being national. We could not imagine anybody more purely English than Cabman, or anybody more purely Russian than Tolstoy. It is hard to imagine an English Tolstoy, and impossible to imagine a Russian Cabman. Nowhere else except in England could you find the particular type that was called the Conchi. Nowhere else except in England could you find the comic spirit that was content with calling him a Conchi. In any other country similarly placed, and most of all in Ireland, he would simply have been called a traitor. There is something extraordinarily characteristic of England in terms like Bolshie and Conchi, which almost turn terms of abuse into terms of endearment. It is mixed of the imagination of some monster in a nursery rhyme with the disposition to pat and humor some sort of furry foreign animal. But this is a digression on the English character. Now all Irishmen have too much tenderness to hate. It is middle course between the two extremes of too much murder on one side and too little on the other. But the vital difference between Orangemen and ordinary Irishmen is this, that the more normal and national type still have things that they positively love as well as things that they positively hate. The sincerity of Belfast has become simply negative. It is hate and nothing else. People are perpetually talking of Ireland as the scene of a conflict between two religions, but they seldom seem to see the contrast between the religions. It is not a question of religious preference or prejudice. It is a question of objective experience. We know that there are now many people with a passionate affection for Catholicism, and that there are not many people with a passionate affection for Calvinism. There were once, but there are not now. We know it as a fact that we know that a great many people still call themselves liberals, and that not very many people still call themselves Lancastrians. We know it as we know that there is still a nation of the Jews and no longer a nation of the Jebusites. It has nothing to do with sympathies. It does not exclude regrets. You or I may still be devoted to the cause of the House of Lancaster, may wear red roses in our buttonholes and weed out white roses from our garden, may take Henry VI for a patron saint and keep the date of Tewkesbury as a fast. But we know that our Lancastrian League is not so large as the National Liberal Club. In the comparison between the two Palestinian races, if we prefer the Jebusites, it is not because we are particularly well acquainted with Jebusites. The anti-Semite would say we prefer Jebusites because we are particularly well acquainted with Jews. I have never been an anti-Semite, after that Jebusite fashion. But the point is that nobody disputes which of the two tribes has most clearly survived. Nobody now disputes which of the two theological theories has most clearly survived. We may say that we do not care about the theological theory of the Covenanters, but the Covenanters did. Even then, however, the Northern theory tended to be a little more negative than the Southern. When an honest fellow said, "To hell with the Pope," in the old days, it is possible that he did really call up a vision of what he conceived to be loathsome and blasphemous pontiffs, delivered to the worm and the flame. It is not so certain that he has, or even that he had, a vivid vision of King William III sitting under a golden orange tree in paradise. Now any peasant at any period may have made for himself a similar picture of St. Patrick in paradise. The mind of the South is, and always has been, full of positive images, objects of praise and pictures of happiness. It may hate what it hates too fiercely, but it is not always thinking about the things that it hates. Its thoughts, apart from theological partisanship, often go to heaven with the Holy Patrick. I know it is considered very bad taste by political and journalistic conventions to talk about the substance of any belief as distinct from the label of it. A journalist may wave the flag of a religion as an incitement to riot and persecution, or a signal for lynching and looting, or a symbol of completed conquest and enslavement. He may use the name of the religion as a bogey with which to frighten provincials, or an asset with which to bargain with politicians, or a catchword to create an atmosphere at public meetings, or a tag to be used for the making of maps or statistics. But that anybody should inquire not about the flag or badge or name of the religion, but about the religion itself, is considered grossly indelicate. The real difficulty is not in the strength of their Calvinism, but rather in the decay of their Calvinism. The weakening of the positive dogma of this group of Irishmen has driven them back far too much on the fierce negations of the Irish temperament, has isolated their power of hatred without balancing it with their power of love. They have really lost the faith of their fathers, or that part of the faith that their fathers really cared about. But they do not relapse, as the English would do, into a sort of pagan optimism and a somewhat servile contentment with the things of the world. Having lost the faith, they take refuge in the feud. The feud is a thing very alien to the English temperament, and a thing that has in fact wholly faded out of English history. But the feud is not a thing to be dismissed as most modern Englishmen would dismiss it, as something dead and meaningless. It is a thing that the highest Christianity must necessarily condemn. But it does not follow that the more servile paganism always has the right to condemn it. The feud is a drama that draws its life from hate as a love affair draws it from love. But there are worse fates than to be a figure even in such a drama. Such a man gains from it that fixed loyalty combined with fluctuating circumstance which constitutes romance. He looks back to the battles won and lost in a sort of balance or rhythm. He has pride and purpose and memory. When the Orangeman says he wishes to preach the pure and enlightened Protestant religion to the superstitious savages of Dublin, he is talking antiquated cant. But when he says that the Papists learnt that the walls of Londonderry could be defended as well as the walls of Limerick, he is not talking cant. He is talking the patriotic eloquence of the feud. It is not the problem of giving up the faith, but the problem of giving up the fight, that is the one genuine difficulty from the old guard of the Orange tradition. But the English cannot comprehend people having come to love a fight for its own sake, or merely because it is a story. He asks what people are fighting about, and does not realize that they are fighting about the story of the fight. That self-renewing romance or nightmare, as we happen to regard it, is the soul and immortality of the feud. To the English the feud would be a nightmare, but to some at least of the Irish the feud has been almost a fairy tale. How serious it is, how self-deceptive it is, how far it can be cured or need be cured, are things that an Englishman is cut off from understanding. And for that reason, if there were no other, I am one of that daily increasing crowd of Englishmen who wish to leave Irishmen to look after themselves. End of section 41. Section 42 of G.K. Chesterton's Newspaper Columns, The New Witness, 1921. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. G.K. Chesterton's Newspaper Columns, The New Witness, 1921, by G.K. Chesterton. At the Sign of the World's End, The Ugliness of Utopia. It is a pity that the people who are trying to attack the worst sort of Bolshevism have got hold of the very worst way of doing it. I have been called a reactionary, and in one sense I am a reactionary. But I am quite sure there is one golden rule for all good little reactionaries to learn. It is no good to give a superficial answer to a fundamental suggestion, even if it is fundamentally false. Indeed, if it is fundamentally false, it is all the more necessary to answer it with what is fundamentally true. There is no answer to anything radical, even radically wrong, except being more radical still. If the other man has dug deep enough to have almost torn the plant up by its roots, we must dig deeper and see that it brings its own soil with it, so that it can live. If the enemy is mining, we must be countermining, and the countermining must be undermining. If the wrong sort of revolutionist is indeed undermining society, he will most certainly blow up society unless we can undermine him. The revolutionist will win unless we can be more revolutionary than he, in the fundamental sense of being at once more skeptical and more visionary. Now, our real hold on the skeptic is almost always in this, that there is something which he does not doubt, and we do. Challenged upon his own first principles, he finds the whole of his movement checked. Thus, for instance, as long as we tell the Bolshevist that his ideal is a beautiful and bewitching illusion, he will lead men to worse fates in the future, if they follow it now. He will not altogether unnaturally say that it seems odd to refuse to follow an ideal because it is beautiful, and that even by our own account there is as yet nothing to show that it is deceptive. But if we tell him at the beginning that we think his ideal is ugly, that it is ugly as an ideal and not merely as a reality, and that as it is ugly in itself, we are naturally not going to be bothered to follow it. If we tell him that, he is brought to a much more serious standstill. In order to convert us, at any rate, he has to show that his ideal is not ugly, but beautiful and worth following. Now, the modern materialist will find it much more difficult to charm like a poet than to plan plausibly like a company promoter. He will be less insinuating when he woos like a lover than when he takes chances like a tipster. It is not really so difficult for him to convince people that his idea is attainable, that he has figured it all out, like a man with a financial tip or a system for Monte Carlo. But we, by hypothesis, are not telling him that his idea is unattainable. We are telling him we do not want to attain it, whether it is attainable or not. What he has to create in us is a motive, that is, a thing that makes other things move. And it is not an easy business to create a motive. Not half so easy is to assume a motive and explain a plan. What he has to do, if he can, is what the great prophets and religious founders did. He has to make a sort of music in the air, to which things stir and march, even when they have seemed stiff as hedges or rooted as trees. And the modern economic materialist is no Orpheus. In short, it is easier to refute Bolshevism as an ideal than Bolshevism as a business proposition. And this for a very vital and interesting reason. That business can be mystifying, whereas idealism must be plain. Anyone can see this by imagining any working example. Suppose a man knocks at the door with a proposition for providing everybody with a pair of stilts, so that they can henceforth all walk about undefiled by mud and breathing a purer air on a level with the tops of trees. It would take a long time to prove to him that he cannot provide everybody with stilts. You might spend many happy hours with him in your library, looking up encyclopedias, uncovering papers with calculations, before you had proved to him from the census, or the reports of the timber trade, or the blue books on afforestation, that the thing was impossible. Perhaps it isn't impossible, an idea to be kept in mind about the other ideal also. If you want to get rid of the gentleman selling stilts at the door, it is much quicker to tell him that you don't want any stilts, that you don't like stilts, and that he has aroused no stilt motive like music in your mind, or in short that walking on stilts forms no part of your ideal. In short, the idealistic answer is short, sharp, and practical, whereas the practical answer is long-winded, elaborate, and tiresome. If a man proposes to take you to Johannesburg on one of those new amphibio-automatic oil bicycles, which are, for all I know, among the brightest and briskest business propositions advertised in that brilliant seat of culture, it will take a long time to disprove to the tout that the bicycle can travel over land and sea. It will need very complicated scientific calculation to demonstrate that the design is a swindle, though since it emanates from the high places of imperial and scientific finance, it very probably is. It is much simpler to tell him the truth that burns immortally in the breast of every plain, true-hearted Englishman. It is better to tell him that you do not want to go to Johannesburg, any more than to hell. That is what I have to say to the Bolshevist about the Bolshevist Utopia. But the point here is that it would take a long time to go into the merits and demerits of the bicycle, whereas it takes a very short time indeed to dismiss the merits and demerits of the South African city. To get to the ideal is to get to the goal, and be done with it. To linger on the practical process may be interminable. The idealistic method is businesslike. The businesslike method is the devil of a business. In the same way, the really swift and simple modes of attack on Marxian materialism and collectivism is simply pointing out that it is ugly, not proving that it is unpractical. It is in preventing people from desiring what the innovators think desirable, much more than in merely prophesying whether they can get what they desire. For a prophecy, however practical, is always arbitrary and mystical, whereas a desire is a definite and objective fact, like a dog or door-knocker. All men know what they want, but only inspired seers know whether they can get it. If men want property and liberty and the life of the distributive state, as we maintain, we will attempt to follow it up by proving it to be practical and probable. But if men do not want collectivism and regimentation and compulsory labor and the rest of the Bolshevist utopia, then it will be a waste of our time to prove it impossible. None of us will sit down to discuss the baffling difficulties of starting a pestilence or the little hitches and worries in the way of procuring a mad dog. There is a truth, probably unconscious, in the common phrase that utopian revolutionists hope to make a new heaven and a new earth. It is true that nobody makes a new earth without first making a new heaven, and this is no more specially true when the heaven is full of gods and angels than when the heaven is empty of everything but ether and stardust. It is quite as true when the heaven is only an abyss or bottomless pit of space. It is quite as true when the heaven is rather like hell. The higher thing, towering over the earth and typifying the general nature of the universe, is still the dominant condition and determining factor in all the earthly regulations and reforms. The heaven of the atheist makes the earth of the atheist, as much as the heaven of the saint makes the earth of the saint. The basis of the whole Marxian business is the religion of monism and materialism. Every man gets his economics from his religion. Only this religion is so laboriously topsy-turvy as to teach the opposite. The notion that the religion came from the economics. The answer to this is really quite simple. The Marxian socialist says that mental states come only from material conditions, to which I reply that his material conditions are bad by his own account, and therefore his mental conclusions are wrong by his own argument. If the situation makes the soul, and if it is a bad situation to be a proletarian, then it is probably a worse situation to be a class-conscious proletarian. If capitalism is a mood of material origin, socialism is a mood of the very same material origin, and that admittedly a very bad and misleading origin. If economics produces ethics, we have no more reason to trust the psychology of a proletarian brought up in a capitalist state than that of a capitalist brought up in a capitalist state. The truth is that this is one intrinsically impossible and intolerable school of thought, because it is thought against thinking. The man who says that ideas are mere material results has in that very sentence destroyed all ideas, including that one. But there is an even deeper element among these elements of the case. It is perhaps the element of emotion rather than thought. Why should a man want to maintain that his will is a blind plant of the swamp, or that his ideals are idols made of mud? Why should men desire to entertain such a dogma as the materialist version of history? I do not speak here of puzzle-headed skeptics who reluctantly digest such dogmas, because they cannot reason their way out of them, but of men who shout them like a war cry and intone them like a creed. we can only say that there seems to be some such pessimistic perversity and spiritual suicide, and that this sect must be counted among the strange sects so afflicted. In practical fact, I think they are often fighting against very real plutocratic tyranny. But in truth there are two very different fights against tyranny. There is the revolt against the tyrant by the slave, and there is the revolt against the tyrant by the free man. What Nietzsche said of Christianity, what was emphatically not true of Christianity, actually is true of Marxian materialism. It is a slave morality, a protest against particular authorities made by the spirit of slavery, and not by the spirit of liberty. For if it were really working from the love of freedom, it would certainly begin with free will. End of section 42. Section 43 of G.K. Chesterton's Newspaper Columns. The New Witness, 1921. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. G.K. Chesterton's Newspaper Columns. The New Witness, 1921. By G.K. Chesterton. Man versus Mankind. It is said that the Bolshevist leaders have tried to brighten things up by affixing to various public buildings the cheery announcement, "Religion is the opium of the people." To this there are several obvious answers, and some so obvious as to be superficial. One is that it might be merciful to let people have opium when you confess you cannot let them have bread. Another is that religion does not so much resemble opium as some irreligion resembles hashish, from which comes the word assassin. But these are perhaps too much in the nature of the retorts of the debating club. It would be more profound comment, when Lenin calls religion the opium of the people, to thank him for at least perceiving and confessing that it is essentially a possession of the people. Here, at least, religion is recognized as a popular thing, as it is a popular thing, rather more popular than opium. If he had compared it to the ale of the people, or even the wine of the people, he would have been perfectly right. And indeed he has his school show that they realize it by having their faces set in the direction of a fanatical negation of such things, and a persecution of popular festivity. One of the strangest, but one of the strongest elements involved is the Puritanism of Bolshevism. For the open secret called religion might well be symbolized by the French phrase about the French beverage. In a paradox of almost purple magnificence, it is called vin ordinaire. But this is only true when the thing is a native drink and not an alien drug. The red or golden glory of vin ordinaire is that it is always vin du pays. Opium is a sort of Eastern spell, fit only for fatalistic Turks and Chinamen, and if it is to be the symbol of any philosophy, I would suggest that it might symbolize that negative and necessitarian philosophy which has been most successfully preached by a race from Palestine to an empire on the marches of Asia. Precious little good has ever been done by abusing political opponents as atheists, especially when they do not regard it as a term of abuse. And indeed, in the present case, I do not regard it as the most abusive term they deserve. What is the matter with these people is not merely that they are atheists, but that they are something in that sense much worse. They are fatalists. Materialism like that of Marx must be sharply distinguished from the sort of Promethean free thought, vague and visionary perhaps, but poetical and therefore creative, which can be found in Shelley or in Songs Before Sunrise. That sort of free thought at least wishes to be free. In other words, that sort of free thought is at least free emotion. But Marxian materialism, by its own moral theory, works for enlightenment rather than emancipation. Its enlightenment is not meant to make men free, but to make them realize the impossibility of freedom. They are to be made to realize that they are parts of a machine, if it be only the cosmic machine, whose screws are stars and whose wheels are systems. In this there is nothing of the Promethean liberty or even anarchy. nothing even of what poor Nietzsche meant when he rejoiced that the unreasoning heavens were empty above him, nothing of what Bernard Shaw means when he preaches the increasing immortalities of creative evolution. This is not a tale of adventure like that of the Titan who stole fire from heaven and scattered it about him on earth. Rather, it is the tale of a more laborious Titan who carried up mud from earth and carefully dumped it down in heaven. This mechanical fatalism, so far from bringing the fire of freedom into the winter of captivity, brings a new idea of captivity into the parts of life that have been accounted free. It has none of the plausible and pagan grandeur of the revolt of Prometheus, or even the revolt of Adam. Shelley and Swinburne, like the serpent, tempted men to ignore God in order that they themselves might become as gods. They were to know good and evil, and presumably choose even if they chose evil. But Marx and the materialists tempt men by telling them that they shall be the very reverse of gods, that they shall be something less than men. The Bolshevist will regard even the red and white armies as something like the red and white corpuscles in the blood of a single organism. They are unable to obtain even the freedom of the fall. They are unable to choose evil, let alone good. In an article last week, I explained very roughly why I think any study of this great modern mistake should begin with what may seem very abstract matters of morals or metaphysics. Briefly, it is because the most practical question of all, the question of which we want, is itself a moral question, and even a metaphysical question. And the next stage of this argument brings us once into practical politics. Given this primary conception of mankind as one machine, it is impossible to consider each man even as a separate machine, let alone a separate man. You cannot take a steam engine or a motor car to pieces and use the wheels for hoops and the rods for walking sticks. You cannot take a social machine to pieces and use the individuals as complete citizens, let alone Christian souls. And this disregard of the democratic dignity of individuals is obvious in the very language of such social materialists. For instance, they always talk of solidarity rather than of sympathy. The former word has incidental advantages over the latter, of course, including the fact that it is 2 syllables longer, and therefore more suited to go straight to the great heart of the people. But there is also a real difference of meaning. I have sympathy with a great many things with which I cannot or would not be consolidated. I can sympathize with a high-born maiden in a palace tower, soothing her love-laden soul in secret hour with music sweet as love that overflows her bower, if I may again invoke the help of Shelley. But if I were to attempt to achieve solidarity with the young lady at that moment, I might possibly find myself a little de trop. I can sympathize with the child that is happy and lonely and good when the friend of the children comes out of the wood, if I may summon the aid of Stevenson. But if I tried to consolidate all 3 of us, I might find that 2 is company and 3 is none. There is in the word solidarity the sense of something not only homogeneous but amorphous, and this is not a mere matter of sentiment, but very decidedly of system. Behind words like solidarity there are things much more solid. There is a positive treatment of political questions which separates such men, not merely from the politics of the past, but rather specially from the revolutions of the past. The old revolutionists invoked the rights of man, but these revolutionists only invoke the rights of mankind. There is a great practical as well as a great theoretical difference. The neglect of the individual, whom I have symbolized by the solitary maiden or the lonely child, involved very vital innovations when applied logically, and especially when applied legally. The difference between the rights of man and the rights of mankind is anything but a fine shade of academic difference. Mankind, for instance, has a right to food, but its claim to food might take the form of cannibalism. But we are not content to say that mankind has a right to eat. We are also so fanciful as to say that a man has a right not to be eaten. Mankind has a right to labor, to the opportunities and the fruits of labor, but its claim to the fruits of labor might take the form of slavery. We are not content to say that mankind has a right to be supported. We add to it the proviso that a man has the right not to be enslaved. Mankind has a right to truth, and especially to truth in practical problems of law and crime. But its claim to truth might take the form of torture. We are not satisfied with saying that mankind has a right to legal and political truth. We add in our fastidious fashion that a man has the right not to be tortured. As a matter of fact, most human governments, however oppressive, have been more or less consciously affected by this human tradition. They have therefore refrained from putting into practice the full logic of the mere doctrine of the greatest happiness of the greatest number. They have not avowed, they have not often even acted on, the extreme doctrine of the denial of individual dignity. They have seldom assumed that anything could be done to a minority, or that anything could be done to a man. But a new political philosophy, avowedly basing itself on a modern cosmic philosophy, may hold itself free to do all sorts of things in the absence of any definition of individual freedom. The organism may behave very decisively towards its corpuscles, so that at a superficial glance they seem to resemble corpses. Now, putting on one side the merely illustrative examples of cannibalism and torture, I propose to devote the third of these articles to the prospect of the new social ideal simply resolving itself into slavery. For that word is the real key to the immediate future of mankind. End of section 43. Section 44 of G.K. Chesterton's newspaper columns, The New Witness, 1921. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. G.K. Chesterton's newspaper columns, The New Witness, 1921, by G.K. Chesterton. At the sign of the world's end, the escape from equality. The only moral attraction of socialism is the ideal of equality, or at least the correction of inequality. There may be men who like centralization because it will involve officialism, and who like officialism because they hope to be the officials. But even when they are the officials of a socialist state, they will not be socialists. Their motive is one that could be as well answered in a servile state, and therefore most of them are now almost openly in favor of a servile state. But the motive which makes most honest men socialists is the motive of making a society in which there shall be no masters or slaves. And the moral ideal behind that motive can only be the ideal of equality, or the brotherhood of human beings upon the basis of human dignity. It may seem contradictory, but it is also correct, to say that while the Marxians must adopt this ideal, it is difficult to see why they do. Materialism and fatalism are the foundations of their creed, and these views are more easily advanced in support of incurable inequality. It may be arguable that the movements of historic humanity can best be explained as those of animals in search of food. It may be that the Crusaders marching to a howling wilderness bore a striking resemblance to a flock of sheep trotting towards a better grazing ground. It may be that a polar expedition going north is seeking a more agreeable climate like a flock of birds going south. But nothing is more certain than that all sheep do not find equally good grazing grounds. Nothing is more certain that some birds are left behind, some birds fall and perish, and that some birds are killed by other birds. Of course, there is a distinction here. The moral ideal of equality may, for some reason, exist in spite of materialism, but it seems clear that their equality cannot actually come from their materialism. And I confess I am considerably puzzled about where it does come from. An Irish priest, who is a friend of mine, made the only comment on Marxian egalitarianism which seems to me to cover this point about equality. They have taken the most mystical thing in religion without the religion. But when we turn from the abstract to the concrete conception of equality, we find another difficulty. Numbers of people denounce collectivist equality as impossible. But nobody seems to notice that equality is not so much impossible for anybody as particularly impossible for collectivists. The socialist state gives all power to the government, and therefore cuts much deeper than any other government. In practice, the chasm between the governor and the governed. In every society there is the public official and the private citizen. But the number of things that the public official can do to the private citizen is increased and not diminished by the collectivist change. In short, there cannot admittedly be political equality, even if there is economic equality. Even if we have abolished aristocracy and plutocracy, there can still be bureaucracy, and perhaps a particularly bullying bureaucracy. But in truth, this is only the beginning of the practical problem and the singular paradox. I have said that even if it gives us economic equality, it must very markedly refuse us political equality. But in fact, it will not give us economic equality. There is a hitch or trick in the practical process which could have been calculated beforehand, but which in any case always appears afterwards. A sort of catch in the clockwork even of this clockwork community. Its effect is that even in the purely economic field, equality can be evaded, and its nature can be defined in a single word, familiar to all sorts of people, from the highest order of professional prize-fighters down to the lowest remnant of wandering lecturers and journalists. The secret is in the word expenses. If a man always has a motor car to take him about, only a fine shade of distinction separates him from the man who always takes his motor car about. That fine shade is for us indeed very important, but for him it may be, as in the present case, it may merely be mystical and therefore unreal. The distributist will feel the difference because of the intangible sentiment of property. But the socialist definitely explains that he does not feel or wish to feel the sentiment of property. He does not wish to own things, but only to use or enjoy them. We may therefore safely repeat that if the state permits him to use the motor car, he will probably permit himself to enjoy it. And for most people a motor car is very enjoyable. It is for them more enjoyable than walking, and if one man walks and the other man motors, we have already a scene of the straight high road of progress not startlingly dissimilar to what may be seen any day in the crooked lanes of our antiquated and aristocratic land. I take the motor merely as a model, but upon this model all the new inequality is built up. The new officials must travel swiftly, and therefore they will certainly travel smoothly. But it will be found also that everything combines to enable them also to live smoothly. They must have the handling of large sums of money, and a great deal of discretion about it, especially, as in the case of politicians, the sort of discretion that can cover an indiscretion. They may be regarded as public servants, but they must be in control of a large number of other public servants, and these public servants may begin to look rather like private servants. The same will be found true of 100 details of housing or food or furniture. One of the most tolerant and open-minded men I know, a distinguished war correspondent of strong liberal sympathies, told me that the Russian Revolution had kicked some salt king or other millionaire out of his magnificent mansion, which we agreed was quite cheerful and satisfactory, but that the Bolshevist politician was living in this palace exactly as the salt king had lived in it. My friend had a specially vivid memory of the massive and superb candelabra hanging from the highly decorative roof. It seems a pity it did not fall on the salt king and smash him, but since it missed its opportunity, it might just as well fall on the socialist official before it is too late. The mention of the salt king is not unimportant here, for it distinguished this criticism from the ordinary capitalist criticism. And indeed the ordinary capitalist has no right to criticize. As he himself is not even aiming at equality, he has no claim to denounce the Bolshevists for not arriving at equality. It is illogical for the capitalist to rave and wail over Moscow because it has begun to reproduce capitalism. But it certainly has begun to reproduce capitalism. My friend, the war correspondent, is the very reverse of a lover of war. But like many men who combine peaceable opinions and personal courage, he is quite capable of the generous illogicality of being a lover of revolution. He is not naturally disposed to abuse the Bolshevists, not nearly so much as I am. But he told me very positively that a new capitalist class is rising in Russia, or in other words that the bureaucracy is capable of becoming also a plutocracy. But although the capitalists have no right to condemn capitalism, we have the right to condemn capitalism, especially when it calls itself socialism, and we have the right to say that such a compromise or amalgamation is more remote from our own ideal than ordinary capitalism itself. And this is so of necessity, for the reason with which this argument began, that the official has in any case more official power than the ordinary citizen, or even than the ordinary capitalist. The new system has already sacrificed liberty, before it thus goes on to betray equality. The logical inference would seem to be that the state which set out to establish equality would end as more unequal than those that have aimed at inequality, would end as the most unequal and unjust of all the tyrannies of mankind. So once more, by a process of elimination, we come back to the ideal of distributive democracy. So in this world men frequently try all the odd things before they think of the ordinary thing. In Russia, indeed, it has always been in some rude fashion the ordinary thing, and in some rude fashion is returning to its rights. But in England, about which I care more than for a universe of Russians, it is still counted so extraordinary that this paper appears eccentric in preaching it, and outside this paper it may never be preached again, as men passing in an express train through a great city see only in one green flash a garden or a field amid the blackness of slums and factories, so in this ephemeral publication one glimpse of the everlasting sanity will flash and fade. End of section 44. Section 45 of G.K. Chesterton's Newspaper Columns, The New Witness, 1921. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. G.K. Chesterton's Newspaper Columns, The New Witness, 1921, by G.K. Chesterton. At the Sign of the World's End, Carols and Common Sense. The Chief Constable of Blackpool, presumably alarmed at the belated reaction of ridicule and contempt which met his veto on carol singing, has caused an explanation to be made, or at least attempted. The explanation does not explain what it is meant to explain, but it explains something much more interesting. It unconsciously proclaims the whole principle upon which are founded most of the rules for the regimentation of the poor. The principle is a rather curious one. It is that there is every excuse for somebody doing something fantastic, if he has no sort of need to do it. But it is quite inexcusable if it is in any sense needful. If a man with 1,000 a year stands on his head in the street, he does not obstruct the thoroughfare. But if he can earn a night's lodging only by standing on his head, then the antic is quite indefensible. The extreme case of this, of course, is the process by which the police first prove that a man has no money for a bed, and then punish him for sleeping out of a bed. But there are milder examples, and this matter of carol singing is one of them. The official phrases were to the effect that there was no intention to interfere with legitimate carol singing, but only to restrain the wickedness of certain unscrupulous parrots, whose fiendish and piratical unscrupulousness consisted in allowing the children they could not feed to sing for pennies. It is a first principle of social reform, of course, that all needy parents are unscrupulous parents, and it is a fact apparent in all political history that there have never been such things as unscrupulous officials. But what concerns us more especially here is the logical principle involved, and it can easily be stated logically. Carol singing is wrong, even when the patron really wants the carol, because the singer really wants the cash. It becomes an unsatisfactory proceeding through being satisfactory to both sides. If the carol singer did not need the payment at all, it would then be permissible to pay him. It would then be legitimate carol singing. When the Earl of Griffintowers, that high-spirited but somewhat eccentric young aristocrat, and Miss Pansy Patacake, the fashionable and highly successful comedy actress, feel inclined for a little fun to go round in fancy dress singing carols, it is felt that it would be a great shame to interfere with them, as indeed I quite agree that it would. But because precisely the same act of singing a Christmas carol might possibly help to provide a starving family with a Christmas dinner, the act becomes shamefully unscrupulous. It would be putting it mildly to say that I do not agree with the morality. It would be putting it more correctly to say that I cannot see the meaning of it. But certainly there is a new morality involved, which, unnatural as it seems to me, seems to come natural to many people. And if I am asked, as a general historical question, why I regret the rise of Puritanism and industrialism and scientific officialism, I should be content to say it is because they have produced this moral perversion in otherwise decent people. And if I wanted evidence that another and better morality had once belonged to our country, I could find it in the very form of some of the carols themselves. If anybody asked me how I know that England was once a Christian and a Catholic country, I should answer in 8 exceedingly simple lines, to my mind very touching and even intense lines. I quote them from memory, and I am not sure about the exact words of the first. The night was very frosty, my shoes are very thin, I've got a little pocket to put a penny in, and if you haven't got a penny, a halfpenny will do. If you haven't got a halfpenny, God bless you. I know nothing finer in its way than the gesture of Christian irony and courtesy with which in the last line the patron is himself admitted to the high aristocracy of the destitute. But not only has this new morality strangled all sorts of sane and generous things in sentiment, but it has tangled itself up in a knot of impossibilities in practical reasoning. The chief constable admits that there is nothing illegitimate about carol singing, but he says that some parents are unscrupulous because they allow children to indulge in it, when in the particular circumstances it is bad for the particular children. But it is self-evident that this applies quite as well to 100 other things, and to almost any circumstances of almost any children. Somebody must decide whether it is bad for Polly's health to go to dances, and an unscrupulous parent might turn it into a dance of death. The point is that the chief constable cannot intervene except by forbidding dancing, and then explaining that he did not quite mean what he said. Somebody must decide whether it makes Tommy vain to be so often photographed, and an unscrupulous parent might so persistently require him to look pleasant that he grew up decidedly unpleasant. But the point is that the chief constable cannot possibly do anything in the matter, except simply punish people for taking photographs, and then vaguely assure us that he did not mean to do the only thing that he can do. Any sane person ought to be able to see in a flash from the first the truisms that underlie the whole question, that you cannot prevent personal questions being personal, and that you certainly cannot lay down impersonal rules about them, and then try to make your own rules indecisive, as well as impersonal. Some person must decide whether any given child, at any given time, may safely dance, or pose to a camera, or sing a carol. He may be an unscrupulous person, in which case we can only do our best to modify his influence with the personal influence of more scrupulous persons. But somebody must be roughly responsible for these small daily decisions, and the attempt to make the community collectively responsible for them is rank raving insanity. There may be an unscrupulous parent as there may be an unscrupulous policeman, but the policeman cannot take charge of all the babies in the parish, and the parents can. So far from the question of whether a child should go carol singing represents a dilemma or difference of opinion which stands equal for high and low. Any parents in any class may have to balance the choice of Christmas festivity against the chances of winter cold. Many parents in all classes are unduly confident or criminally careless about it. Many children in all classes may die of Christmas parties and Christmas games, but the presence of the chief constable of Blackpool at the Christmas party will not bar the doors against death. In the case of the poor, however, there is a further consideration, the most obvious of all and the most neglected of all. Rich or poor may rush recklessly upon evil, but the poor are generally confronted from the first with a choice of evils. The unscrupulous parent has to consider, not whether it is bad for little Tommy to sing in the snow, but whether it is worse for little Tommy to sing in the snow than it is for little Sally to go to the 4th day without a pennyworth of milk. Tommy's shoes may be very thin, and yet not be so thin as Sally. The chief constable is not going to provide the milk. He is not going to improve the shoes. He is only going to forbid the carol. And he is actually going to forbid it because it is not useless, but useful, because it is not needless, but necessary, because it is not only a tradition of love and laughter, but also a matter of life and death. Such is modern sociology. Such is its morality. Such is its mentality. Such its quality of intelligence. But in truth, it adds to its stupidity and its cruelty another moral characteristic, without which the whole would not be a rounded and perfect thing. It would break up the balance of a fine sentence in the litany. If there were not present pride and hypocrisy, as well as blindness and hardness of heart. We may safely say of some of our most advanced social idealists that they are doing something else besides fussing and meddling and bullying. They are also lying. They are giving a false reason for their acts, and one that is worse than false because it is hypocritical. That is, that it covers the presence of a human motive with the pretense of a heroic motive. The human motive for getting rid of carol singers is the same as that for getting rid of beggars. It is perfectly natural and in some cases almost inevitable. But it is a natural or inevitable irritation. It is simply that such things are a nuisance. It is that they are a discomfort, but especially a discomfort to the comfortable. It is as clear as daylight to anybody with the least common sense that this order is simply the last command sent out by that formidable league mentioned in The Path to Rome, the Society for the Prevention of Annoyances to the Rich. Nor will any humane person necessarily be annoyed with the rich for being annoyed, any more than he is annoyed with the poor for being annoying. A certain amount of such nervous friction is normal to all mortal life anywhere. Where the rich are wrong is in taking their own annoyance seriously, and where they are horribly and hellishly wrong is in taking it sanctimoniously. I do not even object to their displaying their anger. What I object to is their disguising their anger, masking it in moral pretensions that will not bear a moment's examination, and in sociological arguments that do not even make sense. Compared with this intellectual degradation, irritation itself is incomparatively intelligent. Nerves are better than nonsense, and the sensibility that shudders at a false note in music is at least truer than the truth of things than the insensibility that does not shudder at the most hideous and suicidal false steps in logic. If therefore the luxurious aesthete is concerned to save his soul, let him not so much guard against losing his temper as in the true sense losing his reason. Let him keep at the back of his mind at least a sense of proportion, and of the balance of the universe. Let him consider that if some things are bad, other things are worse, and that half a carol singer is better than no Christmas. I have said that the poor are commonly confronted with a choice of evils. In this matter we may say that the rich are confronted with a choice of evils too. At any rate, if a man of the comfortable sort comes to be confronted with such a choice of evils, there should be no doubt about what his choice should be. If the waits besiege his house suddenly, and there seems no other way, Then if he retain anything of Christian charity and chivalry, let him hurl oaths and curses and other heavy objects from the window. Let him empty a water jug or fire off a gun. But if he wishes to be branded with the seal of the pomp of Satan, let him say he is concerned with the interests of infantile hygiene. End of section 45. End of G.K. Chesterton's Newspaper Columns, The New Witness, 1921, by G.K. Chesterton.